He was mad. Anna kept her hand frozen midair, staring blankly at the top of the stairs, but deep down she could feel it clearly. Julian was angry. No yelling, no snapping, just calm. So calm it felt suffocating. And somehow that quiet kind of anger hit even harder. She'd rather he just shouted at her, scolded her. Anything would have been better than this cold silence, like being judged without a voice. Something heavy and bitter welled up in her chest, spreading through her whole body. The room was dead silent, eerily so. But in her head, Julian's voice kept repeating on loop. "You'd rather take Ethan's word over mine. I thought you knew me better than that." So, who was she really supposed to believe? Megan walked in quietly, only to find Anna slumped on the couch, completely spaced out. She glanced around, but didn't see Julian anywhere. Her heart skipped a beat, though she kept her expression composed. Leaning forward a little, she called out, "Ma'am?" Anna didn't respond at first, too lost in thought. It wasn't until Megan spoke again that she blinked and slowly came back to herself. She gave a small, apologetic smile. "Sorry, Megan, I was zoning out just now. What did you say?" "Have you seen Mr. Blake? He hasn't taken his medicine yet," Megan said, still holding a cup of some dark, bitter-smelling concoction. The faint smell of herbal medicine finally reached Anna's nose, and it made her frown. "He's still on that stuff? I thought he didn't need it anymore." That medicine was awful. Every time he had to take it in the past, he only managed because she helped him, literally fed it to him mouth to mouth. Even for someone like her who didn't mind herbal stuff, that was a bit much. Now, just catching a whiff of the scent gave her goosebumps. He didn't need it before, but his condition came back. Maybe it's the season change, Megan sighed. Honestly, he never really recovered in full and kept working nonstop. No wonder it flared up again. Hearing that, Anna was stunned for a moment. So, he said he was busy with work yesterday, but maybe the truth was that he came home early because he wasn't feeling well. Thinking back, he really did look a bit pale when he stepped in, but at the time, she was too wrapped up in her emotions to pay close attention. He wasn't even feeling well, and she went off questioning him like that. "Anna, what the hell were you thinking?" Usually, she was the kind of person who'd come up with all sorts of excuses to justify her wrongs. But now, she knew there was no talking her way out of this one. The more she thought about it, the more ashamed she felt. Whatever reasons Julian had for marrying her, one thing was clear: he never treated her badly, not once. He gave her whatever she wanted, fed her good food, and spoiled her rotten. Heck, she even grew a double chin from being so well taken care of. Julian had shown her so much kindness, and yet just because Ethan whispered a few baseless things in her ear, she actually hesitated? How dumb could she be? There's no way Julian had anything to do with her family going under. No freaking way. Nope. She was sure of it now. Once that clicked in her head, it was like all the heaviness lifted. Her back didn't hurt, her legs weren't sore. She felt as charged up as if she could run a whole marathon. So what now? Only one thing to do: apologize. She finally saw things clearly, but it really sucked that Julian had pretty much vanished on her. Okay, not vanished. He was still around, just purposefully staying out of her way. She waited and waited for days, but that man was like a ninja. No matter what she did, she just couldn't catch him. So in the end, she finally got it. Julian was giving her the silent treatment. Usually they were like glue, stuck together 24/7. Or more accurately, Julian followed Anna around like her shadow. Now that they were suddenly keeping their distance, people were quick to notice something was off. "Anna, did you and Julian have a fight or something?" Lucy asked while lying in her hospital bed, nibbling on the apple Anna had peeled down to the core. She'd been holding it in, but couldn't resist asking. Anna was just about to shake her head and deny it when Lucy jumped in again. "Quit acting all bratty. Just because Julian's got a good temper doesn't mean you can keep walking all over him." Her? Bully Julian? Anna nearly choked on her own spit. That big bad wolf, he's been keeping her completely under his thumb this whole time, but in front of Lucy he pulled the perfect husband act. Calm, charming, and way too put together. Every mom's dream son-in-law. The personality switch was whiplash-inducing. If they didn't look alike, you'd swear it wasn't the same person. Anna knew there was no point trying to explain. Lucy would never buy it. Instead, She just acted cute, clinging to her mom's arm. Mom, look into my honest, innocent eyes. Your daughter here honestly doesn't have the guts or the power to mess with Julian. Lucy glanced at her and scoffed. All I see is a glob of eye gunk. Did you not wash your face again? She must have been part of some buy one get one deal when she was born. Anna, don't get too caught up in your own head. Couples argue, it's normal. A few bumps along the road are part of the package. Lucy let out a sigh, the warm glow of the sunset casting a soft light over her face, making her look even more kind and gentle. Anna felt a rough, warm hand gently pat her back, a familiar rhythm that reminded her of countless childhood moments. Her tense emotions slowly began to settle. She leaned her face against Lucy's leg, gently rubbing her cheek into it. Her long hair spilled down like silk. Still just a kid. Lucy smiled, eyes crinkling, and ran her fingers through Anna's hair. Julian's a sensible guy, always patient. I'm guessing you were the one who took things too far again. Be good. Listen to your mom. Go and talk to him. Apologize. Clear the air. Don't let a moment of pride make you lose someone you care about. You'll regret it. Anna nodded, but inside, a whole herd of emotional llamas was charging through her brain. Mom, it's not that I haven't tried. The guy's practically in hiding, dodging me like tax season. How am I supposed to even find him? All right then, go apologize. Before Anna could react, Lucy gave her a light slap and nudged her up. Mom, did she have to move that fast? Lucy gave her daughter a knowing smile. I know how you operate. If I let you put it off, you'll forget within 5 minutes. Better do it now before you lose your nerve. If you don't bring Julian with you next time you come see me, don't bother walking through that door. Kicked out of the hospital room with no room for protest, Anna stood alone in the hallway, staring up at the ceiling like she was searching for answers in the plaster. Seriously, what the hell? Julian must have brainwashed her mom or something. If she was going to apologize, she had to do it properly. Anna couldn't shake off the look of disappointment in Julian's eyes that day. After these few days of cold silence between them, it was clear getting him to forgive her wasn't going to be easy. Cooking a heartfelt meal? Anna actually considered that, but every time she even got near the kitchen, Megan would act like she was about to set the house on fire, which totally killed the idea. No cooking, so maybe write a letter to say sorry? That seemed doable. Once she decided, Anna snapped into action, writing page after page with tears threatening to spill. She even thought it was kind of touching. Just to be safe, she dragged Sandra over to check it out. Anna, you really wrote this? Anna was sipping her milk, ready to bask in Sandra's admiration, only to see her wearing this weird look. Yeah, why? Not good? Sandra twitched her lips, clearly unimpressed. You and Julian had a fight, and you wrote this kiddie apology letter? If he forgives you after reading this, I'll eat my shoe. Then her eyes lit up as if she had a thought, and she motioned for Anna to come closer, whispering, Seriously though, what did you even do to piss him off so bad he's been giving you the silent treatment for days? Sandra wasn't close to Julian, but she'd seen him a few times. From the way he looked at her friend back then, she knew something was different. Knowing Anna's personality, bullheaded with a capital B, Sandra figured waiting for Anna to apologize on her own was as likely as the sun rising in the west. Yet here she was, genuinely penning an apology note. This situation had to be way more complicated than she thought. Anna froze at the question, stumbling over her words but offering no clear answer. Seeing her panic, Sandra smiled knowingly, gave Anna a pitying pat on the shoulder and said, Let me guess, you couldn't resist some cute guy and now Julian thinks you cheated? Happens. No judgment. Like hell it does. Anna had half hoped Sandra could offer some solid advice. Now she just felt hopeless. Ugh, might as well go back and work on her letter by herself. She gave Sandra a tired smile. I've got some stuff to do. You chill here. Let's split the bill for the milk. Cool? Are you serious right now? You dragged me out here, and now you're nickel and diming me over a $2 drink? You're ridiculous. Despite her grumbling, Sandra seemed to realize she might have gone too far, cleared her throat, and got a bit more serious. No matter why you two argued, it's smart of you to come to me. Trust me, follow my lead, and I guarantee you guys will be back to lovey-dovey in no time. Anna seriously doubted that. This teammate of hers already felt like more of a liability than a help. "What's your plan?" "I've got plenty." Sandra crossed her legs and gave Anna a once-over. "Girl, you're so clueless. If you have a fallout with your guy, the last thing you do is write him a boring apology. Use your charm. Your letter's useless." Then Sandra launched into a full-blown speech that lasted over an hour. Anna listened, jaw basically on the floor, wondering where she'd been all these years to have missed out on this entire tactic. Wait, people actually do that? So, what exactly do I need to do to get Julian to forgive me? Anna's brain was a total mess. She looked at Sandra with wide, questioning eyes when the latter suddenly paused. Sandra almost lost it, sighing in frustration and smacking Anna lightly on the arm before rolling her eyes and saying, "Just stay here and don't wander around, okay?" She disappeared for barely 10 minutes and came back holding something tightly wrapped in a craft paper bag. Without giving Anna any time to react, Sandra stuffed it into her arms, lowering her voice mysteriously. "Open it when you're home. You'll figure it out." Sandra didn't hang around after that. Clearly eager to cozy up with her boyfriend, she tossed the mysterious bundle into Anna's arms, grabbed her purse, and left. Anna couldn't stop wondering what the heck she was holding. She gave it a little shake. It was super light, almost like it was empty. Was this really going to get Julian to forgive her? Seriously? She was dying to rip it open, right then and there, but Sandra's repeated warning echoed in her mind, and she barely managed to hold back. Once she got back to the Blake family villa, she, out of habit, asked Megan if Julian had returned. Even though she'd already braced herself for the answer, hearing he still wasn't back made her heart sink a little. This whole apology thing was getting kind of urgent now. Anna knew she couldn't keep dragging it out. Luckily, after talking it over with Sandra, she had a game plan. Bubbling with anticipation, she rushed into her room and tore open the package in a few quick moves, eyes wide, ready to study this so-called magic item that could win Julian over. And then she froze. Inside the craft paper bag were 2 pieces of black lace. One piece was a bit larger, tied together with a long string resembling butterfly-shaped lace patches. The other piece was ridiculously tiny, just a few slightly wider ribbons. Anna. What on earth? Her earlier hopeful mood instantly collapsed. She was ticked and just about to call Sandra to ask what kind of joke this was, but then her eyes caught on those lace pieces again. The more she stared, the more familiar they seemed. Curiosity got the better of her and she took another closer look. When it hit her where she'd seen them before, her whole face lit up like a tomato. Embarrassed, sure, but there was a flicker of anticipation. Yeah, now she got the point of this so-called apology. It was seduction, plain and simple. All set, just missing the main character. That night, Anna didn't disappear into her room right after dinner. Instead, she turned to Megan, who was clearing up nearby. "Megan, have you eaten yet?" The butler wasn't sure where this was going, but straightened slightly and replied politely, "Thanks for asking, ma'am. I've already eaten." "I see." Anna had planned to soften him up first, but Megan seemed totally immune to flirting or small talk, leaving her a little awkward. But if Anna had any strong suit, it was her thick skin. After 1 second of cringing inside, she bounced right back into action. With a practiced smile, she said, carefully wording her question, "Julian's been gone for days now. Maybe you should give him a call to check in? See if everything's okay? It's really not normal for him to stay away this long. Even Snowy misses him." The husky that had been laying nearby perked up at the mention of its name and barked happily, totally stepping into character. Megan looked down at the girl in front of him, visibly speechless. "If you want to ask, just ask. What's with dragging the dog into it?" That excuse was so lame it could hardly stand. Even though she wanted to call her out, Megan had seen enough in life to keep her cool. Faced with Anna's lousy excuse, she just smiled a little. "Yeah, it's probably smart to check in. Thanks for the heads up," she said casually, pulling out her phone and dialing Julian. Anna, thinking she'd quietly eavesdrop to gather some intel, didn't see it coming. Megan dialed and without a word shoved the phone into her hand. "Anna. Wait, what's happening?" The phone felt like it was burning up in her hand. She clutched it like it was some kind of hot coal, on the verge of chucking it. No wonder Megan agreed so fast. Clearly she had a backup plan all along. Before she could decide whether to hang up or throw it, the call connected. "Hello, Miss Moore." His voice was a bit husky, not quite the smooth tone she remembered, but still unmistakably his. After almost a week, Anna was hearing Julian's voice again, and somehow it felt completely different this time. If someone asked her how, she couldn't even explain, but her heart was racing, chest tight. She braced herself, pressing the phone to her ear. He was so close, she could hear his faint breathing over the receiver. She knew she had to say something, but her throat clammed up. "Miss Moore? You still there?" Julian's low, slightly impatient tone came through after a pause. Anna could just imagine his brow slightly furrowed. Well, whatever. She might as well face the music. No avoiding it now. "You, Anna?" They both spoke at once, and her voice broke off, eyes wide in shock. He knew it was her? "Why aren't you saying anything?" His tone stayed flat, unrateable. All the courage she'd built up instantly popped like a balloon. She bit her lip and in a panic blurted out nonsense. Sorry to bother, sir. Would you like any special services? If you do, please press 2. She had no idea what she was even saying anymore. It all tumbled out before she caught herself. Peeking over, she saw Megan stiffening, face contorting like watching a bad play. Flashing a sheepish grin, Anna quickly passed the phone back. "Heh, well, you know." And then she bolted, fled the scene faster than a scared rabbit. Megan was left standing alone in the living room, dumbfounded and inwardly screaming. Still, Anna comforted herself later. Who cares? The call might have been a disaster, but she got the most important part, Julian's return date. The days crawled, but eventually the night came. She scrubbed herself squeaky clean, cheeks flushed, then slipped into that spicy lingerie she'd stashed for ages. Finally, she squeezed herself into the big gift box she'd prepped just for this. In her dreamy plan, Julian would come in, see the mysterious present, approach curiously, then bam, she'd burst out and surprise him. She didn't believe for a second he could resist her making the first move. After all, a little adult fun solves everything, and if once doesn't cut it, they could always go for round 2. Of course, something that shameless couldn't have come out of Anna's mouth, but the more she thought about it, the more it kind of made sense. Thing is, dreams are always beautiful, but reality? Brutally honest. First punch in the face? The damn box gave her a hard time right off the bat. Even though she'd prepped in advance, it ended up being a bit too small. She had to seriously shove herself in, and even then, she was all kinds of squashed inside. Definitely not what you'd call comfy. But for Julian's forgiveness, grit your teeth and suffer through it. It was really fall now, chilly air biting at her skin. With the thin layer she had on, Anna couldn't stop shivering after a short while inside the cold, empty box. If not me, then who? She thought bitterly, sniffling through her freezing nose, trying to find solace in some ancient general's tough-for-the-country story. Could be worse, she convinced herself. Just hoped Julian wouldn't completely freak seeing her all snot-nosed and pathetic. The ticking of the clock in the room echoed in the silence. With no clue how much time had gone by and wrapped in total darkness, Anna forced herself to stay awake. She ended up dozing off at some point. When she finally painfully wriggled out of the gift box, sore all over, daylight. Meanwhile, over at Night Charm, a tall man walked into a private elevator, trailed by silent bodyguards dressed in black. His long fingers calmly pressed the button for the 22nd floor. Level 22 was Night Charm's best-kept secret, never open to the public. Hardly anyone knew what it was really for. There was this once rich kid who heard about it and got cocky, thought he'd just break in. Spoiler alert, never came back out. And the craziest part? His supposedly powerful family crumbled completely within 2 weeks. A top-tier family gone like smoke, leaving people shaken and even more wary of what kind of backing Night Charm had. Some said it was a headquarters for punishing traitors in the underworld. Others guessed it hid state secrets. There were even wild rumors about treasures that could feed an entire county for years if just one piece were sold. Whatever the truth, it only made the mystery deeper. "All set?" the man asked without turning, watching the elevator numbers climb. "Mr. Blake," Tom answered, glasses slipping slightly as he flipped through a folder. "I've already informed Ms. Moore that you won't be returning tonight. They won't be waiting." Julian gave a slight nod. Tom opened his mouth to add something else, but just then the elevator dinged. 22nd floor. To the untrained eye, the floor didn't look that different from the rest. Just a little fancier, more expensive materials, that sort of thing. Julian stepped out without hesitation. A guy waiting nearby immediately perked up when he saw him. "Boss! Man, finally! We've all been waiting forever. What happened?" Julian asked casually, heading toward the private room. The guy who greeted him scratched his head, dodging the real answer with a nervous laugh. Julian had a feeling something wasn't right. Sure enough, the moment he pushed open the door and saw a whole crowd inside, he felt his temples throb. The room was packed with old-time buddies, guys he'd known forever. Each one had some loud, this heavily made-up girl hanging off him, laughing and flirting. Emergency? Yeah, right. This is your so-called emergency? Julian still had a faint smile on his face, but his tone, it was ice cold, like every word came straight out of a freezer. The AC was clearly on full blast, yet somehow the room felt even colder. Everyone in the room shivered and nervously turned their eyes to a guy in streetwear. "Eric, your move." Following their gazes, Julian raised an eyebrow and lazily dropped onto the leather sofa like he had all the time in the world. Eric Thompson, all skinny limbs and sharp features, looked clever as hell. His story was a bit of a plot twist, too. Came from a hardcore military family, but the man did a 180, refused to go to military school, and got into Harvard Business School instead. That choice nearly gave his old man a heart attack. The dude was this close to being kicked out of the house. But Eric, stubborn as a mule, never looked back. He survived abroad thanks only to Julian's help and support. Somehow he made it through. Always had wild yet genius ideas, and soon enough his name made waves in the business world. His father eventually changed his mind about him. When a guy like him returned home, business tycoons scrambled to court him. But Eric? Nah, he didn't bat an eye. Didn't start his own company either. Just stuck with Julian, thick or thin, like a loyal dog that refused to be driven away. Eventually, Julian caved and handed over his struggling club night charm. Eric used all his fancy business theories from the West and managed to turn that small club into a high-end hotspot. But now, with Julian's eyes locked on him, Eric had none of that so-called business genius vibe. He hunched over, glaring daggers at the traitorous friends who ratted him out while grinning like idiots. Realizing he was cornered, he finally pushed off the girl wrapped around him and stood up. "Boss, it's just the guys missing you. Been a while since we all hung out. We thought a little get-together might help." Julian's face darkened. His eyes went razor sharp, the kind that made you feel stripped bare just being looked at. "You really think I'm buying that?" Sensing things were going south fast, the others jumped in to back Eric up. "Come on, boss. Don't be mad. We weren't trying to trick you." "Yeah, it was all of us. If anyone's to blame, it's the group, well, not just him." At least they knew how to stick together. Eric felt slightly better hearing that. He nodded at the girl beside him, who took the hint and walked out. Moments later, she returned with 5 or 6 other women, all perfectly polished and drop-dead gorgeous. When Julian's eyes shifted back to him, Eric gulped, bracing himself. "Boss, this is all from us with good intentions. You've been burying yourself in work, barely gone home lately. We figured you probably had a fight with Anna, so we took the liberty of finding a few decent gals. Look, man, guys should enjoy life a bit. Spoiling women too much backfires. Treat them too nice, and they stop valuing you. You've always gone all in for Anna, but maybe it's time she realizes you're not going to revolve around her forever. She needs to see you've got options." Eric had met Anna before, at one of their past parties shortly after Julian married her. Julian looked at her like she was the center of his world. Back then, it was sweet. But lately, Julian's been off. Skipping meals, always holed up in the office, visibly worn down. After digging around, Eric finally figured it out. The guy was nursing a serious heartbreak. Worried that Julian might end up burning himself out if he kept going like this, Eric and the guys cooked up this whole plan. Come on, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Why obsess over just one? Their boss just didn't have much experience in this area. Get him around some other girls, and he'd come around eventually. Julian didn't say a word. His hands rested on his thighs, fingers tapping lightly, lost in thought. Well, no objections usually meant agreement, right? Eric lit up at his silence and gave a nudge and a wink to the 5 girls who just came in. One of them quietly made her way over and slid into the seat next to Julian. She leaned on his shoulder, soft and delicate. "Mr. Blake," she cooed, her voice soft and airy with a hint of girlish innocence. The guys in the room, even though they'd become big shots in their own fields, still had that mischievous, roguish streak. The way the girl called out made all of them perk up instantly, like someone lit a fire. The one closest to Eric elbowed him and muttered, eyes glued to the girl, "Damn, you've been holding out on us? Where have you been hiding this kind of quality?" "Screw off. That's for the boss. Took me forever to find someone like her, so don't even think about it," Eric shot back, kicking his buddy in the leg. The other guy just chuckled, totally unbothered. "Gotta admit, you pulled it off. The boss didn't push her away. But yeah, man, she's super young. Wait a sec, why does she look kind of familiar?" That comment made the rest of the group pause. They finally sensed something was off. All 5 girls had sweet, delicate looks, just a little bit like Anna. But the one leaning against Julian, she was practically her double. Julian was quietly studying the girl beside him, a haze lingering in his gaze. She had large, almond-shaped eyes, clear like they saw right through you. Her curved brows resembled little crescent moons. Sitting quietly next to him, her face had this obvious adoration and reliance. "Mr. Blake, why are you staring at me like that? You're gonna make me blush," the girl giggled, biting her lip with playful shyness. That sweet, bashful look wasn't the kind of thing you normally saw in a place like this. The guys around them got even more riled up, practically itching to snatch her up. Julian had been looking a bit dazed, but her words brought him back to reality. Yeah, the girl really did look like Anna, freakishly similar even, but looking like her didn't make her her. Anna wouldn't get shy under his gaze. Even if she did, she'd still throw back some sass. She never wore perfume, hated the fuss, always carried a fresh, clean scent from her body wash. Now his head was full of her, every version of her, angry, laughing, being all unpredictable and tricky. Turns out, somewhere along the way, she'd become a part of his daily life. He'd originally been trying to give her the cold shoulder, but now he realized he just didn't have it in him. Screw it. He'd been out long enough, it was time to go home. He stood up without sparing another glance at the girl next to him. Seeing Julian get up, Eric panicked and quickly called out, "Boss, seriously? You're already leaving? I searched the whole damn country to find these girls. The least you could do is, like, I don't know, kiss one of them? Ethan's back from Africa. You want to switch places with him?" Julian said casually. Eric shut right up. "Nope, a guy in love? Way too scary. Better to stay out of his way. Yo, does anyone else think that girl in the lobby looks just like your wife? Seriously, Eric, where'd you even find someone that identical to her?" "I swear, I didn't do anything." Eric looked totally baffled. It's not like people with similar faces grow on trees. Finding 5 that matched had already taken him a whole lot of effort just to make the boss happy. Julian, who had just started walking, paused and turned toward the direction of the voice. When they'd set up this private booth, Eric had added a massive screen on a whim, connected directly to the lobby's surveillance. Whenever they got bored, he and the guys would lounge on the couch and people watch, sometimes catching stuff that definitely wasn't PG. There were plenty of people on screen right now, but Julian immediately spotted Anna in a light blue dress right in the middle of the crowd. She was facing off against a chubby guy, and from the look of it, they were arguing. "Holy crap, that's the boss's girl. What's she doing here?" Eric was the first to recognize her and blurted it out. He quickly turned to glance at his boss. Yeah, not looking good. Julian's expression had gone full thunderstorm. They were screwed. Meanwhile, Anna wasn't having the best time either. She had camped out all night, practically hugging that gift box, just waiting for him. But Julian had ghosted her. When she finally ran downstairs, shivering and confused, Megan had been the one to tell her he had something come up. What a joke. Anna didn't buy that something came up. Excuse for a second, she was convinced he was being petty and giving her the cold shoulder on purpose. She had a temper, and since he didn't show, fine, she'd go find him herself. After some serious prying, she finally got Sam to spill where Julian was. And wow, that just piled on the rage. She'd been to Night Charm before. One look and you'd know it wasn't exactly a classy joint. Fueled by frustration, she stormed over, only to realize she hadn't even asked what room Julian was in. While she was circling the place, trying to figure it out, some people locked eyes on her. "Hey, gorgeous, our manager's taken a liking to you. Come on, just have a drink. Everyone knows the rules around here, right? Just name your price. Don't act all innocent when you're obviously outselling yourself." Yeah, right? Who knows how many guys she's already been with, acting all high and mighty like she's special. Two shady-looking guys holding wine glasses were talking trash, eyes practically glued to Anna with disgustingly smug looks. The staff nearby looked uneasy, clearly wanted to help, but Night Charm had strict hands-off rules. As long as nobody threw punches, it was all just chalked up to talking big. Besides, these guys weren't nobodies. They had some background, and while they talked a big game, they knew better than to actually start something. Their boss, the chubby man called manager, knew exactly how far to push. After letting his goons play bad cop, he stepped in. He smacked one of them on the head. "You idiots ever heard of manners? That's not how you talk to a lady." The guy just lowered his head, clearly pissed but not daring to say a word. "Miss, I swear, it's nothing shady. Just a drink. Let's have a chat. Maybe be friends. No need to be so harsh, right?" The guy smiled, but even an idiot could hear the not-so-subtle threat hiding behind his polite tone. Anna's face was ice-cold as her eyes locked on the already open bottle of red wine on the table. Suspicion flashed across her expression. She wasn't buying it for a second. The chubby man didn't miss Anna's gaze. He slapped his thigh, poured himself a glass, and chuckled. "Well, since I'm making friends, gotta show some sincerity. I'll down this one first." He really drank it down in one go, not leaving a single drop. Anna had been worried he might have slipped something into the drink, but seeing that, she felt at least half relieved. She figured it out now. If she didn't finish this glass, there was no way she'd get to walk out of here today. She bit her lip, then suddenly flashed a smile and clapped her hands. "Mr. Smith, you're bold. I gotta give you that. Since we're playing like that, I won't fuss either. Just that I've got something urgent. Can I leave right after this?" "Of course. No problem." Hearing her agree, the chubby man nodded eagerly. Anna grabbed the glass and brought it to her lips. The wine was sweet, not too tough to take. After a few sips, she'd already drunk over half. The chubby guy was practically drooling, eyes glued to her face, her tilted neck. Her skin was glowing, smooth like a peeled egg under the light, absolutely stunning. Of course, he didn't drug the wine. Pulling that stunt at Night Charm was risky, and he wasn't that dumb. The wine just had a higher alcohol content than usual. Most girls couldn't hold their liquor. One glass and they'd be spinning, and once she was dizzy, he'd just lift her by the waist and lead her to a room. Who could stop him then? Freezing. Damn it, it was freezing. Normally, the cocky bunch following Julian around were silent now, all trailing him carefully like scolded kids, barely daring to breathe. They were all fuming. Anna got messed with right here in their turf? What kind of slap to the face was that? Everyone was ready, itching to storm in and teach that fat bastard a lesson. But once they actually reached the lobby and took in the scene, everyone froze. Wasn't this supposed to be Anna getting harassed and in tears? What the hell were they looking at? "You really thought you could mess with me? Got guts, huh?" Anna's face wore a sunny smile, but her hands didn't hold back at all. One hand yanked the man's tie, the other smacked his face over and over with the heel of her shoe. She wasn't holding back. Each hit landed hard and loud, echoing painfully. "Should have stayed home with your wife, this age and still playing the creep." She swung again, words getting more heated. "People like you are just wasting food and air, and today you picked me to mess with? Sucks to be you." The nearby servers had already blocked the two cronies from jumping in, and were now watching Anna with starry eyes full of awe. Anna, surrounded by onlookers, actually felt fired up, like an old-school swordswoman from those martial arts flicks she watched as a kid. Inspired, she hit even harder. The chubby man wasn't much taller than her, and years of bad habits had left him weak. He really couldn't shake her off. He didn't get it at all. Wasn't this girl all soft and delicate before? How'd she turn into a total boss lady after just one glass? Anna. Who's calling me? Anna was mid-beatdown when she heard someone call her name. Instinctively, she turned her head, and the moment she saw who it was, the heel in her hand slipped right out of her grip. This was the first time she'd seen Julian since that messy fallout last time. The man's suit was sharp, lips tight, eyes cold like he was sizing her up with pure danger written all over them. Definitely not here to play nice. Anna was already tipsy, and the way everyone else was watching didn't help. Her temper flared fast. He seriously had the nerve to give her attitude when he was the one showing up at a place like this. Without thinking, she shoved away the chubby guy she'd been clinging to, pointed straight at Julian, and let him have it. "What are you staring at?" "Yeah, I'm talking to you. Men are all the same. Can't count on a single one. I bust my butt at home raising our kid, and you've got time to sneak off to trashy places like this." To drive her point home, she even pulled a totally made-up kid out of thin air just to hit harder. Seeing Julian's face getting darker by the second, Anna lit up. Girl was on a roll. She covered her face with one hand, playing up the drama like it was her Oscar moment. "I had 3 abortions before I was even 18, all for you. Dropped out of school working 24/7 so you could start your stupid company. Now you made some money and what? You ghost the family? Don't even pick up calls? Our baby doesn't even recognize you. Just the other day, the poor thing grabbed the neighbor and called him daddy." The guys trailing behind Julian were stunned, jaws half dropped, watching Anna like she was some legend. They'd known their boss forever, and not once had they seen someone dare scream in his face like that. Yep, Julian's wife's got guts. Julian's whole vibe started chilling fast. His patience was visibly snapping as he watched Anna ramble on. His temples throbbed. This girl is unbelievable. He wasn't in the mood to argue. Without a word, he was already striding toward her. Anna tried to bolt. She saw it coming. But how was she supposed to outrun a guy built like a runway model? All legs? In a couple long steps, Julian grabbed her and yanked her straight into his arms like it was child's play, hauling her up one-handed like some annoyed parent grabbing a misbehaving toddler. Right now, Anna was just dangling there awkwardly between air and tile floor, swinging like a decorative keychain, right in front of a whole audience. How humiliating was that? She wasn't having it. Lashing out, flailing her limbs in full-blown chaos mode, she kicked, yanked, whatever it took, still yelling, "You nasty creep. Can't take it 'cause I told the truth, huh? You used to call me your sweet baby every day. This isn't how sweethearts treat each other. Tell me the truth. Are you messing around with some other tramp outside?" Something felt off, but in this kind of situation, there wasn't time to overthink. Julian, the smug wolf he was, totally ignored her ranting. Even as she kept throwing a fit, he was already dragging her toward the elevator like he was moving furniture. Anna caught on quick. Once they left the main area and got into a private room, things were going to go bad. Real bad. This was a matter of life and death. She stopped her smear campaign on Julian mid-sentence and switched tactics fast, full-on scream mode to the crowd. "Help! Domestic abuse alert! Someone call the cops, please!" Julian didn't even flinch. Calm as ever, he hit the elevator button and watched her acting up like someone casually watching a rerun of their favorite sitcom. Anna still held on to hope. With this many people in the room, and her being a poor, helpless girl, surely someone would jump out to play hero. Nope. Reality really knew how to slap hard. This whole night charm place practically belongs to Julian, who would dare step in and meddle. What really ticked Anna off wasn't that no one helped. It's that they were actually enjoying the show. Right before the elevator door closed, Anna clearly saw that lineup of well-dressed guys waving at her with smug grins and saying in unison, "Congrats, boss lady. Wishing you a lifetime of happiness and lots of babies." Yeah, she made a mental note. Every single one of them. Payback's coming. Once the elevator shut completely, the crew outside finally let out a breath of relief. Man, the boss just now looked terrifying, like he's been holding it in way too long. Another one laughed and shoved his friend lightly. "You better watch your mouth before the boss hears that and knocks the crap out of you." Someone with a bit of conscience walked over to Eric, looking kind of worried. "Eric, the boss isn't seriously going to beat her up, right?" Eric gave a shrug. Before a smile could creep onto the guy's face, he added, "Probably not dead, but some bruises? Definitely. She's on her own now." Honestly, Eric wasn't all that worried about Anna. From the look on Julian's face back then, it was clear nothing serious would happen. But what he did feel bad for were those 5 top-tier girls they'd spent ages finding from all over the country. Guess they were going to be of no use now. "Boss, what should we do with this guy?" A staff member came over and lowered his voice into Eric's ear, glancing toward the scene. The chubby guy Anna had hit looked miserable, face all swollen and bruised, held tight by security. Getting beat up by a woman was humiliating enough for him, and now he was fuming, cursing nonstop. "Get whoever runs this damn place out here. If you don't hand over that little tramp, I'm not leaving." Eric frowned before giving him a cold side-eye. "Handle it however needs handling. Dump him in the basement. This Smith guy clearly had a death wish, messing with someone he shouldn't have touched. He wouldn't die, sure, but his dignity? Gone for life." The staff nodded and walked over to talk to the fat man politely. He followed, grumbling and raging the whole way. "You're damn lucky. This doesn't end with just money. I'm gonna make your managers bow and beg me." His voice slowly faded, along with him and the pitying, mocking looks trailing behind him. A pathetic guy like that? Yeah, he brought it on himself. Anna had no idea what went down back in the lobby. She was too busy flailing and cussing all the way until she was dragged into a room and realized things were starting to look pretty bad. The room was huge, all black and white decor, clean, minimal, a bit cold. She had zero interest in the interior design. All her attention was locked on the man who had just manhandled her in. Julian still hadn't said a word. Once they were inside, he finally let her go. Anna, now free, bolted like a startled rabbit and backed herself into a corner, eyes wide as she stared him down with full-on alarm. "Don't try anything stupid, all right? Domestic violence is illegal, you know?" Julian let out a low scoff, shut the door with a click, then casually pulled off his tie and started walking slowly toward her. Anna instantly broke into a cold sweat, her instincts screaming for her to run, but there was nowhere to go. Just great. She'd thought she was clever hiding in a corner like that, only to trap herself instead. Just when Anna was drowning in frustration, the man was already standing right in front of her. Julian was tall to begin with, and now he was practically casting his whole shadow over her. Anna swallowed hard, instantly chickening out. She forced a smile, trying to ease the tension. "Hey, don't just stand there like that. Want to sit down? My neck's killing me from looking up." Julian knew this girl was full of tricks. If he played along, he'd definitely fall for it. He reached out, grabbed her chin firmly, and asked in a low voice, "Why are you here?" She had the nerve to show up in a place like this. Did she not realize how dangerous it was? Just the thought of what could have happened made Julian's chest tighten with fury. His grip unknowingly intensified. Anna winced at the pain but clenched her teeth, refusing to make a sound. "What right do you have to call me out? Didn't you come here too?" She shot back. "You said you were here on business. What kind of job leads you to a place like this now, huh?" The more she spoke, the more wronged she felt, and she didn't even realize just how jealous she sounded. She pouted and muttered under her breath, "I waited for you all night, and you were here messing around with some chick." Waited all night? Julian's anger, as quick as it surged, faded just as fast. He was never really good at dealing with her. The only reason he lashed out was because the situation had genuinely scared the hell out of him. But now, hearing that she'd waited for him, his heart softened instantly. He let go of her chin and awkwardly patted her on the head. "Stop overthinking. I've been super busy lately. Coming here tonight wasn't planned." "Oh, right. Some coincidence." "Pretty convenient excuse. Admit it, you were just avoiding me." "I wasn't ignoring you. I came here and you showed up right after." It's all Eric's doing, stirring things up. At first, Anna hadn't picked up on anything strange, but now she caught the subtle change in his tone. She stared at Julian with wide doe eyes, trying to read him. Wait a sec. Was he explaining himself? Did that mean he wasn't mad at her anymore? She'd braced herself for the cold shoulder while planning to formally apologize. But now that she saw him, all he did was scold her for being here alone, nothing else. Not a single word about their other problems. and the vibe between them wasn't tense anymore either. In fact, it felt surprisingly chill, like their little Cold War had never even happened. Anna finally relaxed. Flashing a cheeky smile, she lifted her foot and playfully patted Julian's shoulder. "Don't beat yourself up. I believe you didn't do anything shady, and even if you did, I already roasted you back there in the main hall. So, fair trade, Julian." Before he could even respond, Anna grinned and crooked her finger at him like she had a secret to share. "Hey, come closer, hot stuff." Julian, still confused, leaned in anyway. The moment he did, Anna gave him the once-over, then suddenly smacked a loud kiss on his cheek. Julian blinked, eyes flashing. "Anna, shh." She tilted her head, pressed a finger to her lips, and whispered, "Don't talk, just listen." The girl's fingers were slender, nails tinted a soft pink like cherry blossoms just starting to bloom in spring. Her almond-shaped eyes shimmered as if gentle ripples were spreading through them. Julian's eyes flickered slightly, and his Adam's apple bobbed with a quiet swallow. That diamond-shaped mouth of hers kept opening and closing, looking like she was silently trying to get his attention. "Hey, hottie, I actually came here to say sorry. I messed up that night, okay? If you don't forgive me, I'm gonna yank all the fur off Snowy." Julian could clearly smell the faint scent of red wine on her breath now. It didn't take a genius to realize she'd had a little too much to drink. Swallowing a strange sense of disappointment, he chuckled. "I'm not forgiving you. And what's Snowy ever done to you? Why drag him into this?" Anna was definitely tipsy, but she still tried to think seriously about his words. She gave a slow, dramatic nod. "You're right. Snowy doesn't deserve that," she muttered before suggesting, "How about this? If you still don't forgive me, I'll just pull out your leg hair instead. That way it's fair and square." Julian gave a resigned smile. "Anna, you're drunk. Let's get you to wash your face." Yeah, there was no way he could forget what happened that other night when she got wasted. Probably a permanent mental image now. Anna swatted his hand away and sniffled. "I'm not drunk, seriously. I'm sharp as a tack. You big weirdo, you'd better forgive me. I was in the wrong back then." Julian had no choice but to go along with the drunk version of her. He pulled her into his arms gently and said softly, "Okay, I forgive you. Just don't go believing every rumor you hear, all right? I mean, I'm not that dumb. Ethan's such a two-faced jerk. He's the one who set everything up when my family went bankrupt. It was never your fault." Julian didn't say a word. He just held her tighter, staying quiet, but that didn't stop Anna from running her mouth. She leaned in to kiss him twice on the lips, then rubbed her nose against him like a puppy, smiling as she teased. "You stubborn guy, seriously, your ego is the size of a planet. I was just joking back then, and you ghosted me like that, left me stressing out for days." Julian frowned. "Watch your mouth." Anna narrowed her eyes and let out a hiccup, slapping her thigh. "I didn't even say anything bad. My manners are, like, top tier, okay? Anna, She leaned against him again, giggling like a fool. Julian asked casually, "How did you know to come to Night Charm?" His whereabouts were usually well-kept secrets. No way someone from his family would tell Anna he was here. So who spilled? Anna clearly didn't pick up on his suspicion. She just grinned all smug. "Ha! You thought I couldn't find you, huh? I had Sam's number." "Sam?" Julian's eyes curved with an amused smirk. Looks like his next trip to Africa just found a new candidate. "How did Sam end up telling you, though? He's usually tight-lipped." "He told me not to tell you it was him." She grinned and covered her mouth, blurting loudly, "So I'm definitely not about to admit I traded Sophia's contact info for yours." Somewhere, holding a fake email address, Sam probably just got hit with a random chill. Julian had pretty much pieced it all together. No need to ask further. He lugged Anna toward the bathroom. Shower time. With his neat freak tendencies, he seriously couldn't handle the smell of alcohol on someone. If she weren't Anna, he would have tossed the person onto the sofa ages ago. Shower? Anna suddenly remembered something when he mentioned that. She brushed Julian's hand away and whispered mysteriously, "Oh, right! I've got an apology gift for you." Julian glanced at her, a bit confused. She wasn't carrying a bag or anything. What kind of gift could she be talking about? He figured she was just muttering nonsense half asleep, so he was about to coax her toward the bathroom. But then she grabbed his hand and pulled him toward the bed. Stay here and don't blink, okay? Her voice was soft and sweet, but the look in her eyes was dead serious. Julian sighed and chuckled, but the smile froze on his face in a flash. Anna held his gaze, then calmly slipped off her blue dress. Under the crystal light, her skin looked like snow kissed by sunlight, so fair and smooth it almost hurt the eyes. The black lace lingerie covered just enough, balancing modesty with seduction. White and black, two extremes colliding in the most breathtaking way. Julian's famously unshakable self-control snapped in an instant. He clenched his fists tightly, trying to control the burning in his throat. "Anna, don't mess around." His voice came out rough, almost pleading. But Anna still felt the room was a little too cold. She shivered and then dove into his arms like a slippery little fish. Clutching his shirt, she frowned and mumbled like a child, "I'm not messing around. Did you forget to turn on the AC? It's freezing in here." Julian hesitated for a second, but eventually wrapped his arms around her a bit tighter. His fingers brushed against her bare skin, and it was smooth and warm to the touch. If this had been before, he'd have dropped this teasing little minx right onto the bed without a second thought. But then he remembered how last time she flirted her heart out, only to end up puking her guts out and passing out like a baby. Yeah, better not. "Come on, let's shower." No, that really caught her off guard. This wasn't going at all how she'd imagined. Her brows furrowed as she glanced down at her outfit. Legs, curves, all in the right places. Heck, even she had been stunned by her own reflection. Wait, could it be that he's not up for it anymore? Half drunk, Anna didn't bother filtering her thoughts. What came to mind came out of her mouth. And just like that, boom, she stepped on the ultimate landmine. Nothing ticks a man off more than being told he's not capable. Julian didn't hesitate anymore. Forget the puking. He just scooped her up and tossed her onto the bed. "Want to find out? Let's test it." Anna's head bounced a bit, stars dancing in her eyes, but she didn't care. Instead, she scrambled back up and gave a cheeky grin, eyes sparkling with mischief. "Too many buttons. Let me help." Seeing her crouched in front of him, fumbling clumsily with his shirt, Julian finally realized something was up. She was being way too proactive tonight. It didn't feel like her at all, but whatever suspicion he had, he just played along, savoring the moment. His eyes lit up as he flipped her beneath him, his hot breath falling against the pale skin of her neck. Just the two of them in the room. One guy, one girl. And Anna? Oh, she was definitely the flame, about to ignite any second. Wait a sec. Anna pushed gently at the man on top of her, just as things were getting heated. Not the best timing, clearly. Julian's face darkened, eyes full of cold intensity, staring straight at her like if she didn't spit out a good reason, he'd absolutely make her regret interrupting him. Anna was a little scared, but she still wrapped her arms around his waist, leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Hey, does this mean you're forgiving me?" She was calculating in her head. She'd already sacrificed her pride, using her sexiness as her last card. If Julian went all the way and still threw a "I haven't forgiven you" at her, she'd really have no place to cry. No way she was doing a losing deal like that. So yeah, this eager version of her tonight, totally because she wanted a clean slate with him. Julian looked at her silently, then lowered his head and kissed her eyelid. Feeling his response, Anna lit up inside. She grinned big, showing her teeth, and tried to sit up. "Hold up, let me get a waiter to buy a voice recorder. This moment needs to be archived." "Ah! Hey, ow, ow, ow!" Before she could finish, her playful words turned into a soft cry. She felt like a pile of building blocks, taken apart, put back together, rinse and repeat. She was so gonna draw a cursed circle and wish Julian kidney damage ASAP. No clue how long passed, but Anna was wiped, couldn't even move her pinky. Her face was flushed, hair damp with sweat, and she looked like a kitten dozing off. Freaking maniac. Julian gently stroked her soft hair, frowning slightly as he murmured, "Call me hubby." "Hubby." "Fine, you win." She chuckled, tucked her face into his chest, and softly said, I think I might really be into you." Her voice got smaller and softer, like it melted into the air, but every word etched itself right into Julian's heart. He paused, lowered his head to look at her, only to find her out like a light, peacefully asleep in his arms. This girl. Time ticked by, and after the room had quieted down to just their breaths, a low voice finally followed. "Me too." In the dark, Anna's lips curled into a quiet smile. Sweet dreams, indeed. So, Anna, spill, what happened that night? Did Mr. Blake see you in that lingerie and just, bam, game over? Lying back on her bedroom sofa with a slice of honeydew in hand, Anna was on a video call with Sandra, and even with her thick skin, her face still turned rosy from Sandra's bold teasing. She glanced around, making extra sure no one else was around, then shot Sandra a glare. Kiddo, go read a book or something. Don't let your brain turn so dirty. Someone's getting flustered. That's gotta be a guilty conscience. Sandra grinned like she'd discovered a rare species, shy Anna, and teased some more. Anna couldn't help but think back to that night, her face practically glowing with the memory. She took a big bite of honeydew, mumbled, "I'll treat you to a generous milk feast, all right? That good enough for you?" "Get out of here." Sandra rolled her eyes dramatically, then leaned in, lowering her voice like she was dropping some hot gossip. "Hey, you have any idea what's up with your cousin lately?" It took a beat for Anna to catch on. Then she remembered Sandra meant Jessica. Anna had been racking her brain lately about how to patch things up with Julian. Honestly, she'd been so caught up in her thoughts she'd nearly forgotten about the guy. So when Sandra suddenly brought him up, it threw her off for a second. Back when they found out Lucy fainted because of Jessica, Anna seriously wanted to wring her neck. But now, with Lucy doing fine and Jessica apparently hitting rock bottom, that rage wasn't quite so intense anymore. Still, hearing bad news about Jessica definitely gave Anna a boost. She curled her lips into a faint smile and looked at Sandra. "Don't be so mysterious. Spill it. What did you find out this time?" They'd known each other since school, so Anna could totally see through Sandra. If she came running with that look on her face, it definitely meant she had some juicy gossip. And of course, Sandra didn't disappoint. "One of my friends who went to middle school with Jessica saw her at the academic office a few days ago. Sounds like she was officially dropping out." "Well, makes sense. After that whole video mess turned her into some kind of campus meme, I'm sure she couldn't stick around much longer." Sandra still had plans with her boyfriend, so after a quick chat, she hung up. When Julian walked through the door, the first thing he noticed was Anna sitting on the couch. She was frowning slightly, staring at her black laptop screen, looking deep in thought. "What's going on?" Julian sat down next to her, giving her cheek a playful squeeze. Anna had this little bit of baby fat on her face, so when he pinched her cheeks, they puffed up adorably. Even though she shot him a warning look, it was more cute than threatening. Julian couldn't resist and did it again, twice. "Anna." She slapped his hand away with her small, chubby fingers and grumbled, "Stop messing with my face. Can't you see I'm thinking?" "Thinking, huh?" Julian raised an eyebrow and scooped her up onto his lap. "Thinking about what to eat for dinner?" Anna's mouth twitched. She was actually having a rare, serious moment, and just like that, it was ruined. Realizing the serious face didn't suit her anyway, she gave up the act and swung her bare feet lightly, turning to Julian. "Remember Jessica? Apparently, she dropped out on her own. There's been a ton of buzz about her on their campus forum." Anna's tone wasn't high energy, and she just kind of rambled through it. Julian didn't interrupt once. He just let her talk, quietly listening. Right now, that's exactly what she needed. "You feel sorry for her?" Only after Anna finished speaking did Julian finally ask. She didn't even pause before shaking her head, her voice tight with annoyance. "Not even a little. She got what she deserved. Why would I pity her? She talked trash about me all over the neighborhood, even told my mom I went after some old rich dude." Just thinking about it made Anna feel uneasy. People's words could seriously ruin someone. Jessica couldn't even face her campus anymore after the rumors. And if Jessica had twisted the story even more back then, things might have flipped. Maybe Anna would have been the one forced to leave school. Anna talked really fast, but right after spilling everything, she kind of regretted it. Seeing Julian staring straight at her, she awkwardly scratched her head. "Hey, you probably think I'm pretty awful, huh?" She'd heard that guys usually go for those sweet and gentle types, the kind with hearts as soft as marshmallows. But her behavior today? Clearly not fitting that mold. Back then, she wouldn't have cared what Julian thought of her. Honestly, she might have even hoped he'd think worse of her so the divorce could speed along. But now she found herself wanting to come off as her best self in front of him. Only problem, she'd barely made up her mind to start acting decent, and boom, her inner chaos spilled out already. Anxiety crawled all over her, and she nearly wished she could suck those words right back into her mouth. But then Julian chimed in, and all her nervousness just kind of melted. She trashed your name everywhere. Being angry at her is completely normal, and the fact that you had nothing to do with this whole mess blowing up and didn't take advantage of it to kick her while she was down? Honestly, that's already way better than most would have done. If that makes you a bad person, then maybe there are no decent people left in the world. He said it so gently, smooth like warm water on a cold day. His calm tone quietly ironed out the sharp creases in Anna's restless heart. She nodded like crazy, then leaned in and planted a loud kiss on his cheek. Yep, full-on smack. Still, even that didn't feel like enough. She waved the half-eaten, slobbered-on piece of cantaloupe in her hand and offered it up. Reward. His sense of right and wrong, spot on. She totally picked the right guy. Julian glanced down at the messy piece of fruit dripping in spit and bite marks, but didn't even flinch. He said thanks and took a bite like it was no biggie. Anna grinned, delighted, watching him eat the cantaloupe with that signature elegance of his. Yes, even eating fruit looked classy. Then she glanced at herself. Yeah, not exactly the same vibe. There's a dinner party tonight. Want to come with me? Julian suddenly asked. Anna was still mentally spiraling from the beauty gap tragedy when his question hit like a stealth bomb. Fancy parties? Ugh. She'd always avoided those like the flu. Small plates of fancy food that didn't fill you up, heels that killed your feet, and all those forced smiles. No thanks. Back then, Julian would just have Megan bring her an outfit and expect her to go. No input asked. She'd go unwillingly, but still go in the end. But this time, did she hear that right? Was he actually asking her? Anna was stunned, half tempted to double-check her ears, but Julian apparently misread her silence. He gave her head a light pat and smiled. It's fine if you don't want to go. No pressure. Don't look at me like I'm dragging you into the lion's den. The party was at 8. It was already 7. Julian glanced at the clock, then gently lifted her off his lap. You can head to bed early tonight. No need to wait up for me. Not sure when I'll be back. Watching him get ready to leave, Anna suddenly felt an odd pang in her chest. She shot up from the sofa and blurted out behind him, Hey, I didn't say I wasn't going. I'm coming. Seriously. He asked for her take and then didn't even wait for her answer. Rude. Ugh. Anna had always known Julian was quite the looker and that young women tended to get hearts in their eyes around him. But at that party, after witnessing the endless stream of flirty glances being shot his way, she realized this man of hers, way more popular than she could have imagined. Hey, miss, your neckline's dropping so low it's about to show your bra, you know that? And you over there, your thighs are almost completely showing. Oh, pretty girl across the room, is something wrong with your eyes? Should I call a doctor or something? Anna had been staring a good while before she realized, oh, the girl was just trying to wink but ended up with a twitch instead. Wow, you sure are popular tonight. She looked up and shot a glance at Julian, her voice tinged with sarcasm. The smile on her lips looked a little stiff. Julian, mid-conversation with someone from the business world, turned slightly at her quiet jab, looking at her with a soft smile. Jealous already? I am not. Anna panicked at his teasing, blurting out a denial, but the hand clutching his sleeve tightened subconsciously, like a little lioness staking her claim. Looks like Mr. Blake and his wife have quite the bond. The people nearby weren't blind. They could clearly see Julian showing zero impatience and actually enjoying the moment. It took them by surprise. This man, known for building the global powerhouse that is Apexera Corp at such a young age, had a cutthroat reputation, sharp, ruthless, efficient. There was nothing harmless about him, yet he was smiling at his wife like she was his entire world. Even though they were inwardly alarmed, the seasoned business types kept their cool, laughing along and tossing a few polite blessings their way. Julian accepted their well wishes with ease. Anna stood beside him, quietly, but her lips couldn't help curling upward. Inside, her heart was bubbling over with pink fuzz. It felt like floating on marshmallows. Honestly, if it weren't for the side eyes from the group of debutantes nearby, this party would be kinda nice. But that nice thought barely lasted a second. "Julian," a calm, firm voice called out. A middle-aged man in a tailored suit walked over. He shared about 60% resemblance with Julian. Who else could it be if not her sort of father-in-law? Julian didn't look surprised. He gave a polite nod. "Dad." That was pretty much how they always interacted. Julian never really warmed up to Charles, but the older man didn't push it. He let out a low grunt in reply and turned those eagle-eyed stares on Anna. This was the first time she'd seen him since that disastrous family dinner. The moment his eyes landed on her, she felt like her scalp might peel off. Instinctively, she wanted to let go of Julian's sleeve. She hadn't forgotten how furious Charles was that evening. He probably still blamed her for not being a proper wife. Anna wanted to shrink away, but Julian didn't give her a chance to escape. Instead, he reached for her slipping hand and held it tight, looking at her gently. Anna forgot his name? Now she had not one but two men watching her. Her nerves were shot. God, she was trembling, not from excitement but from fear. Forcing out a nervous smile, she awkwardly waved and stammered, "Charles." By the time the word slipped out, her palm was slick with sweat. She'd expected Charles to blow up at her again, but surprisingly, aside from acting a bit cold, he didn't throw a fit this time. From the outside, the three of them looked like they were getting along just fine. Charles didn't pay much attention to Anna. He just talked to Julian about some business stuff, things that made zero sense to Anna, honestly, and almost bored her to sleep. That was until she heard a name that made her snap to attention. "When you get a chance, go see Vera. George said she's been talking about you non-stop lately." Even Charles, who's normally straightforward, looked a bit awkward bringing it up. He noticed his son staring at him blankly, totally unreadable. After an awkward cough or two, he added, "Look, don't make things too harsh. Yeah, Vera may have messed up a bit, but you've known each other forever. She wasn't thinking straight, that's all." With that, he sighed and gave Julian a pat on the shoulder before walking away. That little interlude shifted the energy immediately. Anna could feel the air between them go stiff. Her mind wandered to that last party, the one where Vera looked like she'd stepped straight out of a fashion magazine, elegant, poised, the kind of woman people assumed belonged next to someone like Julian. Insecurity flared up out of nowhere. She sneakily pinched Julian's arm, and when he turned to look at her with confused eyes, she shot him a fierce glare. "What, you having second thoughts now? Too late if you are?" Julian couldn't help chuckling. He lightly patted her head. "Still saying you're not jealous, huh? 'Cause you're smelling hella sour, babe." Yeah, she was jealous. So what? Girls in love tend to go a little nuts. Small things turn into big drama. Anna used to think she was immune to all that. Yeah, no. Now she just wanted to act out a bit and be spoiled. This was a tricky moment, but leave it to Julian. Just a few casual words and her mini tantrum fizzled out instantly. Still munching on a small cake while holding a cookie, Anna felt a wave of sadness wash over her. "You really like these kinds of cakes?" "I'll try making some for you when we get home," Julian offered. And just like that, all her gloom vanished. Her big round eyes sparkled with excitement. She looked exactly like a puppy wagging its tail. If she'd had one, it'd be going crazy right now. Julian's heart melted a little. He gave a soft chuckle. "With how naive you are, what if someone tricked you?" "Huh?" He'd said it too softly. Anna blinked, head tilted, clearly confused. "Nothing," he said, handing her another cake as he gently wiped a crumb from the corner of her lips with his thumb. His fingers were calloused. When they brushed her skin, it gave her an unexpected jolt. When she looked up, their eyes locked. They were in a quiet corner of the venue where the lighting was low and no one was really paying attention. The dim glow wrapped around them, a little pocket of hidden warmth with tension thick in the air. Anna's heart was racing like crazy, and she was starting to feel a little drunk on the moment. "Anna." "Yeah?" "Wait. He wasn't thinking about doing something risky here, was he?" While pretending to answer, her eyes darted around. There were people not too far off, laughing and chatting. If someone turned around, they'd totally get caught. The thrill sent tingles from head to toe, and to her own surprise, she kinda liked it. Bracing herself, she stepped forward, her lips pouting. "Okay, let's go, but be quick. Don't let anyone see us." Julian looked half amused, half helpless. This wasn't the reaction he expected, but Anna clearly misunderstood his intent. Still, he didn't feel like explaining. Instead, he leaned down and stole a kiss, one he wasn't planning on giving up quickly. It wasn't until Anna's face turned red and her breathing got so erratic it seemed like she might pass out that Julian finally let her go, reluctantly to say the least. "Anna, there's something I want to tell you." His voice low and raspy, with the faint undertone of someone who'd just gotten a taste of something he liked. It wasn't that she didn't want to reply. The girl was just trying to catch her breath like she'd just run a marathon. She rolled her eyes at him, making it clear she was listening. Julian didn't get annoyed. He reached out and gave her cheek a little pinch. "Don't overthink it. There's nothing between me and Vera." Classic. That's what every guy says about the girl he swears is just a friend. We've known each other for over 10 years. If anything were going to happen, it would have happened ages ago. If I wanted her, would I have married you? Okay, that did sound kind of plausible. Anna thought about it for a second. Yeah, that actually made sense. Julian never talked much about his past, and he wasn't the type to lie just for the sake of it. She appreciated his honesty, even if her expression stayed cool. She muttered, "I really don't care what history you have with your little childhood friend. No need to explain." "Anna." "Huh," she replied with a half grunt. "I just wanted you to know, no matter what anyone thinks, the only daughter-in-law of the Blake family is you." Julian had never confessed like this to any woman before. Saying it out loud was harder than locking down a billion-dollar deal. His usual calm smile was still there, but his palm was sweating like crazy. Here he was, a man in his 30s, acting like some clueless teenage boy with a crush. His bras would roast him alive if they saw him like this. Clearing his head a bit, Julian looked at Anna with that soft, "I'm totally whipped" gaze, waiting for her response. But instead of being touched or thrilled, her expression turned weirdly awkward. She fidgeted for a moment, clearly battling herself, and then finally tugged his sleeve.
"Hey!
"Do you happen to have a pad? I think my period just started." Julian. Well, that was a mood killer. Why on earth would he be carrying a sanitary pad? Anna was clearly mortified, but at this point in the party, Julian was the only person she could turn to. She grabbed the hem of her dress and turned around. "Can you check if it bled through the dress?" She'd picked out this dreamy white gown for tonight, something so fairy tale-like that even she couldn't stop admiring herself in the mirror earlier. Of course, now it was a total liability. One red stain would show instantly. Absolutely no way to hide it. Julian gave it a quick glance and, without a word, took off his coat and tied it around her waist. Then he didn't hesitate, just scooped her up into a full-on princess carry. Anna let out a startled yelp as he strode straight toward the crowded area. She nervously hissed, maybe tone down the PDA? Flashy public displays of affection usually don't end well." Julian shot her a sidelong glance. "Guest rooms are upstairs. Stairs are that way." All right, maybe she was just overthinking it. With a sea of jealous socialites throwing daggers with their eyes, Anna wrapped her arms around Julian's neck and shot him a mischievous little grin. "Want me to go borrow a pad? 'Cause if you go asking someone else, they might just think you've got unusual hobbies." Even picturing that made her want to snort. This straight-faced, handsome man asking a bunch of fangirls for a sanitary pad? Hilarious. Julian clearly saw through her nonsense. He didn't even bother with a straight answer, just gave a cold chuckle. "Anna, if you keep running your mouth, don't blame me if I really put on a show." Right in front of his fan club, too? What had already caused waves, just carrying her like a princess, was enough to make her feel paranoid. If he did anything more intimate, she'd probably be splashed all over headlines tomorrow. With headlines like, "Jealous Heiress's Attack, Woman Left in Alley." Chills ran down her spine. Maybe teasing him wasn't worth getting disfigured. She snuggled a little closer into his arms, playing it safe. Better to stay cute and alive than end up a cautionary tale. A staff member led them upstairs to the second floor, giving them a knowing look before pushing open a door. "Mr. Blake, Miss Green, this room has top-tier soundproofing. Hope you two enjoy your night." Just dial the number on the nightstand if you need anything." And poof, she was gone before Anna could even ask about pads. "You stay here for a bit. I'll be right back," Julian said as he scanned the room, then gently patted her head. "You going somewhere?" Anna wasn't usually clingy, but in a place full of strangers, the idea of him leaving her alone made her a little uneasy. She instinctively tugged at his sleeve. "I'm gonna pick up some things." Julian checked his watch. "It's around 9:30 now. Should be back in 20 minutes or so. There's a computer in the room if you want to do something while I'm out." He remembered seeing a 24/7 convenience store a block away. Clothes shopping might take longer, but Tom could handle that and deliver. Once he mentioned the computer, Anna lit up. Suddenly all the gloom vanished. She practically bounced across the room, booted up an episode of Adventure Time, and, without even turning around, waved him off. Go, I'm good. Take your time. I'm fine." Pretty clear who ranked higher. Two weird cartoon adventurers. Husband. He almost wanted to yank her onto the bed and teach her a lesson right then, but priorities were priorities. After rattling off a dozen reminders, he finally left. With Julian gone, the place turned into Anna's personal playground. She watched the screen, giggling at the absurd antics unfolding, eyes wide, heart racing. For a while, nothing else existed, until something cold pressed against her waist, snapping her back to reality. "What the?" She frowned, annoyed, and glanced down, only to feel all the color drain from her face. That cold, hard thing was a gun. A jet black one. Anna had always been one of those good, honest girls. The naughtiest thing she'd ever done was steal a bird's nest or ring someone's doorbell and run off. But this time left her completely shook. Her legs went weak, her whole body froze as she felt the cold, deadly barrel of a gun press against her waist. That chill, it wasn't just cold, it reeked of danger. One wrong move, and she was sure this wasn't just for show. That thing could very well take her life. Behind her, heavy breathing sounded, rough and deep. Anna glanced at the reflection in the table. Yep, big guy, broad shoulders. She didn't need to turn around to know someone huge was standing right there. But crazily enough, at this life-or-death moment, her brain was unusually sharp. Normally, she wasn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed, but now, it was working overtime, as if it knew, if it didn't work now, there'd be no next time. Her first instinct was to cry for help. But then reality hit her. She could yell "damn it" all she wanted, but the party was in full swing down the hall. The noise, the laughter, the chatter, it'd drown her out completely. She could scream her lungs out and no one would hear her. Worse, she might just piss off the guy holding a gun to her, and by the time someone noticed her, she'd probably already be a warm corpse. Trending on the news as a tragic headline? Real easy at this point. But she didn't plan on becoming anybody's headline. On the TV, the cartoon kept goofing around, but Anna felt like her nerves were about to snap. Just a few seconds had passed, but it felt like ages. She couldn't just stay quiet. Who knew what might set this guy off? Gulping hard and still not turning around, she said with a tremble, Hey man, chill, okay? I'm not gonna scream or do anything stupid. Just, maybe hold that thing a bit steadier, yeah? Don't want to accidentally set it off. You shoot, we both lose." Yeah, she had a reason for not turning around. TV shows made it pretty clear, guys like this hated people seeing their face the most. She wasn't dumb enough to go begging for it. Just saying that much already had her sweating bullets. The guy said nothing, just kept breathing harder, definitely not a good sign. But Anna wasn't expecting him to talk anyway. She took a breath and continued, "Listen, a guy like you're either here for revenge or chasing money. I'm just a nobody, seriously. I've never pissed anyone off in my life, so why not just go after the real bad guys, yeah? I mean, I hate those shady rich types too. If anything, you'd be doing society a favor. I swear on my reputation I won't rat you out. On the contrary, I'd probably cheer you on." She talked like she meant every word. If she could have raised her hands in support without getting shot, she would have. Still no reply, but she could feel the gun shift ever so slightly. It wasn't pressing down on her waist as hard. That tiny reaction gave her a sliver of hope, so she kept going. "If this is about cash, you're in luck. Everyone at that party's loaded. Pick anyone but me, and you'll be swimming in cash in no time. Why waste time on someone as broke as me?" She was pulling out all the stops, logic, emotions, anything. Honestly, if she were the dude with the gun, she might have been swayed herself. Just when Anna was starting to think the guy behind her planned to stay silent forever, a sudden chuckle slipped out of him. In the silence, it sounded super creepy and sent chills down her spine. Seriously, dude? Can you not laugh like that all of a sudden? It's terrifying. You actually guessed right. I'm here to kill someone. Anna had imagined some grisly-looking middle-aged thug behind her. You know, the kind who talks like he just walked out of a gangster movie. But when he spoke, the surprise hit her hard. It was a young voice, smooth and weirdly charming. She wasn't the type to care about voices, but even she zoned out for a second there. Still, once his words sank in, her whole body tensed up. There she was, with a guy pressing a gun into her back, casually telling her he was out to kill someone. Trying to stay cool, Anna forced a smile that couldn't have looked more awkward and said, "All right, bro, you go do your thing. Good luck with that." Even she felt the words were cringy as hell. But let's be real, this wasn't the time to worry about morals. The man let out a deep breath, kept that lazy tone going, and continued, "The one I'm after is a bit tricky. Don't know if you know him." Nope, absolutely not. Anna wanted to shake her head so hard it might fly off. She didn't know anyone at this fancy party. Zilch. But before she could get a word in, he cut her off again. "His name's Julian! Julian!" Cold flooded her entire body like someone had poured ice water from head to toe. Her teeth were chattering, and it felt like the blood in her veins just stopped moving. The man kept rambling, but at this point his voice sounded muffled, like it was coming through a thick curtain. "Do you know him?" "Don't know him," Anna whispered, her voice floating like she wasn't even in her own body. She peeked at the clock. 9:40 p.m. Julian had told her earlier he'd probably be back by 9:50. "You sure you don't?" he said again, with a faint smirk. And just like that, the gun pressed tighter. It wasn't at her waist anymore. It was slowly moving up her spine, inch by inch, until it stopped at her temple. "Don't lie to me, sweetheart. You never know when a gun might go off, no matter how careful I am." His lips brushed against her ear, breathing hot against her skin. It should have felt flirtatious, but all Anna felt was sick and terrified. She lowered her gaze, hands balling into fists. After a long pause, she forced a grin. "Seriously, man, I have no idea. Some Jules name or whatever." "Knock, knock!" Before she even finished her sentence, someone was at the door knocking. The instant sound made the gun jerk slightly, digging harder against her head. Was he back? She didn't have time to think about it. The man dragged her closer, wrapped an arm tightly around her, and covered her mouth with a big hand. His lips were almost glued to the side of her face. "Bring him in. You want to live? Then be a good girl. Bring Julian in, and let this psycho kill him?" Anna gave a tiny nod, trying not to tremble. On the outside, she played the part of the perfect hostage, meek and compliant. Only then did the guy loosen his grip a little. She took a deep breath, gathered every ounce of courage she had, and yelled, "You sick creep! Run! Get out of here now!" The second she shouted, she knew she'd probably just lost her damn mind. Sacrificing herself for others? Yeah, that had never really been her thing. She used to roll her eyes at those dramatic die-for-love types, until now. Turns out, when it actually came down to it, she just couldn't bring herself to drag Julian down with her. Conscience was a tricky thing. It wasn't even about how deep her feelings were. Just the idea of Julian dying because she did something selfish, she'd never forgive herself. Anyway, if she died here, Julian would probably still manage to take care of Ms. Young, right? Anna had thought of everything, except that she didn't even manage to get the words out before a hand clamped down over her mouth from behind. Screw it. She was already in deep, might as well go all in. Anna snapped. She started thrashing like crazy, totally ignoring the cold barrel digging into her temple. She might have looked like a startled reindeer, only feral. She didn't fight clean either. Honestly, who could expect her to? Girl was desperate. She went all in, using every dirty move she could think of. She aimed a mean kick at the guy's nether region. He dodged, the bastard. Didn't matter, though. Plan B, teeth. She bared her pearly whites and chomped down hard on the hand covering her mouth like she was working through a pile of ribs. Hey, credit where it's due. After that whole biting incident with Jessica, her aim had gotten pretty deadly. The guy obviously never saw it coming. He hissed in pain, shocked. Wait, did we just hear things? There's no one else in there. Come on, probably just a couple doing some freaky roleplay. No point in sticking around. These big shot types, you slip up once and boom, you're toast. I was hoping to drop off some condoms though. Dude, shut it. Don't drag me into your mess. Hearing the voices outside, Anna almost choked. So those two were just room service staff trying to peddle their stuff, and here she was fighting like hell for what exactly? The two workers lingered for a second without a reply, then wandered off. Soon, all went quiet in the hallway. You've got quite the bite on you. His voice behind her was a mix of sarcasm and something darker. Anna, now slightly drained, offered up her best fake smile and said, Not bad, huh? The gun eased back from her head just as a sharp yank to her shoulder spun her around. She landed face to face with him. Realizing what he was about to do, Anna quickly covered her eyes with both hands. Her expression crumbled. Honestly, if she hadn't held on to the tiniest shred of dignity, she probably would have started bawling. Not that she looked any more dignified right then. Sir, boss, your majesty, I swear I didn't see your face on purpose. And about the bite, honestly, just a reflex. If you want to bite back to even the score, go ahead. Anna, his voice was soft but cold. The next second, her hands were peeled off her face, whether she liked it or not, and then she saw him. A striking face, dangerously good-looking, eyes narrowed and annoyed. She knew that face. Anna's jaw dropped. She pointed at him, stammering like a broken record. Andrew! He caught her wrist with an effortless grip, smirking as he leaned in and murmured, Well, sweetheart. Fancy running into you again. Anna. Yeah, she could totally live without this little coincidence. She immediately tensed up even more, not letting her guard down for a second just because it was him. She hadn't forgotten how this guy had once used her to get to Julian, and judging by the nonsense he just spouted, yeah, something was off. Unlike Anna's palpable tension, Andrew looked way too relaxed. He casually tossed his gun into his pocket and hopped onto the table like he owned the place. Glancing at the computer screen, he let out a chuckle. Really? Adventure time? Yeah. Anna shifted slightly in her seat, those almond-shaped eyes locked onto him with caution. Childish. He gave her a once-over, voice full of sarcasm. Only someone with your level of brain power could sit through that. Sure, and you must be a genius if you even know the name of the show. Anna had always liked cartoons, though people constantly teased her about it, so the second he mocked her, her reflexes kicked in. It wasn't until she snapped back that she realized, crap, huge mistake. But Andrew didn't get pissed. Instead, he raised his hands like he was surrendering and chuckled. Chill. I was just messing with you earlier. If I really wanted you dead, I wouldn't be waiting around this long, would I? Messing with her? Dude held a gun to her head, and now he's calling that a joke? Was he insane? Anna really wanted to throw something at his head, maybe a gas tank just to see him launch into orbit. But thinking it through, chances were she'd go sky high first. So yeah, maybe not the best plan. If you're done with your mind games, can I go now? Nope. Who said I was done with you? She was already inching toward the door, quietly plotting her escape, but the guy just tilted his chin toward her with that lazy tone of his. Rip your dress into strips. Anna nearly choked on her own spit. She was about to shoot back a snarky comment when something caught her eye. Even through his black shirt, she could see a patch at his waist, darker than the rest. The faint metallic tang in the air sealed it. You're hurt. She didn't even ask. Her tone was flat out certain. Andrew's expression flickered for a moment before he gave her a thin smile. Do I look hurt to you? Right on cue, he let out a muffled grunt of pain just as Anna boldly leaned in and poked the wound with a finger. Blood, dark, fresh, began to well up again. Andrew stared at her like a viper ready to strike. Anna? She just stuck her tongue out at him like a cheeky kid. Sorry, if you'd mentioned that earlier, I wouldn't have had to guess. My bad. Won't happen next time. She looked so sincere, too. Eyes wide, face innocent, like she honestly didn't mean any harm. Andrew's breathing grew heavier. Blood loss was starting to wear him down, leaving his skin clammy and pale. Most people would be freaking out by now, but he just chuckled instead. Guess I really underestimated you. Didn't think you actually pulled one over Vera." As he spoke, he grabbed the curtain from the side and tore it into makeshift bandages, wrapping up his midsection. Then, looking up at her, his eyes sharpened. "Sweetheart, we don't have time for pleasantries. Since you're already in on my secret, how about we strike a deal?" "A deal? What kind of deal?" Anna felt her goosebumps rise instantly. Andrew didn't bother playing games. His eyes locked onto her as he spoke with chilling clarity. "Cover for me. Don't let anyone know I'm here, and Julian stays safe. You do know your life's pretty much in my hands right now, right?" As he spoke, he glanced meaningfully at the gun tucked into his pocket. "Well, with that threat hanging over my head, does it even matter what I think? Do I even get a say?" Though Anna's voice dripped with sarcasm, some of the tension inside her seemed to ease a bit. At least he was talking. That had to mean his injury was serious, which bought her some time. She glanced at the clock on the wall. 2 minutes until Julian was supposed to be back. "I'm a gentleman, you know. Manners first, violence second." Andrew spoke with zero shame, like everything he did was perfectly reasonable. He nodded toward his side and said, "Darling, come help me tie this up, would you?" Anna shot him a glare, but still dragged her feet over to him. She grabbed the cloth bandage and warned, "I've never done this kind of thing before, so if I mess it up, don't come crying to me." His face was even paler now, drained of blood, but he still nodded weakly at her words. "Well then, you asked for it." Inside, Anna imagined a little devil version of herself cackling in triumph, hands on hips. She pressed her lips together and got to work, intentionally tying the bandage as tight as possible and accidentally touching the wound more times than necessary. Blood slowly soaked through the cloth, the deep red catching the light in a strangely cruel yet beautiful way. Andrew twitched, his brows furrowing from the pain, but somehow he still smirked with that infuriating, cocky charm. She could smell the faint scent of her body wash on herself as she leaned in, and he definitely caught it too. He watched the top of her head, fighting the urge to run his fingers through her hair, lips curving slightly. "Hey, if you're secretly trying to finish me off by letting me bleed out, you might want to try a faster method." "I wasn't." Anna had indeed hoped he might bleed a bit more, but getting called out like that made her cheeks flush a little. Worried she'd gone too far, she quickly started bandaging properly this time. No more little slips. "You really into Julian, huh?" Andrew's sudden question made her fingers pause for a second. She rolled her eyes so hard it was a miracle they didn't fall out. She wasn't going to dignify that question with an answer. That was personal, okay? "Must be." Andrew kept talking anyway. "Otherwise, you wouldn't risk your life just to keep him safe." He seemed to ponder something, then lifted her chin with a single finger and smiled. "Think about my offer again, yeah? Dump Julian and come be with me." Anna gave him the brightest, toothiest smile she could manage. If he'd been any slower dodging, she probably would have bitten his finger clean off. "You're something else." Andrew chuckled and shook his head, still looking full of himself. Honestly, as much as Anna was scared out of her mind, she had to admit he really did have a face made to turn heads. Halfway through his sentence, Andrew suddenly fell quiet. That smirk stayed on his lips, but his eyes, fixed on the door, turned ice cold. He quickly averted his gaze, reached out and pinched Anna's cheek. "Sweetheart, your man's back. Don't forget our little arrangement." With that, he flipped his body swiftly and slipped out through the window. The room was on the second floor. Anna figured he was probably crouched somewhere near the air conditioner unit, hiding. One wrong move from her, and that gun of his could easily end someone's life. Knock, knock. There was a knock at the door, followed by a keycard swiping sound. Anna's throat tightened, her heart was pounding like crazy. She stared at the laptop screen, pretending to concentrate, but her mind was a total mess. "Anna, did I keep you waiting too long?" Julian stepped in, slightly damp with dew from the outside. He was carrying 2 bags, and as always, his features were as gentle and handsome as ever. Anna suddenly felt a twinge in her nose, an overwhelming urge to throw herself into his arms. It had only been 20 minutes, but for her, it felt like a lifetime. She tried to hold back the rush of emotions, sniffled, and forced a playful smile. "Nah, not too long. I was just finishing up an episode of Adventure Time. Julian chuckled, handed her the bags. Anna took a peek, and her eyes lit up. You by Kotex? Because her period was usually quite heavy, Anna preferred using You by Kotex overnight pads. She didn't expect him to know that brand, let alone remember it. She could practically picture Julian, frowning awkwardly in a store, surrounded by curious stares from young women while trying to pick out the right pads. Julian gently patted her head and glanced around the room casually. Did anyone come by? Anna's heart skipped a beat. Did he notice anything? She forced a smile and stood up, subtly blocking the view of the window. Nope, no one. It's been just me all along. Worried something might go wrong if they stayed here, she suddenly clutched her stomach and put on a pained expression. Babe, my stomach's acting up. Can you carry me downstairs to change? The bathroom here's out of order. In her panic, the excuse came out rushed and full of holes. Luckily, Julian didn't press. Without a word, he scooped her up in a bridal carry and headed out. Curled up in his warm, broad arms, Anna felt safe. She snuggled in instinctively. It wasn't her being dramatic. If Julian wasn't holding her, she wasn't sure she could have even walked out. Her legs had literally turned to jelly from the fear. The night breeze slipped through the open window, making the milk-white curtains billow gently. It was a long moment before a striking man climbed back in through the window. Staring at the direction they had gone, his expression was unreadable. He let out a low chuckle and pulled a pistol from his pocket, casually running his fingers over it before slipping a finger to the trigger. Click. The sharp sound echoed in the silence. No bullet fired. It was an empty gun. What a fool, Andrew muttered vaguely, almost like talking to himself. Then he opened a tiny earpiece from under his collar and spoke in a cold tone. Are you all dead or what? There was a long pause before a nervous voice finally came through. Sir, we thought you... A bunch of lackeys tried to corner me? Black Dragon Gang must really think highly of themselves. Andrew's eyes darkened slightly, his fist tightening. What should we do now, boss? Kill them. He dropped those two words so blandly, like he was just swatting a couple of flies. After that incident, Anna was totally out of it. Once she got back, she just kind of shut down, zoned out and slumped around like a deflated balloon. I mean, who could be chill after nearly getting mugged at gunpoint? You'd have to be a robot. Everyone at the Blake house could see she wasn't herself. Even the usually hyper-Snowy went unusually quiet, curled up with the leather couch and chewing away at his toy. Julian had been super worried. He asked a bunch of doctors for advice until Megan casually dropped a PMS syndrome diagnosis. That finally got him to stop freaking out. So yeah, he basically started pampering her with food and snacks like she was royalty or something. Anna spent her day snug in bed, sneakily watching some artsy movie while chatting with Sandra in the most shameless way. Dude, look at this chick's legs and her boobs. Next level, Anna messaged. Sandra replied with a sweating emoji. Girl, that chest is so fake. Fake or not, it's still worth looking at, Anna typed back. Then she glanced down at her own chest. The disappointment was real. Suddenly, steady footsteps echoed in the hallway. Anna's ears perked up, and she quickly switched tabs like a pro. Right as Julian strolled in, he saw her pretending to study the screen like she was cracking some secret code. One glance at her monitor, and he smirked. From clueless to science, huh? Anna nodded sheepishly, trying to play innocent, but her eyes couldn't help but drift to his hands, especially what was in them. Maple cookies, she lit up instantly, practically wagging her metaphorical tail and bouncing over to him. She grabbed one and popped it into her mouth without hesitation. Fresh baked and still warm, the cookie melted the moment it touched her tongue. Sweet and buttery, it was like instant comfy vibes down her throat. When Anna ate, she really lit up, like the world just made sense again. It was infectious, too. You couldn't help but smile watching her. Julian, who hadn't even been hungry, suddenly felt a craving creeping in as he watched her munch happily. Good? He asked. Anna nodded, not holding back on praising his bake skills like he just won MasterChef. Life had been way too chill lately. She even half-joked about wanting to stay in this PMS syndrome forever. She wasn't entirely heartless, though. Even though she wanted to hog all the cookies, Julian watching her with those puppy eyes made her conscience twinge. With obvious reluctance, Anna hesitantly held out a cookie in her chubby paw, angling it toward his lips. Ouch. Right in the heart. Julian totally caught her "this hurts my soul" expression. With a chuckle, he ruffled her hair and gently declined. It wasn't food he wanted, it was her. When Anna realized he wasn't taking any of her cookies, she lit up like Christmas morning. Cheeks puffed and full, she munched away like nothing else mattered, totally unaware that Julian was silently plotting how to devour her, metaphorically. Probably. "Hey," she mumbled through a half-full mouth, words barely audible. Julian handed her a glass of milk, tilting his head to catch her eye. She hesitated. She'd been dying to ask him about Andrew. The whole thing had been weighing on her for days. Their first encounter with Andrew wasn't exactly friendly. He'd kidnapped her to threaten Julian. That nightmare of a memory was never leaving her head. Even though Andrew didn't actually fire at Julian this time, that was probably because he was injured. Who knew if there'd be a next time? Anna had a ton of questions bottled up. What kind of grudge did those two even have? But when she finally looked Julian in the eye, all those questions just got stuck in her throat. Everyone's got their own secrets. What if she asked and got shut down? That'd be so awkward. All that built-up courage just vanished like a popped balloon. Gone. She blinked a few times, and in the end, she only managed to mumble, "Just be careful, okay?" But the second it left her mouth, she realized it sounded way too soft. Julian was already looking at her with that half-smirk, half-laugh expression, so she quickly puffed up her cheeks and rushed out. "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not worried about you or anything. I just don't want to end up a widow." Well, crap. That backfired big time. She spilled the whole truth without meaning to. Anna wanted to bite her tongue off, but then thought, nah, that hurt like hell, so she gave up on that brilliant idea. "I'd never let that happen," Julian said calmly. "Still gotta stick around to hear our kid call me dad." He looked every bit the cool, collected type, like a professor when he's not suited up, but those words coming from him, so not textbook appropriate. Anna followed his gaze down to her belly. Her cheeks flushed all the way from her neck up. She was already super fair-skinned, so any change showed like crazy. Right now, her whole face looked like a soft pink peach blossom in full bloom. Julian's breath grew heavier, like logic was just gone in the wind. He'd seen plenty of attractive women in this industry, even if he didn't mingle much. Sure, there were girls prettier than Anna. Tons. Some even threw themselves at him. But none of them made him feel like this. "Anna?" His voice cut through the night, low and slow, like a spell. That snarky, "Who wants to have your baby?" she had loaded up in her chest just stopped. She blinked dizzily and looked up at him. Julian chuckled at her dazed little face, leaned down, and dropped a minty kiss right onto her eyelid. Seriously, beauty was lethal. Anna felt like her blood levels hit zero. Forget having kids, she was ready to start one with him right now. Just when she was considering accidentally resuming that artsy film earlier, so they could, well, dissect the poses together, Julian decided to pull the brakes. Anna stared, mouth slightly open, tiny bit disappointed. "Wait, that's it?" Julian narrowed his eyes with a mischievous grin, looking down at her. "Don't rush. I'm not going anywhere." Even though he'd clearly been right there on the edge, he still held back. She could hear the raspy restraint under his voice. When a man truly cares about a woman, it's not just about going full steam ahead. It's knowing when to stop. He'd rather suffer a little than let her go through something uncomfortable. Periods, yeah, those days are the worst. Anna blinked at him, caught off guard, then smothered a laugh as she tilted her head and said innocently, "Well, want a shower or you could just handle it yourself?" Look at her, such a thoughtful sweetheart, offering two very considerate options. Having your favorite girl right next to you but still needing a cold shower? Yeah, that's like having instant noodles while staring at a buffet. Julian sighed, lightly pinched Anna's cheek, this little backstabber, and decisively came up with a third option. Afterwards, Anna lay in bed, breathing unevenly, her cheeks flushed bright red. She glared at the man next to her, frustrated. "So much for playing it cool. You really had me fooled, you total pro." Julian, now fully satisfied, looked like a lazy panther lounging on the bed. His sharp, aloof features softened, those deep, expressive eyes slightly misty under the glow of the bedside lamp. unexpectedly seductive. Tilting his head with a half-smile, he chuckled, "Anna, you know, you're my first. Can you believe that?" Even as the words left his mouth, Julian wasn't entirely sure he believed it himself. At 30, sitting at the top of the ladder for years, and only now figuring things out, without any hidden health issues, even he found that hard to swallow. Anna blinked a couple of times, then just shook her head silently. Julian sighed but didn't push the topic. He pulled her into his arms and pressed a soft kiss to her eyelids. It was early fall in the capital, the kind of season when rain liked to whisper down all night long. Outside, a drizzle tapped lightly against the window pane, oddly calming. Anna wrapped her arms around his waist and quietly leaned into his embrace. Sometimes just being with someone you like makes everything feel right, even the silence. Their relationship had started off entirely messy. Back then, Anna didn't have feelings for him. She was just trying to protect herself. But hearts are tricky things. Get close enough for long enough, and who knows what might happen. "Where's your ring?" Julian's sudden question yanked Anna out of her thoughts. She jumped a little, confused, until she followed his gaze to her own chubby hand. Then it hit her. She'd taken off the ring when taking care of her mom, paranoid that her mom might suspect something. So she'd strung it on a necklace instead, thinking she was being subtle and sneaky. She'd honestly thought she'd pulled it off. No way Julian would notice. But clearly that plan went down fast. Caught red-handed, Anna looked a bit awkward. She drew her shoulders in, her big eyes darting around, trying to play it off. Well, the ring's super fancy and I didn't want to lose it, so I turned it into a necklace. Safer that way, you know? She even proudly yanked out the chain from her collar, grinning as if she'd come up with a genius solution. Julian. He couldn't help but be amazed. This girl's poker face really had gotten pretty smooth lately. "Anna, what if I just accidentally let your mom see our marriage certificate? How would that go over?" Julian's tone was light, with a hint of humor, but the threat underneath was crystal clear. That nearly made Anna jump off the bed and yell at him. Seriously? Could he be any more obvious with the manipulation? No way she was going to fold that easily. 2 minutes later, thanks to a bowl of her favorite sweet rice dumplings and a few sweet words, Anna shamelessly slipped the ring back onto her finger. Tss. Just as she was admiring the shiny diamond and wondering what else she could bargain for, her phone buzzed like crazy on the nightstand. "Hey, grab my phone for me?" It was on Julian's side, and getting it herself would be a pain. Julian picked it up, but didn't hand it over right away. Instead, he looked at her with a grin and tapped his cheek. "Give me a kiss first." Immature, shameless, and damn it, she couldn't even say no to him. Anna glared at that annoyingly handsome face and planted 2 hard kisses on it, even leaving behind a trail of shiny something as petty revenge. Julian didn't say a word, just casually lifted the hem of her nightgown and wiped his cheek with it. Anna. Luckily, her wild thoughts were cut short by her phone vibrating like crazy. It was pretty late already, so a call at this hour made her a little uneasy. But the moment she saw the caller ID, she froze in disbelief. It was Sophia. Anna instantly perked up. As soon as she answered the phone, she started rambling on and on. "Queen Sophia, you finally forgive me? Wait, this isn't a missed dial, right? Where in the world are you now?" They hadn't talked for over 2 months after a nasty fallout. Anna had tried everything to get in touch, but when Sophia wanted to vanish, it was like she dropped off the planet. Getting this call out of the blue was like winning the emotional lottery. Anna had 1,000 things she wanted to say, but she held back in case she said something wrong and pissed Sophia off again. There was some background noise on Sophia's end, and compared to Anna's energy, she sounded way more chill. "Anna, are you free right now?" "So free." Anna nodded so fast she nearly gave herself whiplash. If her best friend needed her, she could be mid-makeout and still say she was available. Sophia chuckled softly, her voice a bit hoarse and tired. "Can you come pick me up? I'm at the airport." "Airport? Which airport?" It took a few beats for Anna's brain to process it. Wait, Sophia was back? She didn't waste another second, hung up and leapt out of bed like it was on fire. Julian, catching bits and pieces of the call, already had a good guess what was going on from her reaction. He stood up, fixed his clothes a bit, and calmly stopped his clearly overwhelmed wife. "You're seriously planning to dash to the airport in your pajamas and barefoot?" That finally snapped Anna out of it. She looked down and realized, yep, not airport ready. Julian paused, then gave a nod. "It's raining. Go get dressed. I'll pull the car out from the garage and drive you over." It was already past 9 at night. Anna shot him a grateful smile, then hesitated a bit before shuffling over to him. "Hey, could you not tell Sophia we're married? She just got back and I really don't want to start another argument." Julian looked down at her, then said flatly, "Anna, you're my wife, legally." "So that was a no? Babe, please, don't you want me to stay friends with my bestie? Just this once?" Anna had completely thrown her pride out the window now and was fully in puppy mode. If he still refused, she was probably one step from rolling on the floor. Julian could never handle Anna acting all soft and adorable, so he stayed silent. Silence equals consent, right? That's how Anna took it. She grinned sweetly, dropped a quick thanks, and dashed over to the closet to pick out her favorite outfit, more excited than someone going on a date. Julian watched her disappearing figure and suddenly felt like he was about to take his wife to meet her ex. Even though it was late at night, the airport in the capital was still packed with travelers rushing for business trips. Their faces were dull and weary, some still glued to their laptops, trapped in the never-ending loop of refining PPTs. Anna stood by the arrival gate, holding a bright bouquet of red roses, eyes scanning the crowd with eager anticipation. Her delicate features lit up with excitement. "Do you want to wait in the car for a bit? I can keep an eye out for her," Julian said. Dressed in a simple suit, he still exuded a calm, commanding presence that drew glances from passing girls, but his eyes were fixed solely on the girl in front of him. Anna was so hyped she could practically do a dance on the spot. Her mind was laser-focused on Sophia. Julian wasn't even on her radar. She shook her head, voice light and cheery. "Nah, I'm good. If you're tired, you can go ahead. I want to be the first to see her." Just as she finished speaking, a flash of red emerged from the crowd. Her eyes lit up instantly. "Sophia, over here!" she called out, waving the bouquet of roses and rushing forward for a full-on bear hug. Sophia let out a slight wheeze from the squeeze but didn't pull back. She patted Anna's back gently, her tone half teasing, half warm. "Annie, you've beefed up again. At this rate, I'm gonna roast you for dinner." That familiar sass made Anna's nose tingle. The scent of Sophia's perfume brought back a flood of emotions. "Sophia, I really thought you weren't coming back," she confessed, her voice muffled and choked up as she hugged tighter, like she feared losing her all over again. Sophia paused for a second at the emotion in Anna's voice, then chuckled. "You think I'm as heartless as you? Soon as a guy shows up, you forget your bestie." She pinched Anna's slightly flushed nose and rolled her eyes. "Hopeless, I swear." Anna scratched her head awkwardly, realizing Sophia still hadn't let go of what happened last time. "It's not what it looks like, I swear." But before she could finish, Julian stepped up. "Miss Jones," he said, his tone polite, a faint smile softening his sharp features. "Welcome home. On the way here, Anna mentioned it's a bit chilly today, so she asked me to grab you a hot coffee. Should be just the right temperature now." He held out a cup of coffee as he gave Anna a warm glance. Anna immediately looked confused. Sure, they passed a coffee shop earlier, and Julian had asked if she wanted anything, but she'd been running on excitement and turned it down without a second thought. She figured he bought it for himself. Definitely didn't expect it to be a peace offering between the two girls. Realizing what Julian was trying to do, Anna felt a wave of warmth build up inside. Sophia's sharp eyes drifted between the two, then lingered on the coffee floating mid-air in Julian's hand. She chuckled. "Is that Americano?" She had a well-known quirk. She only drank Americanos, nothing else. That simple question had Anna stumped again. How was she supposed to know what Julian had ordered? Her forehead instantly broke out in a cold sweat. This lie was about to get exposed. She shot a desperate look at Julian, who gave her a subtle nod. Got it. With that tiny reassurance, Anna broke into a smile and quickly looped her arm through Sophia. Come on, I know your taste like the back of my hand. You're all about that Americano vibe. Meanwhile, Julian was still there holding the cup in midair. He kept a straight face, but even Anna herself felt awkward. Just as she was thinking whether to grab it herself, Sophia finally reached out and took it, tossing Julian a smile that was just barely polite. "Thanks, Mr. Blake, for holding the coffee. Helping your girlfriend out is kind of basic boyfriend duty, don't you think? Right, Anna?" Julian smiled even more gently, totally unfazed by Sophia's jab. Anna. Even someone as oblivious as her could feel the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. They weren't actually about to start a fight, were they? Being her longtime bestie and standing so close, Sophia easily picked up on Anna's unease. Back when they first became friends, Anna came off like this clueless, easy-to-bully kid. Sophia only tried hanging out at first for the fun of teasing her. But the more time passed, the more she realized Anna wasn't someone who could be pushed around. Even better, Sophia felt like she'd found the perfect partner in crime. Back in school, with Sophia playing the tough one and Anna going the kind route, nobody dared mess with them. Anna might act laid back and bubbly, but breaking into her inner world wasn't easy. Seeing her actually nervous told Sophia something, or rather someone was getting to her. But seriously, who did this guy think he was? Right now, Sophia's feelings were complicated. It felt like raising a puppy for years, finally securing that special place in its heart, only for someone else to offer a treat and have it run off, all without giving you a clue. Total pain in the neck. If Anna ever found out Sophia had compared her to a puppy, she'd probably roundhouse kick her into next week. But right now, guilt was all over Anna's face. "Soph, you just landed. Hungry? My treat tonight." Sophia reached out, gave her a mock gentle pat on the head. "Anna, can we not talk about splurging on milk again? I'm good, save your money." "How about I cook something myself?" Anna said that like it was a genius idea, but Sophia remembered her cooking skills and visibly shuddered before giving a firm, "Nope." "Anna, how about we drop Miss Jones off at home? It's getting late." Julian, now basically set dressing in the background, finally spoke up, his tone polite and grounded, impossible to argue with. He watched them holding hands like it was some kind of eyesore. Of course, Anna didn't catch any of the underlying meaning. She just chuckled awkwardly. "Oh right, you just flew in. Let's get you home now so you can rest. We'll hang out tomorrow." Sophia shot Julian a side eye and mentally rolled her eyes. Old fox. Her family's in business too. Not as powerful as the Blakes, but still in the circle. Just hearing Julian say that much, she caught on to what he was really playing at. Only this silly best friend didn't. Sophia frowned slightly, then shook her head. "Anna, I'm not going home. Mind if I crash at your place tonight?" "Stay at her place?" Anna's first thought was the Blake mansion, and she nearly jumped out of her skin before realizing Sophia was talking about her old apartment in the city. They'd known each other for years, and sure, Anna had stayed over before, but the sudden invite still made her raise an eyebrow. "Sophia, don't tell me you had a fight with your folks? Did your mom try to set you up again?" Honestly, that was the only thing that made sense. Sophia rolled her eyes and gave Anna a light knock on the forehead. "Quit that nonsense. With looks like mine, you think I need a blind date?" Her tone was playful, lips curled into a smug smile that matched her stunning face, like one of those gorgeous vixens in novels. Sure, coming from someone else, that statement might sound arrogant, but from Sophia, it just sounded like facts. Girl had no shortage of guys chasing after her. Even with her fiery temper, that face alone was enough to keep them lined up. "So, what's going on then?" Sophia's expression shifted slightly, and she leaned in closer, lowering her voice. "Someone's been following me, like a real creep." Anna gasped, glancing around nervously, and grabbed Sophia's sleeve tight. "Are you okay? Don't worry. I'm with you." She was clearly freaked out herself, her voice even shook, but was still trying to act tough. Deep down, though, she had a whole plan. Worst case, if some perv really popped out, she'd drag Sophia and run, leaving Julian to play the hero in the back. Poor Julian. Sophia's eyes flickered oddly for a second, but quickly returned to normal. She patted Anna's arm and said calmly, "I'm not scared, you know. We're living under the rule of law. It's not like he can just go full horror movie out in public. But, if you're gonna keep hugging me like this, we might run into more trouble than help." It was clear she didn't want to dwell on it, and even though Anna still had questions, she dropped it and pulled Sophia toward the car without more prying. Thanks to Julian's ride, Getting around was a breeze in theory. If only the city traffic wasn't a total nightmare. Fancy car or not, a jam is a jam. Whether you're in a cheap compact or a limo, if the city's gridlocked, you're stuck. By the time the three of them made it to Anna's place in the older part of town, it was already past 11. Her mom was still in the hospital, so the apartment was empty. Luckily, Julian had hired housekeeping during this period. It was spotless, everything tidy and welcoming. They hadn't hung out in ages, and Anna was practically bouncing with energy, like she was running on caffeine instead of nerves. Naturally, the girls had stuff to catch up on, private stuff men didn't need to hear. Julian got the memo and quietly surrendered the living room, heading to the bedroom to give them space. Anna's room was painted a soft yellow. It wasn't big, but it had a warm and cozy vibe to it. Julian had even tried to recreate the same layout in another place once to help her feel at home, but now that he was actually here, he got why it didn't feel the same. She'd lived here for over 20 years. That thought made his lips curl into a soft smile as he glanced around, taking in every little detail like it was something special. When Anna pushed the door open and peeked inside, there he was, sitting at her desk with a gentle smile, flipping through a small booklet. His expression, for some weird reason, was oddly tender. Anna practically shrieked when she realized what the booklet was and dashed over, slapping her hand over it like her life depended on it. She honestly felt like digging a hole and vanishing. Every girl's got that cringy teen phase, and that little booklet of hers? It was like a time capsule of personal embarrassment, from running around naked as a toddler to her emo wannabe era. Her face was burning like it was on fire. She didn't need a mirror to know it had turned completely red. Glaring at Julian with gritted teeth, she protested, "You went through my stuff without asking." Anyone else getting caught red-handed like this might have at least looked embarrassed, but not Julian. Not even a hint of guilt on that face. He simply looked up with a low chuckle. "You left it out on the table, and unless I'm mistaken, you told me I could check out anything I wanted." "When did I?" Anna's words trailed off right as the realization hit. His vaguely amused expression said it all. "Oh, right." In her desperate attempt to seem chill earlier, she'd said something dumb like, "Make yourself at home. Look around if you want." Yeah, classic her. Created her own mess. She wilted instantly after piecing it all together, hanging her head, staring miserably at the album like she could teleport if she focused hard enough. "What's wrong?" Julian asked. Before Anna could get a word out, he suddenly looped an arm around her waist and gave her a gentle tug. Totally off guard, she toppled straight into his chest with zero grace and zero prep. The impact had her wincing hard, definitely not one of her cooler moments. Dang it! She could feel every nerve in her body spark with frustration and was just about to argue when, bam, he kissed her without giving her a second to retaliate. Julian kissed with that confident ease, powerful and graceful. Anna, on the other hand, might as well have been a deer on ice. She flailed for a bit, but eventually melted into it. By the time he pulled away, she was breathless like she just swum across a lake. For a second there, she seriously thought she was going to pass out. "You're just as cute now as you were back then, Anna," Julian said with a soft smile, his dreamy, almond-shaped eyes lit up under the ceiling light. His compliment sounded insanely sincere. Anna even believed him, until her eyes caught the page he'd been holding a moment ago, her preschool photo, chubby cheeks, 2 dorky pigtails. Was that a compliment, or a professional roast in disguise? Sure, love is blind, but come on, even love should have a limit. "Let's head home in a bit, okay? Ms. Moore just called. He made your favorite sweet rice balls," Julian murmured beside her, resting his chin comfortably on her shoulder. His tone, gentle and calm, felt like a warm cup of tea on a rainy day. The moment he mentioned sweet rice balls, Anna's mouth practically watered. She could already taste that gooey red bean filling on her tongue. She almost blurted out, "Sure," but thankfully caught herself in time. She swallowed hard, then flashed Julian her best suck-up grin. "Hey babe, so Sophia's totally freaked out and begged me to stay with her tonight. How about you head back first? I'll crash at her place." Julian. Was she seriously letting someone else steal his girl in broad daylight? His baby only sleeps next to him, thank you very much. For once in his smooth-sailing life, Julian felt a tiny tug of jealousy creeping in. Everyone at Apexera Corporation knew the big boss hadn't been in the best mood lately. Sure, he still had that usual polite smile plastered on his face, but the moment you got a little too close, bam, instant chill. Who needs AC with that vibe? If it were summer, maybe they could still tough it out a bit. Problem was, it's autumn. Tom, his personal assistant, took the biggest hit. Poor guy hadn't even had time to check in with his girlfriend these past few days. He barely dared to breathe around his boss. Others might be clueless, but Tom, he knew exactly what was up. Whenever Mr. Blake got moody like this, 9 times out of 10, it was connected to his wife. Being a smart assistant, Tom naturally made it his top priority to keep the boss happy. Not to mention his own selfish reason. He needed things to cool down so he could spend some quality time with his own girlfriend. After all, he was pushing 30. He finally had a steady relationship. No way he was letting that slip through. So he'd tried hinting to Anna a few times, hoping to help his boss reappear on her radar. But either he was being too subtle, or Ms. Green was just completely in her happy bubble, because nothing worked. Meanwhile, Anna had zero clue about the storm brewing back at Apexera. Ever since Sophia came back, Anna had practically vanished into her childhood BFF's arms. They were out and about every day, making up for lost time. That awkwardness from before, gone without a trace. In fact, they seemed closer than ever. The moment Anna saw Julian walk into the private booth at the cafe, she froze. "Don't recognize me anymore." The man wore a perfectly tailored suit that made his frame look even taller and leaner. He stood at the doorway, smiling casually, his tone cool and detached like always. He looked totally composed, but only he knew how badly he wanted to grab her and drag her away right then. Just a few days apart, and she was already looking at him like some stranger. If he gave her a bit more space, would she just forget him altogether? No way would Anna admit that she'd somehow forgotten her husband. That one line from him already set off every alarm in her head. She instantly dropped her fun with Sophia and scampered over to Julian like a little bunny. She tilted her chin up, flashed a sweet, flattering smile, and chirped, "Come on, that face of yours? You're literally the most handsome guy in the entire country." Anna was nothing if not pragmatic, especially in this situation. She knew Mr. Blake's temper was the more dangerous one here, so she didn't hesitate to toss her ego aside and praise him shamelessly. Julian's face stayed neutral, but there was definitely a softness in his eyes. Anna caught that little shift right away and knew the danger had passed. She quickly grabbed his hand and led him towards Sophia. Sophia, per usual, had on a fiery red dress. That shade wasn't easy to pull off. One wrong move, and you'd look like some small-town auntie trying way too hard. But Sophia, she nailed it. The bright red made her already fair skin look even more flawless, and her stunning features were somehow even more striking. At that moment, she was holding a menu in one hand and resting her chin in the other, like she just stepped out of a painting. Beautiful, yes, but not at all thrilled about the man who just showed up uninvited. "Well, look who's here. Mr. Blake takes time out of his billion-dollar deals to sit with us mere mortals? What a rare surprise." "Sophia!" Even Anna, who wasn't exactly the most perceptive person, could tell that her bestie had just crossed the line. She quickly called out, trying to smooth things over. Sophia had more to say, but when she saw Anna's slightly embarrassed expression, she shut her mouth with a huff, clearly annoyed. Julian wasn't the type to argue with women. After all, he was raised in elite circles, trained from a young age by etiquette tutors. Guys like him usually carried themselves with a bit more polish. Those young dudes who flew off the handle at the drop of a hat, cussing like sailors, weren't usually from any high-ranking families. More often than not, they were some rich coal boss's spoiled brats pretending to be someone important. So, when faced with Sophia's obvious hostility, Julian just gave a nod, cool as ever, and sat down next to Anna like he didn't have a care in the world. No drama, no affection. Anna had been worried he might blow up and had been tense the whole time. Seeing his calm, she finally relaxed a bit. Trying to ease the weird tension, she forced a grin and cleared her throat. "Come on, we're all friends here. Let's not make it weird, okay?" Julian. Yeah, awkward. That line totally flopped. Anna immediately regretted saying it. With the way these two had already locked horns, there was no way a simple sentence would fix things. It'd take time. Before things got more uncomfortable, the waiter came in. He was pretty cute, with a neat face that made Anna sneak a couple of extra glances. "Anna, want a cappuccino?" Julian asked gently, pointing to the menu, already knowing what she liked. "Sure. She's on her period right now. Better skip the coffee. Let's get some warm tea instead." Sophia cut in smoothly before Anna could even finish, tossing a passive-aggressive look at Julian. Anna blinked, completely caught off guard. One was her husband, the other her best friend. No matter what she did, she was bound to piss someone off. Grinding her teeth slightly, she turned to the equally awkward waiter. "Just bring both. I'm super thirsty today anyway." These two troublemakers, I swear. Anna said it like a champ, but when both drinks actually landed in front of her, she wanted to curl up and disappear. She'd already had way too much water earlier that morning, and her stomach felt like a waterbed, but under the watchful eyes of the other two, she gritted her teeth and forced herself to drink it all. The moment she finished, she knew she messed up. Clutching her stomach, she bolted for the restroom like a rabbit fleeing a hawk. No way was she ever letting those two be in the same room again. "Miss Jones, I'm stepping out for a moment. Please, make yourself comfortable," Julian said after Anna dashed off. His voice had cooled considerably compared to when she was around. For a split second, Sophia was hit with a wave of memories. He looked just like the man she once saw at that banquet years ago. It stunned her so much she didn't even realize he had already left, leaving her alone in the room. What's the best feeling in life? A wedding night? A top exam score? Please. Anna thought those were totally overrated. Nothing beats getting a plate of crispy chicken when you're starving, or finally finding a toilet when you're about to explode. After handling her emergency, Anna felt like a brand new person. She was even humming a little out of pure relief, until she turned the corner outside the restroom and spotted Julian leaning casually against the wall. No joke, the guy's face really is a work of art. Anna wasn't immune to good looks, totally normal behavior. She naturally found herself sneaking a few more glances. Everyone else's sugar daddies were balding and chubby, but hers looked like he just stepped off a movie set. Just thinking about it gave her this weird, giddy rush of excitement. She didn't even realize her gaze was that obvious. While she was still silently rating his face like some kind of talent judge, Julian, who was leaning against the wall, suddenly turned his head. Boom, eye contact, caught in 4K. Even with her thick skin, Anna flushed right away, scrambling mentally to recover. Ahem, hey, what a coincidence. You came out to, use the restroom too? Yeah, when Anna panicked, she tended to blurt out nonsense. If an employee had said something that brainless in front of Julian, he probably would have fired them on the spot. But somehow, coming from her, it just sounded cute, genuine, even. You know that saying, true love is blind? Turns out there's some truth to it. I didn't come out to use the restroom. I came to find you, Julian said, staring down at her fluffy hair under the lights, his tone soft. Then he crooked his finger at her. Come here. This kind of beckoning, like calling a dog, used to make Anna explode. Now she was just kind of numb to it. She rolled her eyes internally, grumbled in her head, then trotted over with her short legs, stopping right in front of him with a tilted head and a big butter wouldn't melt grin in her eyes. Got something to say, boss? I'm all ears. Not that she was spineless or anything, it's just that the man in question was way out of her league. Honestly, she was curious. Why had Julian gone out of his way to leave the private room? Did he have some big secret to share? But all he did was step forward and wrap his arms around her. That familiar cologne instantly wrapped around her too. Anna froze. It wasn't like the cafe was full, but it wasn't empty either. And with both of them being, well, easy on the eyes, this sudden public display made heads turn. Anna felt like a zoo monkey under all those curious stares, super awkward and flustered. She reached out to lightly push his chest. People are looking. Shh! Before she could retreat, his big hand closed around hers, holding it in place. He was tall, so she couldn't really see his face, but she heard the low, amused chuckle in his throat. Don't move. Let me hold you for a bit. I missed you. His voice was deep and warm, smooth like a cello's notes just sliding through the air. But Anna didn't even have the brain power to appreciate the sound quality right now. All her mind could focus on was that phrase echoing over and over again. He said he missed her? Her already slow brain completely froze. They'd only known each other for 6 months, tops. The whole thing was pretty cut and dry. She needed money, he needed a wife, deal done. They totally skipped the whole dating stage. And sure, he'd always treated her ridiculously well, but now that she thought about it, he'd never actually said anything romantic to her. She'd bragged to Ethan before about Julian whispering sweet nothings to her all the time, and even she had felt secondhand cringe saying it. But now that it was real, honestly, kinda nice. She was basically over the moon. After that little episode, Anna totally forgot her original plan to push Julian away. Heck, she even forgot about the people still watching them. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head against his chest. She wasn't trying to act sweet or clingy. She just needed a place to hide the goofy grin spreading across her face. After smiling like an idiot for a bit, Anna felt she should probably say something. She let out a small cough, casually patted Julian's chest muscles, and gave him what she thought was a cool, aloof smile, but really it looked more like a smug little smirk. Honestly, you shouldn't feel bad. I wake up every day impressed by my own good looks. It's only natural you'd feel the same. Julian glanced down at her, clearly enjoying the way she was sneakily taking advantage. A faint look of affection flickered in his eyes. Totally makes sense, you being that handsome and all. She had already braced herself to be roasted, but to her surprise, Julian actually played along. And he did it so naturally, not a flicker of embarrassment. If he'd thrown in a sarcastic jab, Anna might have had a snappy comeback ready. But now, she just felt a little awkward. She scratched her nose shyly and mumbled, "You don't have to be that honest all the time, really. Being too straightforward can backfire. As long as you know it in your heart, that's enough." "Let's go home," Julian said with a sigh, ruffling her hair gently. "There's mac and cheese waiting, roast chicken, buttery mashed potatoes, and of course, maple cookies." He listed the dishes one by one, and every single one was Anna's all-time favorite. He didn't miss a beat. By the end, just hearing maple cookies nearly had her drooling. The earlier dishes were tempting, but those cookies? Total game over. With her big round eyes sparkling, Anna tugged on his sleeve and nodded eagerly. "Yes, please." "Then let's tell Miss Jones we're heading out. The maple cookies won't taste the same if they sit too long." Julian gave her a look that screamed wolf in sheep's clothing trying to lure a bunny. Anna followed him obediently, only waking up from cookie hypnosis after a few steps. She abruptly stopped and looked conflicted. "Wait, I can't." "What's wrong?" Julian turned to her, his eyes locking onto hers. Anna looked like she was on the verge of tears, her delicate face scrunched up miserably. "Sophia said some creep's been following her. She's scared and asked me to stay with her." Just thinking about Sophia, usually a total boss, with pouty lips, clinging to her arm and saying she was scared, made Anna's heart ache. Sophia had always been the one protecting her. Now that it was her turn to be the supportive friend, how could she just walk away? Still, those maple cookies really were next level. For a while, Anna went back and forth in her head. Finally, she gritted her teeth and tried to negotiate. "Hey, what if you just bring the cookies over to me? That way, problem solved." Julian's face darkened instantly. He'd put all that effort into luring his wife back, and this was her perfect solution? His temples throbbed, and it took real effort to plaster a polite grin back on his face. "So you're worried about Sophia being alone?" Anna nodded honestly. "In that case, it's easy. Sam's a special forces guy, and he's off duty right now. He can stay with Sophia and keep her safe." Seeing her still a little hesitant, Julian added, "And isn't your bestie single? Sam doesn't have a girlfriend either." Sam? The second Julian mentioned the name, Anna instantly perked up like someone just hit her on Switch. Sam had that sunny, boy-next-door kind of charm, totally her old-school crush type. And thinking about pairing this fresh-faced army guy with queen-like Sophia? Ugh, too perfect to handle. Her eyes literally lit up as she asked, "Didn't Sam ask for Sophia's number last time?" Julian grinned and nodded. "Well, that seals the deal." Anna flashed a huge smile, all teeth, like she was already watching Cupid clock in for work. Noticing Julian's amused stare, she scratched her head and quickly added, "Okay, yeah, I usually don't like meddling, but you know Sophia's been in college for 3 years and hasn't dated anyone. People are actually starting to ship us, I kid you not. I'm fine with it, but I'm low-key worried about her." "Huh?" Julian raised an eyebrow, his voice low and smooth. "You're fine with it?" Anna zipped her lips with her fingers, playing along. Of course, that didn't last. For someone like her, silence was short-lived torture. 2 seconds later, she was already trotting behind him, muttering, "We've got to be strategic about this. Mission Sophia in love can't fail." "Relax, I got you," Julian chuckled, giving her hand a gentle but firm squeeze. Inside the private lounge, Sophia looked visibly bored, stirring her coffee absent-mindedly with a spoon. As soon as she heard footsteps, her gaze shot up and lingered just a second too long on their tightly clasped hands. Anna suddenly felt like she got caught sneaking around behind someone's back. Instantly, she panicked and tried to yank her hand away, but Julian's grasp, while not forceful, was annoyingly unrelenting. She gave it one tug, realized it was pointless, and finally stopped struggling. Thankfully, Sophia didn't dwell on it, just blinked once and swiftly looked away. She flipped a strand of caramel hair behind her ear and smirked. "Anna, what'd you do in the bathroom? Discover a pot of gold? Why that sneaky grin?" Her tone was casual as ever. Anna let out a relieved breath and flopped down next to her. "With a face this cute, how can you seriously accuse me of being sketchy?" She even leaned in closer, presenting her face like it was on display. Sandra would have probably gagged right there, but Sophia? She just raised a brow, the corners of her lips twitching ever so slightly. "Anna, you should apply for the Guinness World Records," Sophia said coolly. "Huh?" Anna blinked, then playfully touched her own face and grinned. "Oh my God, you think so too? I've always thought I had a shot at world's cutest human, but never had the guts to apply." "You're dreaming," Sophia interrupted, sipping her now cold coffee with a wince. "I meant world's thickest skin. For that, you're a shoo-in." She patted Anna on the shoulder with mock sympathy. Right when Anna was internally debating how best to strangle her best friend with love, a loud voice rang out from the door. "Boss! Ma'am!" Anna looked over and instantly cracked up. Anna shot up from her seat and called out crisply, "Sam!" Sam was still in his usual camo gear. That kind of loose outfit usually made people look like they were wearing a sack, but not him. His build was seriously solid, and that muscle really filled out the uniform. He had a bit of sweat on his forehead and swiped it off with the back of his hand, grinning like a big kid. "Boss Anna, the traffic was brutal today. Good thing I took the shortcut." Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly noticed someone else in the room. His gaze landed on the woman in red and just froze there. Scandal alert. Anna's almond-shaped eyes gleamed with glee as she watched Sam's reaction. She couldn't resist sneaking a glance at Julian. Julian sat upright like a pine tree, a plain glass of water at his side. His face looked as calm as ever, like he had everything under control. Like heck, this had nothing to do with him. Anna would bet anything he'd set this up. As if sensing her gaze, Julian looked up and offered her a gentle smile. Anna instantly felt her heart skip a beat, her cheeks warming up. She forced herself to look away, but his smile kept flashing in her mind. "You." Thankfully, Sam's voice, thick with emotion, cut through her daze. Anna forced herself back to reality and gestured, "This is my longtime bestie, Sophia." She then pointed at Sam and turned to Sophia to introduce him, except, "I know him." Sophia's eyes were icy as she cut her off, her voice laced with irritation. "He's the creepy stalker I told you about." "Hold up. Did she just say the commander from Iron Eagle was a stalker? That couldn't be right, could it?" "Soph, babe, maybe you've got the wrong guy." "I am not a stalker." Sam's sunny smile faltered as his face turned red. His puppy dog eyes shifted to Anna, and even she felt a jab of sympathy. "Not a stalker, then what are you?" Sophia's tone was dripping with sarcasm. "You harassed me with calls, then followed me overseas. Don't try and play innocent now." Sam looked like he had never been roasted like this before. The poor guy was stuttering. "Sophia, I think there's been a misunderstanding. You know exactly why I was trying to find you. Did you forget what you did?" Oh wow, what? These two had history? Anna's concern instantly transformed into full-on gossip mode. She wanted nothing more than to drag Julian over, kick back, and enjoy the show with some popcorn. Sophia frowned. I didn't forget. I knew it, Sam beamed. You're seriously annoying, you know that? Sophia stood up in her towering 10-centimeter heels and marched over to him. So I accidentally walked into the men's room and saw you. Big deal, you're a guy. Why so petty? Scared I saw something. Anna was completely dumbfounded, but clearly she had underestimated Queen Sophia's next-level boldness. Sophia raised an eyebrow and gave Sam a playful smirk. So, tell me, how can I get rid of you? Or hey, maybe I strip down so we're even. Sophia muttered under her breath, What's so interesting? I'm more worried I'll go blind from seeing it. Anna was speechless, completely fried inside and out by her bestie's comment. Sure, she wasn't exactly shy herself, but at least she tried to keep up some facade of decency. Sophia, though? One sentence and the whole table flipped. And judging from how Sam was already sweating buckets on the other side, yeah, mission accomplished. Anna might not know everything, but she knew her bestie well enough. If Sophia dared to say it, she'd 100% follow through. She had zero doubts that if Sam hadn't stepped in, Sophia would have really lifted her skirt. Like, seriously? Just as Anna opened her mouth to yell at her to get a grip, Julian, who'd been sipping water the whole time like he was above it all, suddenly stood up and grabbed her hand, leading her out. Hey, what are you doing dragging me? They were halfway down the hallway before Anna realized she'd been hauled away just like that. Ugh, stupid pretty faces messing with people's heads. Sure, Julian checked every box on her ideal type list, but still, her bestie was out there losing her filter and self-respect. Someone had to step in. If I didn't pull you out, were you planning to watch Sophia lift her dress? Julian asked calmly, his tone way too serious for someone saying that. He kind of had a point. Anna was momentarily silenced. Just picturing that scene made her whole body twitch, visually scarring, seriously. She straightened up, her usual softness replaced with rare determination. Hey, stay here and don't move. I'll go check. Just don't peek, okay? Saying that, she was about to dash off but didn't get far before Julian looped an arm around her like it was nothing, pulling her straight into his chest. Oh, come on. Why are you being so stubborn? You're just going to make it worse. What if Sam actually gets tempted by Sophia? Anna, squirming like a slippery little fish in his arms, smelled like citrus body wash. Oblivious in her rush and panic, she accidentally jostled a few sensitive spots. Every nerve in Julian's body lit up instantly. Clenching his jaw, he locked her in place like he was going to war. His voice came out low and scratchy. Sam's a soldier. He's been in the army for years. If he was the type to zone out over a girl, there's no way he'd be the commander of the Iron Hawk unit. Then, probably worried she'd still panic, he added, Sam's got this handled. He knows when to keep himself in check. And honestly, with Sophia's temper, pretty sure it's more like she's going to eat him alive. That actually sounded about right. With the way Sophia was wired, she did the bullying, not the other way around. But all of that flew right out of Anna's head because right then, she felt something. Uh-oh. She let out an awkward cough, bounced back like a startled bunny, twisted her fingers awkwardly, and shot Julian a quick glance. So, you okay? If it's too much, maybe hit the restroom or something? Julian's expression darkened instantly. He didn't say a word, just scooped her up and carried her away like a bag of potatoes. As they left, he threw a look over his shoulder toward the room. His lips curled up, just slightly, but with obvious confidence. Nabbing a girl is all about timing. Sometimes, all it takes is one well-placed move. And if he was right, which he usually was, Sophia was already tangled up in Sam's mess by now. And oh boy, was he right. Back in the room, Sophia looked like she might spontaneously combust. She had sharp eyes and had already noticed Julian dragging Anna out of the room. Instinctively, she tried to follow them, but Sam blocked her way. Move. He was tall, and no matter how many times Sophia tried to push past him, she couldn't get through. Frustrated, she stopped, crossed her arms and narrowed her fox-like eyes at him, gritting her teeth. No. Sam stood his ground, slightly blushing but firm. You seriously don't remember me? We've met before. What's that supposed to mean? Sophia raised an eyebrow and gave a half smile. Is this some kind of retro pickup line? Thought those went out of style ages ago. I'm not trying to, Sam hurried to explain. Before he could finish, she pressed a finger gently to his lips. Her touch was soft, lightly scented. She was leaning close, half her body practically resting on his. Eyeing him playfully, she smirked. Still a virgin? Sam's heart was pounding like crazy. His whole body felt weirdly numb, except for where her finger touched his lips. Totally not good. As a Special Forces soldier, he was trained to stay sharp at all times. Losing focus could cost more than just a mistake. It could mean lives, his own, his teammates, even innocent civilians. He'd always taken that seriously. Years of intense training had taught him to stay calm, even if deadly snakes were crawling over him. But now, one finger, one teasing sentence, and his brain short-circuited. He stared blankly at the woman in front of him, who looked more like a mischievous fairy than a normal person, completely thrown off. So it's true? His awkward reaction totally amused Sophia. She let out a breathy laugh and slowly slid her finger from his lips down to his chin. If I weren't in a rush, I might have stuck around to have a little fun. But hey, Big Sis has business to handle. She tilted her head with a smile, her eyes glowing, and stepped back 2 paces while Sam was still standing there frozen. See you around. Then she blew him a playful kiss, grabbed her classic black patent Chanel shoulder bag, and strutted out in high heels, oozing sass and confidence. What a pain. The moment she stepped out, all the flirtatious charm vanished. Her expression sunk into pure annoyance as she sped down the hallway. Even though she hadn't wasted much time, those few minutes were enough. Obviously, Anna and Julian were long gone. With a grumble, she flagged down a passing waiter. Hey, did you see a really good-looking guy and girl leave just now? Which way did they go? Beautiful people always catch the eye. With their high profile, Sophia's crew had clearly left an impression. The waiter thought for a second and replied, They just exited. I think they left in a car heading toward the city hall. Her heart sank. In a car? Yeah, no way she'd catch them now. She was still trying to figure out what to do next when footsteps echoed behind her. She turned and barely held back a, "What the hell?" In the spacious back seat of the Lincoln, Julian held Anna close, idly running his fingers through her soft, fluffy hair like he was petting his favorite cat. Are you sure Sophia's really going to be okay? The car had been on the road for a while already, but Anna still couldn't relax. She kept glancing back through the window, visibly uneasy. I need to call her. She reached into her bag, fumbling for her phone, but Julian easily snatched it out of her hands. Hey, why'd you do that? Anna looked up at him, a hint of annoyance in her voice as she stretched out her arm to grab it back. But how could she ever outmuscle Julian? He casually tucked the phone behind him, totally out of reach, then gently pushed her back against the seat, leaning in close. Really? In my arms and all you can think about is someone else? Feels like someone's asking for a spanking. His voice was low, almost teasing with that distinct, lazy charm. He had the face of a gentleman, but the actions and words of a total player. They were practically glued together. If Anna moved her chin up just a little, they'd be kissing. That one word, spanking, made her whole body tense up. She poked his perfectly handsome face with her chubby little finger and growled, "You're the worst, total perv, walking scandal." Thanks to the depth of the language and years of Sophia's guidance, Anna had a whole arsenal of insults ready to go, firing them off one after another. Up front, Tom, the driver, winced with every word, nervously gripping the wheel. Meanwhile, Julian remained stone-faced, letting her vent until she finally ran out of steam. Done? Anna gulped, pulling her neck back a little. Done. Emotions really did come and go like waves. If not for a tiny bit of pride, she'd probably have turned over herself by now, just to let Julian get it over with. His stare was way too intense. Julian half lowered his eyes, calm but unreadable. His long, knuckled fingers gently tucked a stray lock of her hair behind her ear as he spoke, voice soft. You scared? I'm not. Anna clenched her jaw, trying to sound bold. She could take a lot, but kneeling to a bully? Never. Julian raised an eyebrow. Then why are you shaking? Only then did Anna realize she was trembling like a leaf. Even her teeth were clicking slightly from it. Ha! Tom finally cracked up in the front seat, laughter spilling out as he spoke between chuckles. Ma'am, you're adorable. Adorable? Excuse me? Anna's cheeks burned with shame and anger. She turned her wide eyes on him, glaring daggers. Julian, he's bullying me. Her tone turned pitiful, sugar-coated like she'd rolled her voice in powdered sugar. It even made her skin crawl to say it. But Julian totally fell for it. His expression softened with a smile. Well then, Tom, looks like your paycheck's getting cut in half this month. What? Mr. Blake? Tom's laughter dried up instantly. He looked like he'd just swallowed something bitter, hoping to find a hint of just joking in Julian's face, but no luck. This guy had zero chill when it came to his wife. My heart, it weeps. Anna, easily pleased, immediately perked up. She wasn't one to hold grudges anyway. Everyone worked hard to earn their paycheck. Pouting playfully, she waved it off. Okay, let it go this time, but next time he's on his own. After all that, Anna still didn't forget about calling her friend. Tilting her head toward Julian, she asked, Babe, can I have my phone? I just want to check on Sophia and make sure she's okay. Julian's lips curled into a small smile, but under her hopeful gaze, he simply shook his head. Nope. His wife had been kidnapped long enough. Now that he finally got her back, there's no way he'd let Sophia whisk her away again. Anna squinted at him, catching on. Wait, are you actually jealous of Sophia? She's definitely female, you know. What the hell is that brain of yours even thinking? Julian coughed, a little awkward, then gave her a couple of head pats. Didn't you want to play matchmaker for Sam and Sophia? Then stay out of their way. Honestly, that actually worked like a charm. Anna stopped overthinking whether Julian was being jealous and started pondering what he just said. Friendship's nice and all, but love's the real MVP. Yup, time to disappear for the greater good, and let Queen Sophia enjoy some romance. Once her mind was made up, Anna relaxed. Julian took the opportunity to be a little handsy, and the two eventually sat upright again. Still flushed and slightly out of breath, Anna turned her eyes toward the window and instantly noticed something was off. This road didn't look familiar at all. She tugged on Julian's sleeve. Where are we even going? The airport. An hour later, Anna was straight up stunned as she boarded a plane with only the two of them as passengers. Inside, it looked less like an aircraft and more like a luxury condo. Cream leather sofas, matching carpets, furniture finished in rosewood gloss, and warm lighting made the whole space feel cozy and posh. A quick glance around and she spotted a bathroom, a bedroom, and even a huge study. Anna had flown before, sure, but usually in economy. This was not the same game. And judging by how comfortable Julian looked in the space, this private jet clearly belonged to him. Capitalism really is something else. Clutching the blanket the flight attendant gave her, Anna's round eyes widened even more. She turned her head to peek at the man next to her. Julian sat there, flipping through a book thick enough to double as a weapon. His slender fingers moved slowly as he read. From her angle, she could only see his sharp jawline and high nose bridge. She had to admit, this dude was ridiculously good-looking. Even his side profile could go straight on a magazine cover, totally unedited, hot and rich. Unfair was an understatement. Hey, Julian looked over, putting his book aside. Tired? Want to lie down for a bit? No. Anna quickly shook her head, her nerves getting to her. Are we going far away? Julian ran a hand through her hair, sensing her anxiety. Don't worry, I'm here. But I didn't pack any clothes and I haven't sorted things with my mom. Can I maybe not go? Clothes are already packed for you. And Megan took care of things with your mom, so she's fine. As for not going, yeah, little too late for that. Right as he said that, the jet started moving. Welp, that settled it. At the very least, couldn't he tell her where they were going and what they'd be doing? If she was going to die, she wanted to know why. Anna tried every trick in the book, but Julian easily dodged them all. She didn't manage to get a single useful detail out of him. 30,000 feet in the air, Anna gave up. Staring at the clouds outside, she suddenly felt like breaking into a dramatic rendition of Where the Hell Are We Going? Can you just stop following me? On the busy street, the pair stood out like a sore thumb. Sophia marched forward, bag clutched tight, feeling like some poor animal on display at the zoo. And the culprit behind it all? The guy in camo trailing right behind her. Sam still looked a bit shy, but had clearly gotten more chill than before. His grin lit up his whole face. He looked almost too sunny for his own good. I'm not exactly following you, okay? The road's right here. You gonna say everyone taking this route is stalking you? Sam's brain was basically playing a loop of Julian's advice. With girls like Sophia, you gotta lose your shame and stick to her like glue. He had always looked up to Julian, so naturally he bought every word. Sophia forced a smile through gritted teeth, barely keeping her cool. Fine. Suit yourself. Follow me all you want. Don't be mad, Sam said quickly. He wasn't used to sweet-talking girls. Years in the military had him mostly surrounded by dudes. Even when there were female soldiers, they acted like the guys, short hair, tough as nails, arms slung over shoulders like bros. Now, faced with Sophia, that fiery beauty, he didn't know where to put his hands. He sped up to match her pace, walking beside her. I'm not trying anything shady. You're a beautiful girl walking around alone, and the streets aren't always safe. Too many creeps out there. I just want to make sure you get home safe, then I'll bounce. Creeps, Sophia snorted, walking off faster. Only one I see is right next to me. She regretted big time not telling her parents she was back in the country. If she had, they'd have sent a driver, and this idiot would have been out of the picture ages ago. Just as she was ready to call a cab, Sam piped up again. Slow down a bit, will ya? Those heels are basically stilts. You twist an ankle, it's game over. Want me to bring the car over and drop you off? Sophia felt a headache coming on. She looked down at her brand new pair of Roger Vivier's. Stilts? Seriously? This guy really was something else. Some things just don't mix. As a hardcore heels enthusiast, she was this close to taking one off and letting him have an up-close look. If not for the crowd, she might have done it. I'm walking just fine, thanks, Sophia said, taking a deep breath. And for the record, your so-called danger won't be a problem. I'm a third-degree black belt in Taekwondo. Most creeps don't even get close. It was a clear rejection with a subtle warning. Anyone with half a brain would have backed off by now. But Sam wasn't exactly the king of nuance. He scratched the back of his head, smiling with that same cheerful honesty. Yeah, I know you're tough, but you're still a girl. Girls should be treated with care. Sophia froze for a second. She'd grown up in a pretty old-school household. Her grandma had literally prayed every day while her mom was pregnant, hoping she'd be a boy. Her parents were more modern and didn't care much about gender, but her grandma was set in her ways, and no one dared argue. So you can imagine the disappointment when she was born a baby girl. Sophia had always been a little afraid of her grandma, ever since she could remember. Not that her grandma treated her badly. Actually, she was nice. But Sophia often caught her letting out these long, quiet sighs. She had no doubt in her mind. If her mom hadn't suffered health issues after giving birth to her grandma would have insisted on trying for a grandson. Sophia was stubborn from the get-go. She couldn't care less about that boys are better than girls nonsense, and worked her butt off to prove she could be just as capable. By the time her parents realized something was off, their little girl had fully morphed into a tomboy. Even a cute dress couldn't soften the sharp edges of her personality. She knew she was tougher than most guys. People were literally scared of her fists. Anna was the only girl who bothered to get close to her, so Sophia had locked her in as a lifelong bestie. And the guy standing in front of her now, he was the first to suggest she needed someone to look after her. Didn't think you had it in you to be a gentleman. Sophia, always quick with a comeback, found herself stumbling over her words for once. Feeling like she'd sounded a bit off, she quickly furrowed her brows. Hey, what's your name again? Sam, he answered seriously, like some officer was doing roll call. Right, listen up, Sam. I don't need anyone watching my back, but I guess I'll say thanks. And tell your boss, don't bother trying to woo me with some pretty boy vibes. That stuff doesn't work on me. Oh, and Anna's my person. If he so much as touches her, I won't let it slide. Sam blinked. What's going on with Sophia and Anna? Sam's brain was so wired for military drills, he had zero clue what girls who like girls even meant. He just stood there a sec before breaking into a grin. Our boss treats Anna like a queen, seriously. People say they're all lovey-dovey, no need to worry. Then he added, and me? I mean, I'm not trying to charm you or anything. I'm not even good-looking. As soon as he said it, Sam felt a little awkward. All the guys on TV were these pale-faced, skinny boys with dyed hair and tight jeans. Heard girls were super into that vibe. Did Sophia think he wasn't good-looking too? Who said you're ugly? Sophia had a weak spot for pitiful expressions. Anna had used that exact face to steal chunks of meat from her plate more times than she could count. And now Sam was pulling the same look? Deadly. This big ol' sunshine soldier boy was looking up at her like a sad puppy. Sophia, surprisingly, kinda found it. Cute. For real? I'm not ugly. Sam's eyes lit up like Christmas. Her words snapped him right out of his little funk. Nope, not ugly. Geez, you're such a drama queen for a guy. Sophia couldn't believe she was out here on the sidewalk, seriously debating someone's looks. Shaking her head, she sped up her pace. She walked fast, but Sam kept up. You're not lying, right? Nope. You know, you're really sweet. Heh, I guess. So, does that mean you like the way I look? The word slipped out before Sophia even realized it. 2 seconds later, it hit her what she just said. She turned her head and saw him grinning like a cat that just stole the fish. She'd been totally caught in his trap. Sophia stayed quiet for a beat, which made Sam a little nervous. Hey, don't read too much into it. Come here. Just as Sam was about to apologize, Sophia, stunning in that red dress, flashed him the most gorgeous smile. What are you doing? Sophia flashed a sly smile that could knock the wind out of someone. Sam froze on the spot and walked up, eyes wide open, completely mesmerized. Whack! Before Sam could even react, she smacked him on the head. Hands on her hips, she looked way too pleased with herself. You had something in your hair. I just helped you get it off, she said, barely trying to sound convincing. Sophia had already stepped back, warily eyeing the guy. She was ready to throw a punch if he dared act funny. Sam just scratched the back of his head and grinned like a kid with a crush. Oh, that's what it was. Sophia, you're such a sweet person. Sophia just stared at him speechless. This guy was way too easy to fool. Even she felt kind of bad taking advantage. She smacked her lips impatiently, then her eyes lit up when she glanced toward the street corner. Her long lashes fluttered as she looked at him. Hey, Sam, can I ask you a favor? Of course. Sam didn't even hesitate. Anything you need, I'm here. No need to be polite. Sophia swallowed the guilt threatening to surface and lifted a perfectly manicured finger. I'm craving that durian sundae across the street, but these heels are killing me. Could you help me grab one? Sam nodded like a bobblehead. He looked at her and said, Okay, I'll go get it. Go on then, Sophia said quickly, forcing out a smile even though she was impatient as hell. Sophia, Sam suddenly turned around after taking a few steps. The sunlight hit him just right, making him look all shining and dramatic. He looked serious for a second, then raised his thick brows. I'll make sure you remember me. I'll take responsibility. And with that, he strutted off with big, determined steps, glancing back from time to time like a loyal puppy. What an idiot, Sophia muttered after a beat, crossing her arms. 5 minutes later, inside an underground bar. It was broad daylight outside, but stepping into this place felt like falling into a dark hole. The air stank of cheap perfume and old sweat. Neon lights flickered over the tiny bar, shining down on spaced-out eyes. People in barely their outfits clung to each other in the corners, some getting a little too handsy. The place practically screamed rock bottom. Dreams, those don't exist here. Just a block away were high-end office towers, where professionals sipped Starbucks and discussed six-figure deals. But this bar was full of people living day by day, wondering if they'd even afford their next meal. Sam sprinted in wearing camo gear, looking like someone from an entirely different planet. Police! Police! A wave of panic shot through the bar like a broken alarm system, the shout shrill like nails on glass. Everyone chill out. The bartender's face fell, wiping sweat from his forehead as he rushed over to Sam. He fished a cigarette from his pocket with a nervous grin. Officer, I swear this is a legit business. Nothing illegal going on here. Want a smoke? Sam opened his mouth to say he wasn't a cop, but it felt like a hassle to explain, so he just gave up. He waved off the offered cigarette and said, Thanks, I don't smoke. I'm actually looking for someone. Figured you might have seen her. Looking for someone? The bartender chuckled awkwardly. Well, lots of people come through here. Hard to remember anyone specific. You can remember, right? Sam frowned slightly, then said, She was wearing a red dress, really pretty. Haha, sir, that kind of description's way too vague. I honestly didn't see anyone like that. No, I swear I saw her walk in. How could you miss her? Sam looked around anxiously, but Sophia was nowhere to be found. Getting desperate, he raised his voice and called out, "Sophia, I know you're in here, Sophia." "Sir, please, don't yell. I'm just a small-time business. You're scaring everyone." The bartender tried to smile, though he looked a little panicked. Sam kept searching around for a while, but still no sign of Sophia. By then, the durian sundae in his hand had completely melted. He stared at the soupy mess for a second, looking totally defeated, then muttered, "Sorry," and turned to leave. He walked out like a lost pup who just got abandoned. Pretty heartbreaking. The women's restroom in the bar smelled awful. Sophia leaned sideways against the wall, holding her phone with no expression on her face. The screen kept flashing, over a dozen missed calls, all from a contact labeled Big Dummy. But she didn't even twitch. Her amber eyes stayed icy cold the whole time. "Miss," he finally left. The bartender from earlier came running in. When he saw Sophia, he paused for a second, clearly stunned by her looks. The guy had dropped out young and jumped into hustling early. With his smooth talk and quick thinking, he'd gotten in good with the bar owner and had been working here for 5 years. He'd seen all kinds of women come through this place, sleek, sharp, and stunning. But someone like her? First time ever. Sure, he wanted her, but he also liked living. A woman like that was clearly above his pay grade. He swallowed hard and quickly switched to his respectful, obsequious tone. "That dude, man, talk about persistence. Took a lot of effort to get him to leave. The regulars were all giving me dirty looks. Thanks for the trouble." Sophia gave a glance up at him, calm and indifferent. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a wad of cash, handing it over. As promised. "You're too kind." He said that, but snatched the money up faster than lightning. Feeling the thickness of the bills, he grinned ear to ear. Easy few grand, more than enough for his online game bills this month. "Hope you'll stop by more often." Sophia gave a dry chuckle, then grabbed her bag and headed out of the restroom. "Come on, Assistant Parker, that's just cold. I've worked for the company for years. Even if I didn't do anything major, I busted my ass." She just stepped into the hallway when she saw an average-looking man pacing with his phone, visibly frustrated. Looked like he was early 30s, dressed decently, if you ignored the stains on his shirt and his greasy, stringy hair. Definitely not the corporate type he was trying to be. He noticed Sophia too, but didn't even blink, too sucked into his phone call. He bit off every word like chewing glass, voice loud and sharp. Sophia wasn't the kind of person who involved herself in random drama. Too many weirdos in the world. Some people even sold their own kids. She was about to move on when his next sentence made her freeze in her tracks. "If that's how you want to play, then don't blame me for flipping the table." The CEO of a Pixera group set that girl up just to get his hands on her. Wrecked her whole family. I bet a lot of people would love to hear that little story. "What do you think, Assistant Parker? Should I give that Anna a call?" The guy was clearly pissed, his bloodshot eyes wild like a mad dog. His growl echoed through the hallway. The server walked out of the restroom just then, saw that Sophia wasn't moving, and figured she'd been scared stiff. He puffed up slightly and grinned. "That guy's name is Oliver. Total gambling addict. Struck some quick cash half a year ago, bet it all and lost everything. Now he's drowning in debt. Heard someone even threatened to break his legs. But don't worry, I'm here." "He said he's with a Pixera group?" Sophia cut him off, her face cold and sharp, the kind that made people take a step back. The server blinked, then answered instinctively. "Yeah, heard he had a pretty high position over there before getting suddenly fired. No idea what happened." He mumbled something under his breath, clearly being snide. Sophia didn't bother responding. She clicked her heels and strode straight toward the man. Oliver's phone call clearly wasn't going well. He stared at the screen and spat on the floor, cursing, "Useless bastard." "Did you just mention Anna?" A crisp voice rang out in front of him. Oliver flinched, eyes twitching with suspicion as he took 2 steps back. "Hey, don't go around making stuff up. What Anna? There's no Anna. 300,000. Sophia tossed the number at him, flat and direct. "You tell me everything you know. If it's useful, and I mean actually useful, I'll pay you 300 grand, deal done." Oliver eyed her up, still on the fence. After a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and nodded. Fine, but no screwing me over. His answer didn't surprise Sophia at all. Someone like him, lost in gambling, probably tossed away the idea of morals ages ago. When you stop caring about life or death, what's a little dignity? Anna woke to soft kisses dancing on her face. Blinking through half-dreamy eyes, the first thing she saw was a handsome face looming close. Ah! She let out a startled shriek, which was swallowed before it could fully escape. His lips caught hers, his breath cool with a hint of mint, tongue slipping in like an uninvited guest asking for a dance. That woke her right up. When the kiss finally ended, way too long in her opinion, she gasped for air, cheeks burning, and glared at the objectively good-looking guy in front of her. I didn't brush my teeth yet. No big deal, I don't mind. Since when was that the point? Her grumpy, flushed face clearly amused Julian. He smiled lazily and pulled her into his arms. If I didn't wake you up now, you'd totally miss the sunrise, and then you'd be crying with nowhere to cry. Sunrise? Anna had been blaming herself for sleeping so soundly, but that one word snapped her fully alert. She looked around and was completely stunned. Her hands rested on his shoulders as she stared blankly at their surroundings. Joy, surprise, excitement, all clashed together in her chest until her eyes welled up. She actually teared up. They were standing on a mountaintop, surrounded by clouds, so close they seemed touchable. The sun had started peeking out from the horizon, casting a warm orange-red glow that lit up the sky as it stretched endlessly outward. It was breathtaking. So stunning it felt unreal, a moment she wanted to etch into her soul forever. Anyone who's never watched a sunrise from the mountaintop just can't get how stunning it is. Anna's lips curled up, and though her eyes still shimmered with tears, she was beaming like a kid. She leaned in and planted a kiss on Julian's cheek. Hey, thank you. She had just casually mentioned this once in that cave. He remembered and turned it into this giant surprise. Anna had always grown up like a little wildling. Her dad only ever doted on Emily, and though Lucy tried her best to be kind, she didn't exactly spoil Anna. No one had ever done something like this for her. You like it? Julian asked, head tilted slightly, his eyes gleaming in the burnished glow. Love it. Like big time. Afraid he wouldn't believe her, Anna emphasized every word. She threw her arms around his neck and grinned. I seriously feel like pinching myself just to check I'm not dreaming. Resting her cheek against his chest, she nuzzled in gently. It was the kind of closeness that made everything feel real. The sunrise was gorgeous, but right now, this warm, solid embrace, that was everything. With his heartbeat drumming steadily in her ear, Anna's own heart thudded in sync, echoing the rhythm. It was kind of crazy the way she was feeling, too overwhelmed to even find the words. Julian reached up and gently wiped the tears from her cheeks, chuckling. As long as you like it. Though honestly, with the way you look right now, someone might think I'm bullying you. As if. Anna's face turned beet red. Back when Julian had whisked her onto a plane without a word of explanation, she honestly thought he was messing with her. She'd even mentally cussed him out a few times. Thinking about it now, yeah, not her finest moment. The sunrise didn't last long. Anna tilted her head back and stared, watching the colors fade all too quickly. She'd tried to prepare herself, but couldn't stop the little wave of disappointment that followed. Before she could really sit with the feeling, Julian tugged her up. She blinked. Wait, where are we going? Fishing. Julian felt like losing it. Watching the sunrise sounded classy at least. But fishing? What even? Watching kids run around squealing across the beach made his head ache. Mr. Blake, your wife's really full of energy, huh? The blonde coach shot him a playful look. Dressed in a sleek black bikini, her figure was undeniably eye-catching. The gleam in her eyes made it clear she was interested. Julian didn't seem to notice the coach's stunning figure. His gaze stayed locked on the girl in a pink one-piece swimsuit who was bouncing her way toward him. Honey, Anna had spotted the tall, gorgeous coach from afar and felt a wave of low-key panic. Girls knew girls, and that look she gave Julian? Totally not innocent. Trying to flirt with her man right in front of her? Big mistake. Anna could be pretty chill about most things, but once someone crossed her line, she didn't back down at all. Her eyes darted with a quick idea. Then with a big grin, she threw her arms open and charged straight at Julian. "Why the rush? What if you fall?" Julian frowned and scolded her, but his hands were already out, catching her quickly and steadily. The girl in his arms was light and delicate, like she might break at a touch, making him instinctively soften his hold. "You're here to catch me, aren't you?" Anna looked up at him, all smiles, her arms looping around his waist like it was the most natural thing in the world. Julian was already incapable of getting truly mad at her. Seeing her like this, whatever irritation he had left just melted away. He sighed and gently tapped her head, pretending to scold her. "Don't pull that again. Got it?" "Aye, aye, sir." Anna instantly switched into a mock soldier stance, raising her right hand to her head and standing straight, voice crisp. If you ignored the mischievous glint in her eyes, she really did kind of have the vibe. Terrible form. "I'll give you a proper lesson later." Julian's tone shifted, lips tilting up slightly. Their intimate exchange didn't seem to register the bystanders at all. The blonde coach nearby tried to smile, but it came off more like a grimace. Catching that reaction, Anna felt a little buzz of satisfaction. While Julian wasn't paying attention, she smugly winked at the coach. "Yeah, that whole stunt? Totally on purpose." The blonde woman clearly didn't take it well, her body tensing slightly, but she held herself back, shifting her focus to Julian instead. "Mr. Blake, let's begin with some warm-up exercises." As she spoke, she started doing exaggerated stretches, her moves designed to flaunt her figure. The barely there black bikini covered only what needed covering, making it even more suggestive than full-on nudity. She was, to be fair, beautiful in a very classic way. Her porcelain-like skin glowed under the sunlight, practically dazzling. Quite a few guys around couldn't keep their eyes off her. Some even whistled boldly, and the coach soaked it all in as though it was applause, eyes locked on Julian. Anna was dumbfounded for a split second, then took quick steps forward, plopping herself right between Julian and the coach. "Coach, those warm-up moves were awesome. Would you show me how to do them properly?" "Coach, do you think there are any sea snakes in there? I legit can't stand slimy stuff. The thought alone gives me chills. I heard tropical seas are full of them. Also, what if I suddenly drown? I only know how to doggy paddle. If something happens to me, you have to save me, okay? And are we sure this diving mask is safe? It might be one of those sketchy knockoffs. You know how dodgy some companies are these days." Anna kept chattering nonstop, her face glowing with fake curiosity and excitement. The blonde coach's patience wore thinner by the second. All that sexy posturing and flirty eye contact? Out the window now. By the time Anna had finished shooting off what the coach clearly saw as dumb questions, the woman looked like she wanted to scream. "Really appreciate it, coach. It's my first time at the beach, so I might seem a bit much. Thanks for putting up with me." Anna finally stopped her antics just as the blonde coach looked like she was about to snap. Scratching the back of her head, Anna gave the blonde a sheepish smile. At first, the coach might have had some reservations about her, but now, all that caution had flipped into pure disdain. Seriously, this girl didn't look anything like a rich wife, more like someone fresh out of the boonies. Julian stood aside in silence, his gaze on the coach turning a little frosty. "Honey." Anna turned and spotted Julian. Without a second thought, she waddled over to him, totally wiped from that warm-up routine. Beads of sweat were already forming on her forehead. Julian's eyes softened the second he heard her voice, like that earlier coldness was just a figment of the imagination. He handed her an open bottle of water, then gently wiped the sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief. "Had your fun?" "Oh yeah. Didn't you see the coach's face? Looked like she just stepped in something nasty." Anna chuckled as she grabbed the bottle and took a big swig straight from it. A few drops spilled, trickling down her chin, sliding along her neck, and disappearing into her top. Julian's hand paused slightly as he wiped her forehead. To cover his reaction, he lowered his eyes and gave a low laugh. That tiny laugh instantly snapped Anna out of her gloating bubble. Her cheeks ballooned with the water she hadn't swallowed, her wide eyes making her look just like a pufferfish. Wait, was he onto her little performance? Nope, not possible. Just paranoia. Anna let out a guilty giggle, glanced around nervously, and mumbled, "What are you laughing at? Heh, I didn't catch that. She was dead set on playing dumb till the bitter end. Nothing, Julian said calmly, pulling his hand back. His eyes swept over her swimsuit, then he nodded with a satisfied look. This really suits you better. Anna, suits her? Yeah, right. She could feel the irritation bubbling up again. She'd originally worn a bikini like the coach's, not as showy, sure, but still totally decent. She'd even admired herself in the mirror for a good while, feeling pretty smug. Her plan? To stun Julian into silence, maybe even get him to kneel and serenade her or something. But nope. The moment he saw her, his brows furrowed, and he slapped his jacket over her, practically dragging her to change. And now she was stuck in this modest one piece with a frilly skirt, pink no less, covered everything, even the stuff it didn't need to. One minute she was all confident femme fatale, next she looked like she transferred in from high school. And now he says it looks good? Who's he trying to fool? Ugh. Anna pouted, stomped her foot, and jabbed a finger at the bikini-clad women around them. Look at them. That's what looks good. You didn't see how those guys were staring? At least lie with some effort, okay? Who said I'm lying? Julian shot a quick glance at the beach girls without a hint of interest, then looked back at her. I'm serious. You look good like this. I don't care how others react. I only react to you. Only react to her? Anna froze for a solid 3 seconds, and then, like a matchstick catching fire, her whole face blushed from ear to ear. Anna wasn't exactly naive. She was in her late 20s already. Playing dumb at this point? Kinda lame. But the more she knew, the weirder this whole thing felt. Julian still had that handsome, polished young master vibe going on, looking like he could hold a press conference any second. And yet, with that same serious face, he just blurted out something so outrageous. Did he even care about his image? Afraid he'd toss another line like, "Wanna try it now?" Anna quickly cut him off with a, "I'm going fish touching," and made a beeline for the ocean. Hawaii's ocean was breathtaking, light blue and calm, shining under the sun like a massive jewel. Seagulls glided in the distance, and the sea and sky seemed to melt into one. Anna hated those clunky diving suits. Thankfully, Tom had set up a shallow spot where she could see tropical fish with just a snorkel. Super easy and totally safe. While mentally hyping herself up for her fish adventure, she still didn't forget about Julian. Glancing back, she instantly fumed. She'd only stepped away for like a minute, and that blonde coach was already sidling back up to her man. Seriously. Anna turned right back, snorkel in hand, and sauntered over with a smile plastered on her face, sliding smoothly between the two. The blonde stiffened, clearly not thrilled about Anna showing up again, but in front of Julian, she had no choice but to fake a smile. "Ma'am, is there still something wrong?" Anna nodded sweetly. "Well, shouldn't you be diving with me? But all you've been doing is chatting with my husband. Kinda makes me question your professionalism." "You're fired, Mary," Julian said flatly before Anna even finished. "If you have any concerns, feel free to bring them up with my assistant." His tone was calm, his face unreadable. Mary opened her mouth, but whatever she wanted to say got swallowed with a clenched jaw. It all happened so fast. By the time Anna processed it, the coach had vanished. Damn, that was cool. Anna's face lit up, but before she could express how much she admired him, she was hit with another wave of exasperation. "You just fired the coach, so who's taking me diving now? I'll have Tom find someone else." But yeah, easier said than done. Plenty of dive instructors out there, yet the few English-speaking ones were all these huge, burly guys. Julian's face darkened the second Tom reported that. He didn't even hesitate before shutting the idea down. Anna chilled on a lounge chair, legs crossed, sipping juice and enjoying the drama. Then, she poked Julian's hard arm and teased, "How about you go with me?" She remembered he liked swimming. There was even a massive pool in the Blake mansion. Her doggy paddle skills were born there. Fish touching in the sea. Julian rubbed his temples like they were throbbing. He turned her down on the spot without a single thought. Once Anna had that idea, she couldn't shake it off. She took the initiative, climbing onto Julian's lap and coyly whispered in a soft, sweet voice, "You're just 30, but you're acting like some grumpy old man. Come on, go with me. This is totally the kind of thing couples are supposed to do, isn't it?" Julian gave her a deep, unreadable glance. Just when she thought she'd convinced him, he reached out and gave her head a couple of pats. That's true. It's something couples do. But you and I, we're already married. Seriously? That's cheating. Seeing that her teasing didn't work at all, Anna decided to up her game. She crooked her finger, signaling Julian to lean closer, face mysteriously serious. If you go diving with me, I'll wear that sexy lingerie for you, deal? She hadn't forgotten the effect of that lingerie from the other night. It nearly knocked both their socks off. Just thinking about it made her legs turn to jelly, but she'd already tossed the offer out there. No backing down now. Face flushed red, she met Julian's eyes with a defiant look. He just stared at her, those eyes calm and still, not giving anything away. She was toast. Anna was already about to give up, ready to grab any random female coach, but just then Julian fixed his gaze on her and spoke. Anna, are you scared? Huh? Would you be afraid if I weren't by your side? Anna, like she'd ever admit that, come on. Just as she was about to awkwardly laugh and lie through her teeth, Julian's next sentence caught her off guard. If you're scared, then I'll go with you. This was the last thing Anna expected to see. Julian stood there in just a pair of swim trunks, shirtless like everyone else on the beach. His skin was this perfect golden bronze blend, lean body defined with firm muscles, and every line of his frame spoke of strength and grace. That striking face of his still carried its usual coolness, and even just standing still, he looked like someone who could light up the whole place. But it was that flawless appearance that made the sight even more jarring. Across his bare back, an angry red scar curled like a twisted centipede, ugly and harsh. Anna had almost forgotten that scar, something left behind from that car accident. Guilt hit her hard. She felt terrible. It hurt knowing that if she hadn't insisted on diving, Julian wouldn't have had to expose his scarred back under the sun for all to see. Maybe he wouldn't have drawn all those curious stares either. She tightened her grip on Julian's hand and slowed down. Tilting her head, she murmured with hesitation, Hey, maybe we don't have to go diving today? You don't want to anymore. No, it's not that. She'd been pestering him about it this whole time, and now he'd gone this far for her. How could she say no now? It's just... She didn't want to make things hard for him. Julian gently placed a finger on her lips, stopping her mid-sentence. His fingertips brushed across them lightly, his voice soft as water. If it's something you want, then let's go. Then, without waiting for her reply, he took her hand and started leading her into the sea, his expression calm and unbothered, even as others stared their way. His big, warm hand wrapped around hers felt almost magical, and from that point of contact, Anna could feel a quiet warmth slowly spreading through her. Anna bit her lip, held onto Julian's hand, and caught up to him. As they walked side by side, the waves left little ripples behind them, and soft grains of sand slipped beneath their feet, like the whole world had melted away, leaving just the two of them. Julian? She'd been mentally repeating his name for ages, but now it finally slipped out for real, hesitantly, like it was made of glass. When he turned his head slightly, she flashed a bright smile, high ponytail swinging as she looked up at him and said seriously, I once heard someone say that scars are a man's medals. I'm really thankful I met someone as unique as you. Her eyes lit up like crescents, and her long lashes trembled slightly. She still had a soft baby face, giving everything she said a hint of childishness, but in that moment, those smiling almond eyes were firm and steady. Julian felt something stir inside him as he met her eyes. Anna. He paused, then suddenly stopped walking. Bending down a little, he placed both hands gently on her shoulders. They were close, like really close. Anna could feel his warm breath, laced with a hint of mint, brushing against her skin. Does the scar on my back scare you? She shook her head furiously, like a bobblehead, and answered without hesitation, Nope. Then after a beat, she awkwardly added under her breath, I think it's kinda hot. Julian chuckled, his eyes dropping as a quiet, amused laugh slipped from his throat. What are you laughing at? Anna prided herself on being pretty thick-skinned, but come on, she'd just bared her heart here. Getting laughed at made her flush crimson on the spot, cheeks puffed out in frustration. I'm not laughing at you. I'm just happy, Julian said quickly, seeing she was about to explode. He ruffled her hair carefully, then gave a light cough to get serious again. If that's really how you feel, then that's all that matters. You're the one I want to spend my life with. Your opinion is the only thing that counts. If you're not bothered by it, if you're not afraid, why should I care what the rest of the world thinks? His voice was low and gentle, like polished stone ringing softly. Even with the tide behind them and people chatting in the distance, his words came through loud and clear. Life's already messy enough. If we start stressing over what strangers think, we're just making things harder on ourselves. As soon as he finished, he noticed something was off. Anna was looking at him funny, glancing over like he'd grown a second head. He raised a brow. "What's with the look?" Biting her lip, hands behind her back, she said, "Okay, now I kind of believe you're actually a part-time professor." Up till now, Anna had been firmly convinced Julian only landed that teaching job because he had some secret dirt on the school principal. Julian never cared much for titles or proving anything, but seeing her view of him shift made him a little proud. He gave her hand a small squeeze. "So, not bad, right? I did make some good points." Anna hesitated, pulled her shoulders in, and gave him a sneaky glance. "You having? But if I say what I'm really thinking, you gotta promise not to hit me." Something told him where this was headed wasn't good news. Still, Julian just laughed quietly, patient as ever. "When have I ever laid a finger on you?" "You haven't, yet. Doesn't mean you won't someday." Anna had all kinds of weird arguments, the Elin youth. "I just read in the paper the other day, this so-called perfect husband, some rich guy, was actually beating the actress he married. Ugh, the world's just messed up now." She even shook her head dramatically while saying it, her lips pouting a little. "So yeah, you gotta promise you won't ever hit me, or I'm not telling you." She tilted her head, all smug and waiting for him to nod and agree. Instead, Julian glanced at her and said, "Since you're that scared, I won't push it. Let's go fish hunting." Now it was Anna's turn to go blank. She blinked a few times, then stared at the back of his head. "Seriously? That isn't how this is supposed to go. Humans are weird. When someone has a secret they want to share, they usually throw you a little challenge first, just to see you flounder. But if you act like you don't give a damn, it messes with their brain." That's exactly what Anna felt right now. It's like she tripped over her own clever plan and landed flat on her face. She hurried to catch up. "Hey, it's not like I was trying to make it hard for you. You just have to beg a little, and I'll spill everything." "Fine, how about this? We know each other well enough, right? You don't have to beg or anything. Just say Anna is a total hottie and I'll tell you." Staring at his sharp side profile, Anna gave up with a sigh. "Can you stop being so aloof? Forget it, I'll just tell you already." Julian listened to her non-stop chatter, the corners of his mouth twitching into a grin, like a fox who'd just pulled off a trick. This round, Anna totally lost. Julian's words earlier really hit Anna in the feels. Any other girl might have burst into tears by now. But Anna? Nope, she was built different. Still, Lord Julian had acted weirdly proper today. So proper it didn't feel right. Or so she thought, right until they started looking for fish. That's when she had to eat her words big time. Painfully. Like swallowing nails. "Try fishing when you're the bait." She was all flustered trying to catch tropical fish, while Julian was calm as ever, petting her like a cat, sneaking kisses here and there. If not for the small chance a stranger might walk by, he clearly wouldn't have minded taking things further right there. By the time Anna was too out of it to stand on her own, and Julian had to carry her back to shore, she'd learned a hard truth. Lord Julian was still the same beast underneath. "What's going on in that head of yours?" Julian asked as he looked down. Anna had buried her face against his chest like she was lost in thought. He chuckled and kissed her eyelids softly. Dangling her pale little feet, Anna squinted at him with a sly grin and wrapped her arms around his neck. "Just thinking about you," she said sweetly, like maple syrup on pancakes sweet. Sunset was creeping over the horizon, painting the sky with streaks of gold and pink. Seagulls circled low, calling out as they flew home. His arms around her were warm and safe. It felt perfect. Right then, Anna wished time would just stop. She knew that was kind of a silly thought, but still, she stared extra hard, trying to remember every detail. "Anna, have you been to M Country?" Julian's eyes locked onto hers, and there was something heavy behind them, something unspoken. She remembered it was the second time he'd asked her that. "I haven't," she admitted. "Why?" "Nothing big. I just spent a couple of years there once. It's beautiful. I'll take you next time." "Deal," Anna agreed with zero hesitation, her eyes lighting up like stars. Meeting Julian had been a total accident, a lucky one. Her only regret? Not knowing him sooner. She wasn't part of his past, didn't get to walk with him through his early days. But hey, it wasn't too late. In the next few days, Anna was like a wild horse off the leash, bouncing around and having the time of her life. Julian stuck with her the whole way, indulging her every whim. For stuff he couldn't join in on, he just waited on the sidelines, footed the bill, and smiled. Anna's affection for Mr. Blake skyrocketed. Every time she looked at him, she felt like she'd hit the jackpot, and big time too, with a man like this. Everything felt almost too perfect, so when she found out they were flying back home the next day, she actually felt a little bummed out. Yeah, she hated to admit it, but she did. Eventually, she crouched in a corner to give herself a pep talk. "Hey, Lucy and Queen Sophia still need my love and attention." That's how she convinced herself to snap out of it. The capitalist lifestyle? Dangerous stuff. It'll spoil your soul if you're not careful. On their last night in Hawaii, Anna decided she wasn't about to waste a single bite of that vacation goodness. She gorged herself on nearly 2 pounds of seafood. The outcome? Yeah, not great. She practically collapsed walking out of the bathroom, looking like she'd just run a marathon. Lesson learned, the hard way, never be greedy. The ancients were right. Julian was sitting by the window making a call. The minute he heard her come out, he turned around. "Feeling any better?" Little," she muttered. Her face was pale, and she clutched her stomach with a forced smile that looked more painful than cheerful. "You deserved it. I told you not to overdo it." Julian's words sounded harsh, but there was no hiding the worry in his eyes. He quickly wrapped up his call and strode over to her. "Sit on the couch. I already poured you some water. It should be warm now. I'll grab the meds." Anna whimpered as she curled up on the couch, looking half dead while watching him rummage through their stuff with his back turned. "Damn, look at that back, those legs. Yep, that man's all mine. You're the best, hottie." Being sick made her voice even softer than usual, like a sleepy kitten, sweet and feeble. But clearly Julian wasn't falling for it. "Cut the sweet talk. Actions have consequences." Anna pouted. "It's not like I wanted to eat that much. Those lobsters and crabs made the first move. I couldn't fight them off." Halfway through her excuse, she caught Julian's pointed look and quickly zipped her lips. He let out a low chuckle. "So now it's their fault, huh?" "I mean, technically." She wanted to nod but thought better of it, considering the situation. "Take the meds." He handed her the stomach pills he just found and sat down beside her. These vacation hotels always stocked basic meds just in case. Julian grew up never overeating, so he'd never used them before. But now, they came in handy. Of course, leave it to this girl to need them. "Don't be so grumpy," Anna grumbled as she took the pills and water. "You dress this nice, you should smile more." Today, Julian was in full chill mode. A white shirt, a navy knit vest, paired with khaki pants. It softened all his sharp features in a really attractive way. Anna was used to seeing him in serious business wear, so this casual look felt like a whole new flavor, and boy, did it work on her. She sipped down the medicine while sneaking glances at the handsome guy next to her. The water temperature was just right, like he said. It wasn't hot or cold. She had no clue how he nailed it so precisely. Anna spaced out mid-drink, completely absorbed in watching Julian, so much so that she nearly choked on the water as it went up her nose. "Careful." Julian reached over and took the cup from her hand just in time, saving her poor nostrils from disaster. Gorgeous guys are truly dangerous. Too embarrassed to admit she'd been distracted by his face, Anna shrank her neck a little, eyes wide with a pitiful look, hoping being sick might get her off the hook. "I look this miserable. Surely he won't push me now?" Julian didn't press her, but his brows furrowed as he reached out and touched her forehead. "You okay? If you're feeling bad, we can hit the hospital." Hospital? That word hit her like a cinder block. She instantly perked up, sat completely upright, and waved her hands. "No, I'm fine. Totally fine. Going to the hospital is such a hassle." Worried he might insist, she quickly crawled into his lap, obviously trying to change the subject. She pointed at the phone on the coffee table. "Were you on a call to home just now?" "Yeah," Julian said with a chuckle. Steve's wife had their baby. He was so emotional he could barely get a sentence out. Steve was one of their military buddies, serious, reliable, way more dependable than Sam. But hearing Julian describe how the usually stoic Steve had bawled like a kid when he saw his newborn made Anna giggle. She tugged on his shirt sleeve and looked up. "Steve? That the guy we saw at the base?" "Yup, that's him. He sent me some baby pics too. Haven't had a chance to check him out yet. Want to see?" Before he even finished asking, Anna was nodding eagerly, cuddled against him, eyes shining with curiosity. Julian had never seen a newborn up close. When his brother William had Ethan, he was already off at the elite academy. By the time he returned a year later, the kid was already running wild. So when he finally pulled up the baby photo, he was a bit shocked. Wrinkly skin, a squished-up old man face, some random patches of purple. Definitely not what he'd expected. Cute. Anna's eyes lit up the moment she saw the baby. She'd always had a soft spot for kids, and this photo just hit the sweet spot in her heart. She practically melted. She had this intense urge to squish those puffy cheeks. Julian, on the other hand, looked like the air had been knocked out of him. He wasn't hiding the skepticism on his face. "This? Cute? Really?" Anna caught that hesitation right away. She playfully shook her ponytail and explained, "Don't let the current looks fool you. Babies look a little rough when they've just popped out. Wait a few days, chubby cheeks, big sparkly eyes. You'll be shocked how adorable they get." "You really like kids, huh?" "Totally," she said, flipping through the pictures with wide-eyed enthusiasm. "Anna," Julian said, looking straight at her, "let's have a kid." "Have a baby with me? Huh?" Anna stiffened, nearly dropping her phone in pure shock. Did she just hear that right? She sucked in a breath and gripped her phone tightly. "Wait a sec, did I just hallucinate? Should I be worried?" Julian let out a long sigh, turned her gently towards him and met her eyes. His voice was low and steady, his striking features glowing like a god under moonlight. "Anna, I'm serious. We've been married for a while now. You like kids. We have the means. It just makes sense. Even if we end up with a scrawny monkey of a kid, I'd still love them," he added, then paused, reconsidered, and shook his head with a chuckle. "Actually, with the genes we're working with, that probably won't happen." Anna blurted, "Are you for real right now?" "Let's go with a daughter. Boys always cling to their moms. A girl would be better if she looks like you. Then I get to walk around with two beautiful ladies." Julian's mouth curved into a soft smile. The more he thought about it, the more he liked the idea. He'd always been the type to go with the flow. His family used to pressure him about kids, but eventually gave up. He used to think a kid would be extra baggage. Now, though, having a mini Anna around didn't sound half bad. "Okay, hold up." Anna just stood there, brain short-circuiting before finally regaining her senses. She swallowed hard. "Listen, kids are not exactly low maintenance. You don't need to worry about that. I'll make sure they have everything they need." "That's not it," she choked, scratching the back of her head. "This is just way too sudden. I'm not ready for this." Sure, the Blakes weren't just rich, they were crazy rich. And Julian wasn't someone who made impulsive promises. If he said he'd be a good dad, she knew he'd actually pull through. But still, she wasn't there yet. Her peers were still living that slow-burn college romance phase. Meanwhile, imagining herself with a baby, her mom would probably kill her. "Come on, we're legally married and financially more than capable. Just say if you need time to wrap your head around it, I'm not rushing you." "I just feel like it's too fast," Anna mumbled, her brain a complete mess. "Like, maybe we don't even know each other that well?" Oof, bad move. The second those words left her mouth, Julian's face darkened. Anna swore if she weren't feeling a little queasy right now, he might have tried to show her exactly how well they knew each other. On the ride back, no matter how hard Anna tried, being extra sweet, throwing in cute whining and everything, Julian straight up ignored her, practically wearing his grumpiness like a neon sign. She pulled out all her signature moves, trying to lighten the mood, but the man was clearly in stubborn mode. In the end, she gave up with a sigh. Honestly, acting cutesy took effort, okay? And even she knew that doing a solo cringe show with zero audience appreciation was just embarrassing. So childish. When Julian pulled the cold shoulder routine again, Anna scowled and came to her own angry conclusion. This guy really had the emotional EQ of a kindergartner. Anna also had her pride. If Julian wasn't going to talk to her, then forget it. She wasn't going to go chasing after him. Jerk, weirdo, petty as hell, she muttered under her breath. She had just finished visiting Lucy at the hospital, who was looking surprisingly good, by the way, and now sat sulking in the back seat of their Lincoln, fuming more and more with every second. Up front sat the newly hired driver, a young, good-looking guy. The moment he heard Anna's mutterings, a layer of sweat instantly formed on his forehead. After Mr. Walker's tragic accident off the cliff, nobody reliable could be found right away to replace him. Tom took over temporarily, but even he couldn't multitask forever. He was Julian's right hand, after all. Eventually, Julian had no choice but to spend big bucks scouting a junior from his alma mater, hoping to train a new driver. The new guy had been thrilled at the job offer. A fresh grad landing a gig at a powerhouse company like this? Golden ticket. And being Julian's personal driver? Even better. Rubbing shoulders with the CEO himself, who wouldn't want that? Only on his first day, he ran straight into a landmine. Hearing the boss's wife roast the boss, what was he supposed to do? Should he pretend he didn't hear anything? Would Julian chop him into tiny bits if he did say something? Or maybe if he didn't? Panic. Hey, why so quiet? Anna leaned forward, resting her elbows on the back of the front seat. What, too good to talk to me now? I know, ma'am. The guy's voice cracked with panic. Mrs. Blake, it's just that I've had a hearing issue since I was a kid. Sometimes I just don't catch everything. Oh. Anna nodded sympathetically, then frowned, muttering, That Tom, so inconsiderate. You've got a hearing issue and he still forces you to drive? Just wait till I tell that jerk. The poor driver forced out a chuckle, looking like he was about to cry. Great. He was going to get fired before week 1 even ended, thanks to this chaotic wife with a baby face and a devil's scheme. Ma'am, do you want to head home now? Or keep shopping? Keep going, Anna snapped, biting her lip. She was going to shop till Julian cracked from worry. Moral of the story, don't mess with women. Once they go full drama mode, even they scare themselves. But we've been out for over 2 hours already. The poor guy was so stressed he was practically zigzagging down the street like a worm. Ma'am, are you looking to buy anything? There's a big mall up ahead, I think. Anna followed his gaze and spotted a fancy-looking plaza with a couple of well-dressed people strolling outside. Oh wow, this place screamed expensive. Right then, something inside her lit up. A thrill of warlike energy surged through her. She smiled slowly. Thanks for the tip. Her smile was beautiful, should have been a joy to see, but to the driver it was terrifying. His back broke out in cold sweat. You're welcome, and well, he was right to be nervous. Because Anna was plotting something big. Her plan? Max out Julian's black card and let him cry it out, hugging a pillar or whatever. Anna stepped into the mall like she was on a mission to conquer. Designer clothes? Buy, buy, buy. Gold and silver jewelry? Swipe, swipe, swipe. Luxury bags? Still buying. Fast forward 30 minutes, she was lugging around a mountain of shopping bags, flashing an awkward smile at each store clerk. Hey, is it possible to return these? Turns out she had all the courage when swiping the card, but none when it came to following through. Staring at the refund confirmation, Anna let out a long sigh of relief. She wasn't made for spending big, honestly. Grilled skewers from a street cart seemed like a much more satisfying investment. Miss, looking for something for your baby? We've got a sale on infant outfits right now. The salesgirl's makeup was flawless, smile even more so. Huh? Anna blinked, only then realizing she had somehow wandered into a baby store and had been zoning out in front of a little pink dress. She quickly scratched her head to play it cool and forced a straight face. Just browsing. You go ahead, don't mind me. The shop assistant was incredibly polite. Seeing Anna's reaction, she just smiled and went to help someone else. But the moment she left, all of Anna's calm flew out the window. One glance around showed the place was full of pregnant women waddling around with their husbands or moms carrying babies. Why on earth had she ended up here? Someone hand her a shovel, she was ready to dig a hole and vanish. By all logic, Anna should have turned and bolted, but her eyes nervously flicked back to that pretty little dress. And she just couldn't move her feet. Soft pink color, delicate lace around the edges, 2 tiny shoulder straps, and a few little rosebuds sewn on top. It was the kind of dress that would make any little girl look straight out of a fairy tale. Out of nowhere, the words Julian had said to her last night came flooding back. If they really did have a daughter someday, sweet, squishy, and smelling faintly of baby lotion, and she got to dress her up like a little princess every day. It didn't sound half bad, actually. Grinding her teeth, Anna finally pointed to the dress and said, "Can you wrap this up for me, please?" On her way out of the shop, holding a tiny pink bag, Anna felt kinda uneasy. The grand scheme to max out Julian's black card had flopped harder than a failed meme. Well, whatever. No need to sweat the small stuff. And hey, maybe the whole having a baby thing wasn't completely off the table. Honestly, a practical wife like her? Julian should be counting his blessings every day. He must have saved the galaxy in his past life. Once Anna came around, she didn't bother sulking. After a brief pause, she pulled out her phone, planning to give Julian a soft call and ease the tension. But before she could even dial, the endless list of missed calls nearly gave her a heart attack. She'd turned off her phone, and this was the first time she powered it on after coming back. She figured no one would miss her anyway. Turns out Sophia had been blowing up her phone like crazy in the meantime. Damn, was she about to get chewed out? Gritting her teeth, Anna called back. As soon as the line connected, she switched to a syrupy tone and said, "My queen, what a rare honor to be graced by your call. I must have really lucked out today." In moments like this, flattery was her only lifeline. Better lay it on thick and sound as sincere as possible. There was only soft breathing coming from the other end of the line, none of the usual sarcasm or teasing. Her tone was chilly. "Anna, where are you right now?" "Me?" Anna glanced around, then rattled off the name of the mall before cautiously adding, "Queen Sophia, you're not mad, are you? Did Sam piss you off again? Just say the word, and I'll go knock some sense into him." Sophia sounded way off today. That weird tone had Anna guessing something must have gone down between her and Sam. Sophia didn't explain much. Once she figured out where Anna was, she just told her to stay put, she'd be there soon. What the heck was going on? Anna couldn't make sense of it, but since things had come to this point, she had no choice but to sit tight. Feeling kind of guilty, she stuffed the pink little dress into her bag like she was hiding stolen goods. Sophia showed up shortly after, still rocking her signature red dress. Her striking face was expressionless, and her whole vibe screamed, "Don't mess with me," which made quite a few heads turn. Anna trotted over to her with her short legs, playfully poked her face, and grinned. "Don't look so serious. Come on, babe. Give this queen a smile." Sophia's lips twitched into a half-smile that looked painfully forced. "Yeah, maybe don't smile. That was scarier." Anna gave up on the joke. It was clearly not landing today. Frowning slightly, she looped her arm through Sophia's and asked, "So what's up? If something's bothering you, spill it. At least let me feel useful." Sophia shook her head. Her gaze softened, laced with something Anna couldn't quite read, maybe pity. "Anna, would you come have something to eat with me?" Anna already had 2 bowls of sweet rice dumplings before coming out, and her stomach was close to bursting. But Sophia had asked like that, so of course she could only nod. Anna followed Sophia into a restaurant. There were barely a handful of people inside, and the whole place gave off serious historical drama vibes, complete with wooden screens and aromatic tea, like they'd stepped back in time. As soon as the 2 of them entered, a graceful woman in traditional clothes glided over, her voice soft and polite as she led them to a private room. "Sophia, are you sure about this? This place looks hella fancy. Did you win the lottery or something?" When Anna pushed open the door to the room, her words got stuck in her throat. A man was already inside, looking uncomfortable. His clothes were neat enough, but he gave off this air of failure and hopelessness. Wait, was this the wrong room? Before she could ask, the man stood up and gave Sophia a flattering smile, bowing slightly. "Miss Jones, you're finally here." Then his eyes flicked to Anna, lingering a beat too long. That murky look in his eyes turned eager. "You must be the wife of Mr. Blake from Apexera Corporation. Ms. Green, am I right? His stare made Anna squirm, and his words instantly sent her alarm bells ringing. She forced a smile and tried to play dumb. Haha, sir, you've got quite the imagination. Sophia, I just remembered something urgent. I might have to skip lunch today. Can we rain check? She turned to leave, but Sophia blocked her path. Anna, there's no need to run. I already know everything. Anna felt her palms start to sweat, but she still forced herself to keep a straight face. Sophia, what's going on with you today? What are you even talking about? I don't get it. Your family going bankrupt, you and Julian registering your marriage, and you keeping it all from me like I'm some clueless idiot. Sophia's tone was icy cold, like she was just stating facts without the slightest emotion. Crap. Anna's face turned ghostly pale in an instant. She reached out and grabbed Sophia's hand, her voice shaky and full of desperation. It's not what you think. Sophia, really, it's not. She'd kept everything under wraps, carefully, thinking that as long as she stayed cautious, no one would find out, not until Julian got tired of her and divorced her anyway. But of course, life never goes exactly how you plan. Falling for Julian was already way more than she had bargained for, and now Sophia... Anna had no idea how much Sophia already knew. If she was smart, she should have started asking questions right about now. But her mind was a total mess, completely fried. Words stumbled out without any order, let alone clear thoughts. Truth was, Sophia was just as torn up inside as Anna. The sheer weight of what she knew completely overshadowed her anger at being kept in the dark. Her best friend, the goofy, carefree girl she'd always known, if she found out the real story, how would she handle it? Just imagining her all alone, right after her family had gone bankrupt, staring at a mountain of debt. Sophia's heart ached. She reached out and gently brushed the sweat-dampened hair from Anna's forehead. Her voice was soft, full of guilt. Anna, I told you before, don't be scared. I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at myself. If I had known earlier what happened to your family, I would have sold all my designer bags if I had to. I would have gotten the money somehow. I wouldn't have let Julian win like that. Wait, what was going on? Anna blinked in confusion. She was all ready to burst into tears, but now she was just dumbfounded, too shocked to cry. Sophia had always been no-nonsense and super strict about loyalty. Just that one time Anna had said she was dating Julian, things had already turned tense between them. And now she knew about the bankruptcy and marriage too? Wouldn't she be furious? But instead, she was being this gentle. Sophia, this wasn't your fault. Why are you blaming yourself? Anna was still a bit out of it, but at least she managed to force a small smile. I didn't tell you back then because I didn't want you to feel stuck. Look at me. I'm doing fine now. To prove her point, she did a little twirl, bouncing like a bunny, trying to act like it was all no big deal. Honestly, the moment everything blew up with her family, the first person she thought of was Sophia. But even though Sophia came from money, coming up with 20 million overnight was ridiculously unrealistic. Money doesn't just fall out of trees, and Sophia had already done a lot for her. Asking her to scrape together that kind of cash would have meant borrowing it, and Sophia having to beg those spoiled rich brats for help. That image alone made Anna want to cry. Sophia frowned at Anna's words, her brow creasing. We've known each other all these years, and you still... Anna cut Sophia off with a grin before she could finish, shot her a wink and said, It's all in the past, right? I swear Ethan is such a scumbag. He pisses me off to no end. She tried to keep her tone light. I don't know what's going on between you and Julian, but he's honestly been really good to me. We got married because we like each other. Sometimes I convince myself maybe life just messes you up a bit before giving you something worthwhile. My biggest mistake in life? Trusting Ethan. That guy's petty and a jerk. Cheated on me, messed up my family's company. I still can't believe it. She'd long known Sophia and Julian didn't get along, so now that the chance came up, she figured maybe helping clear things up wouldn't hurt. Falling in love, huh? Sophia sniffed, then pressed a hand on Anna's shoulder, her eyes filled with sadness. How can you be so naive? Did you know everything was orchestrated by Julian, that your family went bankrupt because of him? Sophia, that's not even funny. Anna felt like ice was spreading through her veins. Sophia's voice sounded far away, like it was floating from another dimension. After a pause, she suddenly slapped her thigh as though she'd connected the dots, gritting her teeth. Wait, is this more of Ethan's nonsense? That guy's lost it. He makes up these wild stories and now you're falling for it? If this was Ethan's doing, then it explained a heck of a lot. Just thinking about his last bout of paranoid rambling made her want to chop him into pieces. Because of his nonsense, she'd ended up having her first ever serious fight with Julian. It had taken a ton of effort and some not-so-subtle seduction to get him to forgive her. Now Ethan was stirring the pot again, dragging Sophia into his drama. She wasn't going to let this slide. If worse comes to worst, she was already plotting how to whisper to Julian at night to ship Ethan back to the mines in Africa or something. Anna, I'm not joking. Sophia sighed, clearly worn out. She turned to the man who'd been so quiet he practically blended into the wallpaper. Oliver, tell her. Miss, I used to work at Apixera Group under Assistant Parker. Nice to meet you, the man said with a polite smile, reaching out a hand. You're working for Ethan? Anna immediately felt a wave of distaste for the guy and didn't even pretend she wanted to shake his hand. I don't even know Ethan like that. There's no way he sent me. Oliver had already received half his payment and had recently splurged on a gambling binge, so he actually looked a bit more alive for once. Since he was facing the one paying him, he kept his tone respectful, though her cold reaction prompted him to awkwardly pull his hand back. Spit it out already, Sophia snapped, clearly losing patience. Oliver straightened up and took a second to gather his thoughts. About 6 months ago, I got assigned a small property development by Assistant Parker. The whole deal was worth maybe a few dozen million. A bunch of companies were bidding on it, including Grandora Properties. Anna went stiff. Grandora Properties used to be her family's company. There were plenty of big-name companies bidding, way above Grandora Properties' level. But even so, Assistant Parker flat out told me to hand over the proposal to them. Back then, I already felt something was off, but I was just a small fry following orders. Later, rumors started going around that Grandora was cutting corners, using shady steel that didn't even meet the standards. When Tom found out, did he stop it? Nope. He let the project keep going. And that's just crazy, considering we're talking about a company like Apixera that's supposed to pride itself on being thorough and strict. Anna already knew how it ended. Because of the poor quality materials, the whole tower literally collapsed right before completion. Her dad, Michael, had always been the kind who loved skimming from the top. Even on small jobs, he'd sneak in subpar work. She tried to talk him out of it, but all she ever got in return were eye rolls and insults. Eventually, she just stopped trying, choosing to ignore it altogether. But Michael seriously underestimated the huge difference between small projects and ones on this scale. Tall buildings demand much stronger foundational support, and that's where he messed up big time. That's basically how it went down. I overheard Tom giving Julian a report in his office one day. That's when everything clicked. Right around then, the news about Julian's wedding hit the headlines too. Not long after, me and the others who knew too much got a fat severance and were shown the door. Oliver looked at Anna, face pale as a sheet. Even though he'd pretty much lost all his morals in the past few months to gambling, there was still a flicker of guilt in his eyes. He'd been at Apixera for a while, long enough to get wrapped up in all this, and precisely because of that, he saw clearly what kind of man Julian was. Getting noticed by a guy like that? Oliver couldn't tell if that made Anna lucky or just really, really unlucky. The room went quiet. Sophia finally broke the silence, lips pressed tight. You'll get the money in your account today. You can head out. Oliver chuckled and nodded, then just as he was about to go, paused and turned back. If you don't believe me, ma'am, you can try finding the original files. They were all collected back then. If I had to guess, they're probably in Julian's study. Anna stood tall, fists clenched. She didn't say a word, but Oliver knew she heard him loud and clear. As he stepped out of the private room into the blazing sunlight, a mix of emotions hit him. It'd been ages since he'd let the sun touch his skin like this. He could barely remember who he used to be. Money, what a messed up thing. If it weren't for that sudden windfall, he wouldn't have fallen into addiction and lost everything to it. He blamed Apixera, he blamed Julian, he blamed Tom. He wanted to keep quiet at first, really, but they didn't pay up, so what could he do? At one point, Oliver had felt kind of bad, but now, nothing but satisfaction at revenge. Pitiful people often have themselves to blame. Some folks make a mess and still try to pin it on others. His warped sense of right and wrong had long since replaced any normal logic. "Anna?" Sophia called gently, worried. Anna hadn't moved a single inch since Oliver walked out. She always treated this best friend of hers with nothing but sincerity. So when she heard what Julian had done from Oliver, she'd been burning with anger and anxiety. And now, seeing Anna like this, Sophia couldn't feel anything but heartache. Growing up surrounded by boys, Sophia was basically a tomboy, always the one dishing out beatings, never the one offering a shoulder to cry on. Comforting people just wasn't in her skill set. Running her fingers through her hair impatiently, she finally just pulled Anna into a big hug. "Come on, don't be like this. Three-legged toads might be rare, but two-legged guys, they're everywhere. Just say the word, 'What's your type?' I'll get you a whole set." If you've really lost faith in men and happen to have a crush on me, I guess I could reluctantly say yes. I mean, things are pretty open-minded, yeah? We could totally get a license. Anna stayed silent, which really freaked Sophia out. She poked her in the forehead, her voice shaky. "Hey, Anna, don't scare me like that. Say something, will you?" That messy little head wiggled slightly before a choked voice came out. "Sophia, let go. I can't breathe." Sophia's face instantly turned red. She quickly let go and backed off a few steps. When she met Anna's accusing glare, she cleared her throat awkwardly. "Hey, don't blame me just 'cause I've got more up top." Sophia stood tall at 175, and with those sky-high heels of hers, she was basically a tower. Poor Anna had been squished with no escape. "Anna, friendship officially ends today." Knowing that Anna was sensitive about her small chest, Sophia realized she had totally hit a nerve. Talk about rubbing salt into a wound. She quickly tried to steer the conversation elsewhere. "Anna, don't worry. I'll go home and bug my dad for money. Remember how much Julian offered to marry you? I'll just grab that amount and buy your way out." Sophia meant well, but saying it so directly only made Anna feel worse. Shaking her head with a bitter smile, Anna muttered, "It's okay, really. You still don't believe it, huh?" "Anna, this isn't just some rumor. It's cold, hard truth. Sometimes I really wonder what kind of spell Julian's got you under. He's not as simple as you think." "Simple? Julian?" Anna never thought the man who shared her bed was anything close to simple. If he was simple, how could he calmly gamble his life against Andrew? If he was simple, how could he shoot with such precision? If he was... No, she probably understood better than most how dangerous Julian could be. But the Julian who faked a limp just to trick her into feeding him, the one who spent years secretly supporting a single mom with a child, the one who wrinkled his nose at traditional medicine and hated eating fish, that was him too. Anna lifted her head, her voice scratchy and low. "Sophia, can I have a moment alone? I need to figure out what's real." Deep down, she didn't want to believe it either. Sophia stared at her for a while, opened her mouth, but eventually swallowed her words. Because in those clear eyes of Anna's she saw a faint glimmer, bright and trembling like stars. For the first time, Sophia found herself silently wishing the whole thing wasn't true. When Anna stepped through the door, the first thing she saw was her husky, Snowy, trotting over with a ball of yarn clamped in its mouth, tail wagging like crazy. "Ma'am, you're back." Megan was arranging some flowers, roses so fresh and vibrant they almost glowed in the crystal vase. She glanced up at the sound. "Mr. Blake made some maple cookies for you at lunch. They're probably cooled down by now." Anna blinked in surprise, then apologized softly. "Sorry, I already ate something outside today. I figured he wouldn't be home anyway." After all, Julian was so cold to her this morning before leaving for work. She definitely didn't expect him to bake cookies and offer a peace branch just like that. Weirdly enough, Anna always got more nervous talking to Megan than even Julian's father. Her words came out awkward and stiff. "No need to apologize to me, ma'am. I'm just a housekeeper after all," Megan replied gently, her gaze still lowered. "Mr. Blake really cares about your relationship. I may not know all the details, but we can all see how much effort he puts in, and I just hope he ends up happy." Anna went quiet, then forced a small smile. Thanks for saying that. Do you know where Julian is right now? In the study. The study. Huh? Mr. Blake, Oliver approached me earlier. Before Tom could finish his report, he noticed Julian suddenly stiffen. The man's eyes were locked intensely on the door. Tom flinched and turned to look. Sure enough, the door was cracked just a bit. Right on cue, a tiny head slowly peeked through the gap, face a little flushed, looking awkward and slightly panicked. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Did I interrupt something? Ma'am, you scared me. I thought some corporate spy broke in, Tom groaned, rubbing his temple. Anna stuck out her tongue, looking sheepish. It's Snowy's fault. He dashed over here, and I couldn't stop him. Woof, woof! As if proving her point, Snowy's head popped up by her ankle and barked twice, very on brand. Not here 'cause you missed me? Julian's low voice rang out, a bit teasing. Anna paused for half a second, then shyly nodded. Yeah, missed you too. Tom. Great, guess I'm just here to watch them be all cutesy. Come here. Julian's eyes softened a bit as he waved her over lazily. Anna jogged over, those short legs of hers moving fast. She climbed right onto his lap without hesitation, fidgeted a bit to get comfy, then leaned in close. The realization hit her mid-move. Wow, she'd gotten way too used to this. Like second nature now. Afternoon sunlight filtered through the floor-to-ceiling window, casting a warm glow around the couple. It was so perfect it felt unreal, like a painting come to life. Soft, romantic, and wrapped in peace. Tom just blinked at the cozy scene, kinda stunned. He did have a girlfriend, but how come just sitting together never felt this dreamlike? Good-looking people really do have an unfair head start. Bang! Direct critical hit. But clearly Julian had no plans of letting Tom off easy. Julian gave him a quick glance, then raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Still hanging around? Don't forget to take Snowy with you and close the door. Fine. You're hot. You're right. In the end, Tom had no choice but to tug the stubborn husky along, who was clearly very unwilling to leave. His retreating back looked downright tragic. Don't you think we're being a bit mean? Anna pouted, poking his chest with her little finger, a small hint of guilt in her voice. Not at all. Julian's eyes narrowed slightly as he gently tucked a loose strand of her hair behind her ear. Back when I didn't have a wife, he used to flash his girlfriend in my face all day. Okay, now it made sense. Julian was totally doing this out of pure pettiness. Who knew someone so accomplished could be this petty? Anna rarely visited Julian's study. He never said she couldn't be there, really. But every time she tried picking a comic book off the walls of bookshelves lining 3 walls, she found nothing but stacks of foreign books with titles she couldn't even pronounce. So she gave up on the place early on. Now curled up in his lap, she half-heartedly chatted while letting her wide eyes roam over the room's decor. The study was neat and classy, mostly rosewood furniture. Everything was pretty much out in the open. Didn't exactly look like the type of place someone would stash top-secret stuff. How's your mom doing these days? Still full of energy. She keeps insisting she's ready to be discharged. When I went to see her, she kept grilling me on why you weren't there, said you were probably swamped at work. I swear, next to you I feel like I'm the adopted one. Anna's voice trailed off. She wasn't really all there. Her eyes kept darting around and she was getting visibly restless. Anna, I've been thinking. If you're not ready for a baby yet, we can take things slow. It's a major decision, and I get that. But how about we agree on a timeline? Within 3 years, maybe? Huh? Anna, arms still around his neck, blinked in confusion. Why 3 years specifically? She swore on her dignity. It was just a random question, no hidden meaning whatsoever. But Julian clearly didn't take it that way. His lips curled into a knowing smile, eyes gleaming as he replied in a teasing voice. Oh? So you weren't planning to wait that long? Well then, guess I better not delay. Out of nowhere, Julian stood up, catching Anna totally off guard. She was still processing his words when this supposedly serious man decided to mess around like that. She let out a dramatic yell, dignity be damned, clinging to him like a vine. His deep laughter echoed, but it just made her more annoyed. With a pout and a squint, she shot him a glare. What the hell are you doing? The tough girl vibes were back in full swing, boss lady energy and all. Julian didn't flinch. With that calm, elegant look on his face, he moved his lips slowly and said one word with perfect clarity. You. Yeah, no winning that one. Turns out bad girl energy was no match for a smooth operator in a suit. Anna was just about to twist around and sink her teeth into his shoulder to teach him a lesson, but something sparkly caught her eye. Nope, wasn't a change of heart. Her morals were still MIA. It was just that angle. From where she was clinging, she saw a glint of silver under the desk. A safe. When Anna finally woke up, the sunlight was blazing through the curtains, and the bed next to her was cold and empty. Her whole body ached like she'd been hit by a truck. She frowned, rolled over, and buried her face in the pillow that still smelled like a certain man. Seriously? That scent again? Was he haunting her or what? She was wide awake, and lying in bed any longer was pointless. With a groan, Anna dragged her sore legs downstairs, only to see lunch already laid out on the table. Noticing her glancing around, Megan spoke up at just the right moment. Mrs. Blake, Mr. Blake left early for the office. He said not to wait up, just eat whenever you wake. Julian went to work. Anna's eyes flickered ever so slightly, but within a breath, her usual calm expression returned. She had lunch like she always did, looking relaxed, even letting out a dramatic yawn and saying she felt sleepy again. No one in the Blake household thought anything of it anymore. Everyone knew Mrs. Blake's favorite hobbies were eating and napping. A couple of young maids stifled their giggles as they watched her lazily wobble her way back upstairs. After watching her go, Megan shot off a quick text. Mrs. Blake woke up around noon, had a slice of toast and 2 ladles of chicken soup, and headed upstairs for a nap. All's well. The bedroom was on the left side of the second floor, but Anna stood at the top of the stairs a moment, then went right instead. That way led to the study. If Megan were here, she'd be floored. Anna's delicate face was now tense, eyes like ice. The playful facade from earlier, completely gone. The door to the study was unlocked. Anna slipped inside like a shadow, quiet and quick. Empty. She bit her lip, didn't hesitate even a second, and made straight for the safe. She'd done her fair share of sneaky things before, but this was a whole new level. Still, she had no choice. Sophia, that strange guy, even Ethan. Their words ran through her head like an endless loop, each one like a splinter burrowing deeper into her chest. And if she didn't dig it out, she might never be free of it. Was the downfall of her family really part of Julian's plan? Shaking off the overwhelming thoughts, Anna knelt in front of the safe and took a good look at it before she started randomly punching in numbers. Naturally, nothing worked. She'd figured as much. Guessing the right code by luck was like winning the lottery. Still, seeing error over and over left her a bit discouraged. Stressed out and paranoid, she kept darting her eyes between the safe and the door, half expecting Julian to storm in any second. Sweat beaded on her forehead. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart was pounding so hard she felt like it might explode any minute. Ditching the guesswork, she focused. Took a deep breath and typed in Julian's birthday, careful and exact. Nope, wrong again. What the hell was the code? Frustrated, Anna scratched at her head, then hesitated, and awkwardly keyed in her own birthday. Click. God knows she was really just giving it a shot, didn't even expect much. She'd spent over half an hour fiddling with the damn safe and it hadn't budged. Then out of nowhere, there's this little click, and bam, it popped open. Julian's safe combo turned out to be her birthday. That hit Anna like a truck. Her mind kind of blanked out, but she didn't have time to sit around being shocked. She pressed her lips together and started rifling through the stack of documents inside. Digging for the one she needed in this mess was like trying to find a needle in a haystack. She wasn't really counting on finding anything, to be honest. Deep down, she even wished she'd come up empty. That way she could keep living in peace with Julian and proudly tell Sophia that they'd all been wrong. But for someone who's had 20-something years of bad luck and never so much as won a raffle, this time it seemed like fate decided to give her the opposite. It smacked her right in the face. Second folder in, and she saw it. Turned out, she was the one who misjudged everything. God knows how others would react to getting hit with something this brutal, but the first thing that popped into her head was Ethan laughing his head off at her. A lump rose in her throat, thick and suffocating, and suddenly her whole body felt drained. She just wanted to cry. And, yeah, she really did. It wasn't the cute kind of cry either. It was messy and miserable, mouth open wide in silent sobs because she was scared someone might hear. She covered her mouth with both hands. Her vision blurred fast, tears dripping down like a broken faucet, splattered across the paper, leaving little wet circles. She kept trying to hold it back, sniffing and hiccuping as she wiped at the mess with her sleeve, but the tears just kept coming. "Anna, you weak idiot," she hissed at herself, practically growling. Then, in a fit of frustration, she shoved the papers back in. Just as she was about to close the safe, a sketch drifted out. It must have fallen from one of the folders. The sketch was old, a bit yellowed around the edges, but the page itself was clean, clearly something someone had taken good care of. Drawn on it was a girl with this kind of foreign vibe, probably around 17 or 18. A soft smile and faint dimples made it seem like she was smiling straight at Anna. Anna's breath hitched as she stumbled back in shock, then just plopped down on the floor. The floor was cold. It was already late autumn, but nothing compared to the chill that crept through her chest. Because the girl in the drawing looked a lot like her, and those eyes, practically identical. Anna sat alone on the garden swing, slowly swaying back and forth. Her face looked calm, almost too calm, framed by nearly faded roses that gave the whole scene a quiet, wilted beauty. "You're dressed way too light." The swing came to a slow halt as a warm body pressed in from behind, the scent familiar down to the smallest note. She tensed, just for a second, then slowly forced a smile and turned her head like she was in a dream. "I wasn't cold." Right on cue, a gust of wind swept through, making her shiver hard. Right after, she sneezed, 3 times in a row. "So much for not being cold," Julian said, half annoyed, half amused, as he gave her nose a light pinch. It was already a little red. Anna didn't even get embarrassed. She looked up at him with a cheeky grin. "Well, I wasn't cold before. Now I am." Then, tilting her head like a kid asking for candy, she stretched out her arms toward him, everything in her expression screaming, "Hug me." Julian was both amused and helpless when Anna acted all clingy and spoiled. Thing was, he actually fell for this act every single time. She really had him wrapped around her little finger. He chuckled silently at the thought and shook his head in defeat, but still gently lifted her off the swing without a complaint. "Let's go back to the room." Anna had no objections. Honestly, it really was freezing out here. She gave a soft hum and nestled herself even closer into his chest, burying most of her face against him. All that could be seen was her fluffy hair and those sparkling big eyes. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Even as Julian focused on walking, he could still feel that intense gaze on him. It was hard to ignore, too direct, too sincere, carrying some undefinable emotion. In the business world, he was used to dealing with seasoned schemers. Reading between the lines was essential for survival. That's why he immediately sensed that something felt off about Anna today. He subtly glanced down, wanting to catch a clearer read on her mood. Just as he did, Anna blinked up at him. "You look good. Of course I want to look. It'd be such a waste if I didn't put your good looks to use, right?" Only Anna could say something that shameless with such ease. Julian broke into a chuckle. Whatever lingering suspicion he had instantly dissolved. Instead of denying it, he even blinked back at her, mimicking her expression. "Thanks for the compliment." She had never met someone with such a thick skin. Anna had instinctively wanted to throw in a snarky comeback, but sadly had to admit he really was just telling the truth. While she was getting lost in her thoughts, Julian carried her into their bedroom and gently laid her on the bed. "Stay here for a bit. I'll go run you a warm bath." Anna wasn't even sure how long she had been outside, but just during the time he held her, Julian could feel that she'd shivered a few times. Quickly, Anna rolled herself up in the duvet like a human burrito. She reached out and tugged on Julian's sleeve, pouting slightly like a sulking kid. "Make it quick, okay?" Julian laughed quietly and patted her head. "The bathroom's just a few steps away. Where do you think I'm going to run off to?" Anna nudged her head against his palm and mumbled, "Can you leave the door open so I can watch you?" Staring into her clear, round eyes, Julian just couldn't bring himself to say no. He tucked the blanket around her snugly and headed toward the bathroom. She half laid on the bed, face turned toward the bathroom. In the warm light, her usual energy faded into a rare quietness. The sound of running water echoed softly from inside. Warm steam began to drift out, hazy like a gentle mist rolling through. From her spot, she could only see Julian's back. Still dressed in his usual fitted black suit, he had rolled up one sleeve and squatted by the tub, adjusting the water temperature. Even without seeing his face, Anna could vividly imagine how he looked. Lips pursed in concentration, that handsome face entirely focused. Funny thing was, even when it came to playing Minesweeper, Julian could treat it with the seriousness of solving some world-class math problem, calculating formulas like it was rocket science. What was just a casual game to most people, he handled like a mission. Anna's head was spinning, random thoughts drifting in and out, and memories of her and Julian kept flashing through her mind like scenes from an old movie. She never thought her memory was that great, but for some reason, she remembered those little moments so clearly. Don't fall asleep yet. The water's almost ready. Julian reached into the bathtub to check the temperature, then glanced back at Anna with her half-zoned-out look. His voice stayed soft. Take a hot bath first, then grab a bite before bed. Otherwise, you'll feel crappy later. Still worrying, he walked out of the bathroom for a thermometer, and without giving her a chance to object, slipped it under her arm. I'm not running a fever, seriously. Anna wasn't up for using the thermometer at all, but with him, there wasn't much room for debate when it came to stuff like this. After going back and forth briefly, she could only grumble and take it, turning around dramatically so all Julian got to see was her back. Anna had always been easygoing. Back when she dated Ethan, she was the type who'd carry a giant water jug up 3 flights of stairs without breaking a sweat, while other girls were asking their boyfriends to open bottle caps. Guess when you look for trouble, you'd better be ready to deal with it. But this time, even Anna herself could tell she was deliberately pushing it, doing things that didn't make any sense. Acting like this, even the most patient person would blow up eventually. She knew she was seriously stepping on Julian's boundaries. So let him be mad, walk away, whatever. Maybe then she could finally sit in the quiet and think things through. Her eyes started burning again. A dull ache grew in her chest. She clenched the bedsheet so tight her knuckles turned white, veins popping beneath her skin. It was like the only way to stop all that sadness from swallowing her whole. The room was dead silent, just the steady tick of the clock. He must have left by now, right? She figured he would, expected it even, but knowing didn't make it sting any less. Still upset? Anna froze. She jerked her head around on instinct and saw that familiar face still right there. Shocked, the words slipped out. Why are you still here? Where else would I be? Julian sat down by the bed, a soft chuckle in his voice. All this over a thermometer, huh? Then, after a pause, he added sincerely, if you really don't like this kind, we can switch to the oral ones next time. Your call. He was dead serious, like the most normal suggestion in the world. Not joking, not teasing, just trying to comfort her in his own weird, thoughtful way. Girl, this is so not about the thermometer. And just like that, Anna's mini meltdown ended on a totally random debate about which thermometer was less annoying. Any cravings? Go have your bath first. I'll cook something. Roasted sweet potatoes, honey-glazed salmon, and garlic mashed eggplant. Anna perked up slightly when food was mentioned, but by the end of the list, her voice trailed off. I might be going overboard, huh? Since marrying Julian, she'd slowly shifted into full-on foodie mode. Spoiled with all the good food, it was no surprise she'd put on a little weight. Not at all. Girls look better with some curves. Julian said it so seriously. Anna almost believed him. She lowered her eyes quietly. Her heart was caught somewhere between sweetness and a dull ache. Julian was too good to her, so good it didn't feel real. She'd fallen for it deeply, started to believe, just maybe, she really was the princess in some perfect fairy tale. But fairy tales always end. This love felt like some sick joke, and she'd lost, completely, exploding in silence or fading in it. Anna had no doubt which path she'd end up on. She wasn't equipped to fight someone like Julian. With a guy that powerful, struggling was just asking to be crushed. So she chose the quiet exit. Of course, being someone who'd never let a grudge slide, she didn't leave before giving herself a little payback. That last night, She went all in playing the doting sweetheart, sweet-talking, smiling, even whispering cheesy lines that made her want to gag, all to leave Julian totally thrown off once he realized what she'd done. For good measure, she dipped into his jacket pocket and grabbed a stack of cash. Don't judge. Sweet-talking takes serious brain power, all right? She figured if she had the guts to pull this off, it'd be criminal to leave empty-handed. In the shameless department, Anna easily ranked top tier. She played the innocent while mentally kicking the guy under the table. Still, compared to Julian, she felt downright saintly. Her escape plan kicked off early the next morning. With the weather sitting at a breezy 68 degrees Fahrenheit, not too hot, not too cold, it was basically perfect for a clean getaway. Anna stood at the window, watched Julian's car disappear through the gate, waited until even its taillights were long gone. Then she peeled off her pajamas, changed into a lightweight tracksuit, and slipped on the backpack she'd prepped ages ago. Clapping her hands like she'd just finished a shift, she swung a leg over the window ledge, then carefully climbed down using the drain pipe. Her second time doing this kind of thing, and honestly, it was starting to feel like fate. She'd figured it out the night before, right after seeing that file and the pictures. It wasn't hard to connect the dots. Maybe Julian had some unattainable goddess back in the States, and Anna just happened to look like her. If that was true, tearing her life apart just to replicate his dream girl, it almost made sense. But almost didn't mean forgivable. No one would accept being collateral damage in someone's twisted obsession. Of course she wanted to confront him, shout, slap the smug off his face, maybe even carve a memory on those perfect cheekbones. But the second she thought of the consequences, all that steam disappeared. The Blake family crushed her family without even breaking a sweat. What else could they do? If she ripped off the mask of tenderness and showed him she knew the truth, would Julian still treat her like someone who mattered? Yeah, highly doubtful. Maybe that's what stung the most. Deep down, a part of her just couldn't accept that all his warmth had been a lie. She buried herself in denial, curled up in that shell of dignity she had left, if you could still call it that. She'd made up her mind, was ready for whatever came. Alone or not, she had nothing left to lose. Lucy was already out of the hospital and doing well. Julian, no matter how twisted, probably wouldn't go after someone like her mom. That'd be too far, even for him. Maybe because last time she ran, the lesson hit too hard. This time her exit had gone off without a hitch. Standing at the villa gates, Anna paused to really take it in one last time. 6 months in that place, it felt like a lifetime. Her emotions churned, strange and tangled. She cracked a smile, a quiet one, waved a hand at the villa, and said under her breath, "Bye." "Goodbye, Julian. Forever. Need a place to stay? Got water, electricity, Wi-Fi, only $40. If you're interested, we've even got some girls." Near the bus station, these kinds of aggressive aunties were everywhere, looking to make a sale. Anna got caught off guard and was grabbed by one. But the moment those suggestive words dropped, her face practically cracked. She forced an awkward smile and shook her head. No thanks. The woman gave Anna a once-over and realized she might have overstepped. After hesitating a second, she added, "Well, if not girls, we've got guys too. My man's got good energy, you know." Anna yanked her sleeve free and backed off fast. "Ma'am, better keep those special services for yourself." The bus station was way too busy, packed with all kinds of people since it was cheap. Anna had a few $1,000 in her bag, money she borrowed from Julian. Logically, she could have taken a train. But aside from a few changes of clothes and a phone with no SIM card, she brought nothing. It wasn't carelessness. She was too cautious, too clear. If she got on that train, she wouldn't even get halfway before someone dragged her back. The bus was scheduled to leave at 11. Clutching her ticket, Anna stood outside, aimlessly tracing circles on the ground with her toe. Just 30 more minutes, and she'd be out of this place. She took a deep breath, like trying to breathe the bitterness out of her chest. Right then, a loud honk snapped her out of it. She looked up. An absurdly bright red Ferrari screeched to a halt in front of her. Anna immediately sensed something off, instinctively taking 2 steps back. And yeah, gut feeling never lies. The window rolled down, revealing a face just as flashy as the car itself. Oh, hell no. Just her luck. 1,000 curse words rushed through her head. But they all boiled down to one thing: run. She couldn't believe it. She'd only tried to escape twice, and somehow this guy always managed to sniff her out. Talk about cursed. But guess what? Two legs can't outrun four wheels. That ridiculous Ferrari easily cut off Anna, who was already huffing like crazy. The driver leaned over, whistled playfully. "Babe, long time no see. What's the rush?" Anna shot him a death glare while his back was still turned, then forced a fake smile as she spun around. "Wow, Mr. King, didn't expect it to be you. My eyesight sucks, I barely recognized you. Overacting much." Andrew raised an eyebrow and eyed her outfit. "What's this look? Playing refugee today? You straight out of the slums?" Since he already had her figured out, Anna didn't bother with small talk anymore. Plus, there were people around. It was broad daylight. He probably wouldn't pull anything too wild out in the open. "If you're planning to kidnap me as leverage against Julian, sorry to break it to you, but I'm useless to him." Thinking it was one thing, saying it out loud, totally different. Anna had been trying to numb herself with all sorts of messy memories for over a day now, but the second she said those words, it felt like a blade slashed right through her chest. What a damn mess. Anna's words were a bit too blunt. Andrew tilted his head slightly, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips as he studied her. There was something unreadable flashing through his eyes. "Oh, come on, sweetheart," he said, tossing her a playful wink. "Don't sell yourself short. You've got some value. You're at least easy on the eyes." Right after that, he gave himself a little shake and rubbed his arms like he'd just given himself chills. "Yeah, should have just kept my mouth shut. Lying doesn't suit me." Anna had heard every word, couldn't not hear it when he was that close, and silently stabbed him in her mind with an imaginary knife. With her head a little downcast, she lazily waved him off. "If there's nothing else, I gotta bounce," kinda swamped. "What, leaving already? I'm helping you out, you know." "Helping?" she echoed, clearly not buying it. The idea that he, someone who nearly got her killed, would lift a finger to help. Not a chance. She gave him a sarcastic smile and said, "You not screwing me over is already doing me a huge favor." Andrew wasn't fazed. His narrow eyes lifted ever so slightly. "What if I told you I took care of the little tail you had? Still gonna talk to me like that?" "Tail?" Anna froze for a second, brow furrowing. "What are you talking about?" "Baby, I mean that bodyguard your darling hubby assigned to you. Dude's some kind of ex-special ops. Took me a few of my guys to finally take him down. Julian really doesn't hold back when it comes to you, huh?" He was standing right in front of her, but Anna felt like his voice was coming from miles away. The image of a bodyguard in her mind was a guy in a black suit and shades, standing stiff as a lamppost next to his employer. It never once crossed her mind that Julian would plant someone to watch her, and do it so well that she hadn't noticed a thing. Had she really been under surveillance this whole time? Andrew had clearly been talking for a while, and now there was an odd grin playing on his too-perfect face. "Guess I let that slip, huh? Thought you already knew. Oops. Hope I didn't cause too much of a lover's quarrel." He said sorry, but the gleam in his eyes and that smug tone totally gave away how much he was enjoying this. Just screaming, "Come punch me." Of course, Anna wouldn't dare. Hitting Julian might not be fatal. Taking a swing at Andrew, she'd probably end up as a cautionary tale in some back alley. "Thanks," she said, and this time she meant it. If Andrew was telling the truth and she really did have a tail, then yeah, she was probably one wrong move from being dragged back. So even if she didn't trust or like the guy, she had to admit she owed him one. Kind of. Still couldn't help wondering how much of this he'd done just to stir things up. While Anna was sizing him up, Andrew was just as casually watching her. Leaning on the open window of the car, he smiled lazily and said, "That's all I get. Come on, sweetheart, at least offer me your undying love or something." "I'm not exactly a catch. You'd be disappointed." Anna hadn't forgotten his earlier jabs and shot back without missing a beat. "The bus to Tungwood leaves at 11 sharp. Chop chop, people. Get your stuff ready." A grumpy middle-aged man yelled through a loudspeaker, cigarette dangling from his lips. Andrew tilted his head slightly, eyeing Anna as she glanced down at the ticket in her hand. His voice was soft and just a touch playful. "Your ride?" "Yeah." Anna's response came slowly, her almond-shaped eyes sharp with suspicion. She didn't trust the guy in front of her one bit. Who knew what kind of stunt he might pull next? Relax a little. You know I can't stand Julian, Andrew said casually. Since you're ditching him, that kind of makes us allies now. Believe me, the last thing I want is you getting dragged back to him. The bodyguard thing, that was just me showing some good faith. Anna didn't quite buy it. Her eyes narrowed slightly, half skeptical, half curious. What kind of history did Andrew have with Julian to make him grit his teeth every time he mentioned the dude's name? Were they rivals in love? The thought nagged at her, the kind of curiosity that scratched at you like a restless cat pawing at your brain. Anna found herself dying to sit down with Andrew, grab some popcorn, and gossip like two old friends on a park bench. But lucky for her, a shred of reason still held on. She bit back the questions burning at her lips, simply nodded coldly, and jogged toward the bus. Hey! Just as Anna reached the steps, his lazy voice rang out again behind her. Seriously? Will this guy ever shut up? She wanted to ignore him and hop right on, but self-preservation kicked in, and she halted with a heavy sigh. What now? Even the bravest hearts quiver with a little fear when danger's staring them down, and right now, Andrew definitely had the upper hand. He leaned halfway out from the doorframe, eyes half closed against the sun. That smirk on his devilishly handsome face was more dazzling than the sunlight itself, earning discreet glances from nearby onlookers. Gotta admit, some people were just born lucky. Julian, Vera, Andrew. With a face that perfect, it didn't really matter what came out of his mouth. Just looking at him was enough to make an impression. Anna, have you ever thought about sticking with me? I mean, you're not exactly a looker, but I guess I could force myself to lower my standards a bit. Anna's only response was flipping him the bird and throwing back a sarcastic, "Ha. Just remember, keep heading south. The further you go, the weaker his reach gets." With toddlers wailing and couples whispering sweet nothings, the bus slowly pulled away. Anna's ears caught the last bit of Andrew's voice, and she instinctively turned to look back. His grin was hard to read, but it lingered in her mind. "She's long gone, and you're still staring?" A punk-styled guy leaned against Andrew's shoulder, completely unfazed by the notorious troublemaker standing next to him. He laughed, nudging him. "Mind your damn business," Andrew snapped, lips curving into a tight smile, though his tone was anything but friendly. With that, he turned and strutted toward his flashy red Ferrari, clearly not waiting for his buddy. "Ooh, got you all riled up." The punk dude let out a quick laugh and followed, slipping right into the passenger seat like he owned it. After sizing Andrew up for a moment, he added, "This really ain't your style, man. If you like her, go for it. What's the big deal? You're almost 30. Time to stop pretending you're still that shy teenager." Right after he spoke, he let out a dismissive snort. "Don't think I won't shoot you in the head right now." Andrew's temple was pounding like crazy. He honestly felt like pulling out a gun and putting an end to the noisy idiot beside him. Faced with the threat, the guy just shrugged, clearly unimpressed. "Spare me the act, man. I saw everything. No point pretending now." "That woman's Julian's wife." "Yeah? So what?" Andrew replied coolly, "Unlike your filthy little imagination, I just simply wanted to sleep with Julian's wife. You know, get a taste of what that feels like." Pfft. The guy riding shotgun couldn't hold it in anymore and straight up laughed. Even though he'd known Andrew for ages, this dude still kept redefining his perception of crazy. "Yeah, that's simple, all right. Then why on earth did you send her away? Isn't it more your style to lose control right on the spot?" Andrew threw him a look like he was talking to someone with two brain cells. His eyes were icy cold. "Because more than getting a taste, I'm way more interested in seeing Julian finally fall for someone, only for her to up and vanish. Now that's something I'd enjoy. Bet that'll be one hell of a show." Andrew's voice had this smooth, almost youthful tone to it, but paired with the twisted grin on his face, it sent a chill straight down your spine. What a freaking psycho. Over at the Blake estate, they didn't realize Anna was missing until late afternoon. Everyone working there knew the lady of the house liked to sleep in. Sleeping past noon was practically routine, so no one thought to bother her. Megan only found it odd when lunch had been sitting cold for ages. She knocked for what felt like forever, and when there was still no reply, the staff forced the door open together. The moment Megan stepped in, she just knew. Something was seriously off. Julian rushed back the second he got the call. Normally a 30-minute drive, he made it in 15 flat. Everyone in the house waited outside, not making a sound, heads lowered. Ever since Anna had arrived, the place had been lively and full of laughter. But now, for the first time, it was dead silent. The tall man got out of the car and strode inside, his face sharp and cold like it'd been carved from ice. That gentle, handsome face of his was now an expressionless mask. The air around him screamed, "Don't mess with me." "Mr. Blake," Megan stepped up, worry written all over her. "You looked everywhere nearby?" His voice was deceptively calm. Only his clenched fist gave away just how far from calm he really was. "We did, twice. No sign of her?" "No one?" "Perfect." Julian's face darkened, and he headed straight upstairs. His strides were already long, but now he was practically flying. Megan tried keeping up, but was left behind in seconds. The door had been forced open and was now leaning pitifully against the wall, almost falling over. It stood out like a sore thumb in the otherwise elegant room. Julian didn't even glance at it, as his eyes narrowed and scanned the space with sharp intensity. The white down comforter lay in its usual disheveled pile on the waterbed. Her half-finished glass of milk still sat on the nightstand. The sketch she'd gotten excited about the night before, just rough outlines now, sat untouched, pencil beside it. It all looked like she'd just stepped out for a moment. Like she'd be back any second. Megan finally caught up, panting, a worried look on her face. After hesitating, she said, "Maybe Madam just went out for a bit. Nothing's been touched in the room, and her ID's still there." Julian didn't respond. Instead, he suddenly turned and walked toward the desk. Megan's sharp eyes spotted a neatly folded sheet of writing paper on top. "Boss, I'm here. Just heard Anna's missing." A commotion came from the stairs as Sam burst in, still in his camo workout gear. Right behind him was Sophia in a bright red dress. Sam had been in training when he got the news and didn't even change before rushing over. Coincidentally, today was the rare occasion he actually succeeded in asking Sophia out, but now obviously wasn't the time for romance. Sure, he was head over heels for her, but Boss and Anna mattered more. He stomped over to Julian, fuming. "It's gotta be that jerk Andrew again. I'll grab the guys and go deal with him right now." Sophia, on the other hand, looked even worse. Arms stiff at her sides, she stared Julian down, her jaw clenched. "You hid Anna somewhere, didn't you? If you don't give me an explanation today, we're not done here. I don't care how powerful you are. You're not getting away with this." Compared with Sam's rage, Sophia's voice had a sharp edge of bitterness. She kept her chin high, trying to keep her cool, but being this close to Julian's cold, overpowering energy left her trembling inside. Her fists clenched tight just to steady herself. This was the real Julian, stripped of that calm facade. But Julian didn't flinch at the yelling. His lips were pressed into a hard line, and his eyes were locked onto the note in his hand like he could burn a hole through it with just his stare. "Don't say that, Sophia. The boss isn't like what you're imagining," Sam said awkwardly. Caught between his respected leader and the girl he liked, Sam looked like he was about to melt from stress. Trying to smooth things over, he spoke up, only to be greeted by Sophia's annoyed glare, which made him shrink back and peek cautiously at Julian. Julian still hadn't moved, attention glued to the note. Curious, Sam leaned in a little. "What's that you've got, boss?" He didn't even get a glimpse before Julian snapped the paper shut, those calm eyes now stormy with fury. You could practically feel the simmering explosion behind them. "Sam!" Julian barked. "Yes, sir!" Sam snapped to attention immediately, attitude flipping to full-on military mode. "Mobilize the entire Ironhawk unit. Search nationwide." Julian's voice was low, almost snarling by the last few words. His hawk-like gaze then swept over to Sophia. "Miss Jones, I don't know what you told Anna to make her do this, but let me be clear, I want to find her more than you do." Because he had a lot to settle with her. His fingers curled tighter around the note, crumpling it into a torn, wrinkled mess. The message inside, infuriating. "Others are bigger. I want to give it a try." Like that wasn't enough, she'd even scrawled a twisted sentence at the bottom. "You freak, I'm off messing around." Messing around with other men? Julian couldn't even begin to picture that petite little thing wrapped up in another man's arms. Just the thought of some guy looking at her with anything close to desire made his blood boil. He seriously had the urge to gouge out that guy's eyes. Cheating? Not a chance. She'd learned the hard way, through tears, that no one could match up to him. Meanwhile, tucked away in a tiny mountain village, Anna had zero clue that Julian was plotting all the ways he'd come after her, or that the chaos sparked by her sudden disappearance had already turned into a full-on storm outside. At that moment, she was happily squatting in the yard, locked in a deep debate with herself over the age-old question, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Spoiler alert, thinking too hard is exhausting. After crouching there for ages with nothing to show for it but sore legs, she gave up. Honestly, all she'd figured out was which chicken looked the juiciest. That plump one ended up as the star of the dinner table, transformed by the inn lady's skilled hands into a rich, flavorful chicken soup that totally hit the spot. Food and beautiful views. Gotta enjoy the simple things in life, right? As for unsolvable mysteries, they could wait till after dessert. She slurped down the last drop of broth, licked her lips, and squinted contentedly. Only good food and pretty scenes can't let people down. Anna, want some more cornbread? The innkeeper was a warm-hearted woman in her 50s. Her face radiated that kind of honest, homely charm that made Anna feel instantly at ease. Reminded her of Lucy, actually. It had only been a few days since she left, and already she missed Lucy's sharp tongue. That woman could roast someone with just a sentence. Swallowing a bout of homesick emotion, Anna tilted her head and gave a cheerful reply. Sure. Can I have two? Of course, sweetie. What do you mean, can? You're basically family here. Eat all you like. The innkeeper beamed from ear to ear, clearly pleased Anna liked the food. She cheerfully headed back to the kitchen to get the cornbread. It was freshly steamed and carried that unmistakable warm corn aroma, the kind that made your stomach grumble on cue. One sniff and you knew you were in for a treat. Since Anna didn't have her ID, she'd been hitching rides on random buses, zigzagging her way south through 2 provinces before landing in this tucked-away little town. Honestly, the people were nice, the air clean, and life was mellow. Only downside? Entertainment was basically non-existent. No Wi-Fi. Yep, no internet. For someone with a serious phone addiction, it felt like detox boot camp. Eventually, though, she'd learned to find joy even watching the ancient black and white TV in the landlady's room. Turns out, when you're desperate enough, your standards adjust real quick. Though, let's be real. Compared to the rickety wooden bed here, the big fluffy mattress back at Julian's place might as well have been a 5-star cloud. Anna, how come you're here alone? You part of that student group that came to visit? The scenery in this place was stunning, especially with the autumn begonias in full bloom. Around this time, it wasn't unusual for groups of college kids from nearby cities to come out exploring. And small towns being what they are, chatty, someone as fresh-faced as Anna couldn't help but attract a little attention. Seeing she was always by herself, the innkeeper finally caved in and asked. With her mouth full of warm cornbread, Anna mumbled, not really. I just needed to get away for a bit. My husband, he passed away not long ago. The moment the words left her lips, her eyes turned red at the edges, and a glint of moisture welled up, slowly creeping over her lashes. The owner didn't mean to dig into old wounds. She was just a down-to-earth woman with a bit of a gossiping habit and a talkative streak. For a middle-aged woman who divorced early and raised 2 kids on her own until they were grown and married, chatting with neighbors was her biggest joy in life. Seeing Anna's eyes slightly red, she pulled her in for a warm hug, her tone full of regret. Anna, I didn't mean to upset you, really. You know how my mouth is. As she spoke, she gave her lips 2 light slaps out of frustration, then, in a soft and tentative voice, offered, How about this? Just treat this place as your home. No charge or anything. Stay as long as you like. My daughter's about your age anyway. I wouldn't mind having another girl around, someone to keep this old woman company. Now it was Anna's turn to feel awkward. The cost of living in this little town was already next to nothing, and now they were offering room and board for free. She couldn't possibly accept that. After much back and forth, Anna finally insisted on paying something, just a token amount, They settled on $40 a week, more for form's sake than anything. "You're such a pretty girl, Anna. You'll definitely meet someone better. Let me help you keep an eye out," the landlady joked. "Thanks, Auntie," Anna replied with a bright smile, not even bothering to sound modest. She was practically grinning to herself. If she weren't trying to keep up her image, she probably would have jumped in the air from sheer delight. Not an ounce of guilt about ditching that Mr. Blake. With a few $1,000s borrowed from Julian's house, Anna found that life in this tiny town, with its low prices, was actually pretty enjoyable. Since that one chat, the landlady had clearly taken a liking to her and always stood up for her. Anna's life here was honestly going great. On lazy days, she'd join the local aunties in their dance practice, already ahead of the curve in her journey to a peaceful senior lifestyle. Still, even good times don't last forever. Money runs out. After a few days, Anna started thinking ahead. Since the landlady needed an extra hand anyway, she offered to help out, earning her keep and living with purpose. Then, one morning, a rowdy bunch of college students from the literature department of a nearby city rolled in, laughing and talking as they piled into the courtyard. "Ugh, this place is so run down. If I'd known, I wouldn't have come," a girl complained. "Seriously, there was so much mud on the road. It ruined my shoes. My aunt brought these back from Paris," another whined. A big bus had just pulled into the yard. The girls, dressed in bright clothes, stepped off and looked around with sour faces, clearly unimpressed and dramatic as ever. Anna was in the yard feeding the chickens. Her almond eyes sparkled faintly as she watched the birds, and when she heard the complaints, she glanced toward the gate, then calmly looked away. Just a bunch of spoiled kids, honestly. Sure, it wasn't the city, but the charm here was different. The landlady was neat and took care of the place. There wasn't a leaf out of place in the courtyard. The way those girls talked made no sense. "There aren't really shops around here, so let's all try our best, all right? If anyone seriously can't take it, you can request to go back," said a tall, slim guy at the front of the group, pushing up his black-rimmed glasses. He didn't waste words, just said it like it was, and it was exactly what Anna had been thinking. She couldn't help giving him a silent thumbs up in her mind. "Lance, what's with that tone?" One of the girls snapped, clearly ticked off by his comment. Lance Graham was their class president, and since there weren't many guys in the literature department to begin with, add in his clean looks and quiet bookish vibe, he had always been pretty popular with the girls. He just didn't sugarcoat his words this time, and it set off a girl who had already been annoyed. "Come on, we're all classmates here. Let's keep it chill." Lance didn't say anything that harsh. Seeing the tension about to explode, a guy from their class quickly tried to smooth things over. "I just think it's kinda unfair for Tina Harris, that's all. She could have been living it up in Europe with her parents right now." "Drop it!" Tina snapped, tugging at the friend who spoke up first. "It's just a farmhouse stay, right? Lance already said we didn't really have a choice, so let's just deal with it." They were supposed to be experiencing country life. While most folks went for comfy and simple outfits, Tina, pretty and proper, showed up in designer heels and a brand-name dress, walking around like a peacock on parade. Anna had already pegged her as the same girl who'd been loudly complaining earlier. That sudden switch in attitude totally had something to do with the guy standing nearby. Love really does weird things to people, turns them into walking contradictions. The town was so small, if someone dropped a $5 bill, it'd make the local gossip circuit before noon. And with the old farmhouse TV stuck on nothing but news channels, Anna was climbing the walls by the end of the week. Life without gossip was just so empty. Now that a busload of drama had rolled in, featuring a live-action one-sided crush, Anna was all in. If the owner had popcorn, she'd already be in a lawn chair. Don't ask how she knew it was one-sided. You just had to look at their faces. It wasn't rocket science. Once the girl drama died down, Lance, tall and a bit aloof, just gave Tina a slight nod and turned to guide the others. Cold and distant, really. "Hey, did you guys book in advance?" Anna, seeing her show cut short with the leading man walking away, dusted off her hands and walked over to start her job, just as the owner had told her to. "Yeah." Lance's eyes landed on her face for a beat too long. Anna answered his look with a bright and friendly smile. After all, this was a paying customer. She prided herself on top-notch service. Lance's gaze flinched, and when she smiled at him, his ears turned bright red. He faked a cough and stuck out his hand awkwardly. "Hi, I'm Lance. I called a few days ago to book the rooms." Over the next few days, Anna's life actually got a lot more interesting, thanks to this gang. Lance often struck up conversations with her, while Tina stared at her like she wanted to set her on fire. "Anna, let me help you with the water." The yard had no running water. Getting some meant working the hand pump. Anna had just grabbed a bucket and headed over, and before she could even touch the handle, Lance, who'd been eating under a shed, jumped up and walked over. "Wow, look at our class prez playing the perfect gentleman." "Come on, Anna, just say yes already. Our prez is single, totally dependable, owns a house and a car, and he's an only child." As soon as Lance moved, the guys eating with him started teasing, grinning ear to ear. Their jokes were playful, not mean. Anna tilted her head, watching them in silence. But Lance, his cheeks flushed red like a tomato. He snatched the water bucket from Anna's hands and waved off his classmates. All right, knock it off already." After that, he glanced at Anna with a shy, slightly sheepish smile. "Don't mind them, Anna. This bunch just loves to mess around. They don't mean anything by it. I'll talk to them when we get back." "I'm fine, thanks," Anna replied calmly. Having been married before and trained under Julian, Anna had grown a pretty thick skin. Even though she was the same age as them, she always had that vibe of watching a younger crowd fumble through life. She knew Lance kind of liked her. That much was obvious. But feelings like that between guys and girls always come with a bit of mystery. He hadn't said anything, and it wasn't like she could just come out and say she didn't feel the same way. What if she read it wrong? That'd be seriously awkward. So, better to play dumb and keep things casual. Clang! The sound cut through the cheerful atmosphere like a knife. Everyone froze, turning toward the sudden noise. Tina stood there, face flushed, though whether it was anger or embarrassment was anyone's guess. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she stared daggers at Anna. At her feet was a shattered bowl, rice scattered everywhere. Yeah, she did that on purpose. Seeing Lance cozying up to that girl made her want to snap. Tina came from a pretty well-off family, the princess of the house. Being the only girl, she was used to getting her way, and that spoiled streak ran deep. She'd liked Lance since freshman year, thought they looked good together, thought their families matched up nicely too. But for whatever reason, Lance never treated her any different than any other classmate, and that stung. This trip? It was supposed to be her chance. Everyone says travel brings people closer, right? She'd planned her moves carefully, but out of nowhere came this curveball. A girl even prettier than her, and she hated admitting it, but it was true. Worse yet, every guy was paying attention to Anna, and Lance, he was all over her. So today, watching him rush to help with chores like some eager puppy, Tina finally lost it. "You're disgusting." She spat the words at Anna, then covered her face and ran off, her voice already cracking with sobs. A few of her close girlfriends hurried after her. Anna, the completely innocent party in all this, was dumbfounded. Shouldn't she be the one feeling wronged here? Yet that girl just threw a hissy fit at her and ran off like she was the victim. What the heck? Seriously, people these days? Unreal. The rest of the students looked super awkward. Everyone kind of knew Tina had overreacted, but no one spoke up, and honestly, it made sense. They had to deal with Tina for the next few years. Anna was just an outsider. No one wanted to get on Tina's bad side over someone they barely knew. "She's completely losing it with her spoiled princess act," Lance muttered, clearly annoyed and not bothering to hide it. Then his tone softened as he turned to Anna again. "Don't worry, I'll make sure she apologizes to you, in person." Right now, in Lance's eyes, Anna was like a fragile little flower in need of protection, someone he wanted to keep safe from the world. Tina, on the other hand, had just stomped all over that flower. Teenage feelings are like poetry, messy, dramatic, and intense. And Anna? She was the quiet line at the end that brought everything to a stop. She blinked and said, "No big deal, just make sure she pays for the bowl." If there's easy money knocking on the door, why say no? Anna ended up using the excuse of having some emotional attachment to slap a $20 price tag on a bowl that cost her no more than $2. Straight up jacked it up tenfold. It hit her, oh shoot, maybe she found a way to make real money now. With a whole new world opened up to her, Anna stared at Tina like she was a fat little hen waiting to be plucked, eyes gleaming with that green, greedy shine. Tina ground her teeth in frustration, going through the same routine, smashing bowls one after another. But she finally stopped, ran out of money. Such a sad little tale. Most of them had just come out here to chill anyway, wander a bit. The town was small, and after the novelty wore off in a couple of days, the city kids were already moaning. Bad food, barely any meat, and the beds, horrible. Sleeping on them felt like getting beat up. Anna didn't really feel much, ate when it was time to eat, slept when she felt sleepy. Totally relaxed, not a care in the world. But hey, even someone who dozes off whenever can't sleep perfectly every night. She'd napped too much that day, and come nighttime, wide awake. After tossing and turning for a while, she finally threw on a hoodie and wandered into the yard. The night air out here was amazing, fresh with a bit of earthy scent in it. None of that city smog nonsense. Anna took a deep breath, staring at the moon like she was suddenly about to turn into a poet. She wanted to recite something beautiful and be all deep and artsy. But after furrowing her brows and muttering to herself for ages, all she could squeeze out was, "I lift my head to watch the bright moon, lower it, and think of home." Damn. She shut her mouth awkwardly, deciding she'd just plan out which chicken to eat tomorrow instead. Right then, soft footsteps sounded behind her. "Can't sleep either, Anna?" Lance stepped out in a dark navy sweater, looking even skinnier than usual. He wasn't really handsome, more like your classic friendly guy next door. Not ugly, not hot, just easy to be around, like someone you've known forever. "Ha, yeah," Anna replied casually, her tone a little half-hearted. Honestly, Anna thought Lance was all right. Clear-headed, decent values. It was just that overly enthusiastic chasing thing kind of killed it. If it weren't for Tina always stirring the pot, she might have actually wanted to be regular friends with him. "We're heading back to school tomorrow afternoon." Lance could totally tell she wasn't feeling it. Truth be told, she'd been giving him the whole lukewarm vibe the entire time they'd talked. Sighing softly, he stated the fact as if it carried all the weight in the world. He was already in his 20s. Back in high school, he had a girlfriend, young love kind of deal. They broke up and made up a few times, but eventually, all the drama just killed the spark, and it ended with nothing more than a shrug. After that, plenty of girls made moves, especially in the lit department, where guys were rare. Some of them were really pretty too, but none of them made his heart skip. He turned them all down. And then there was Anna. First girl in ages who made him feel like risking it again. He really didn't want to let her go. Fate's weird like that. Miss one bus and the whole route's gone. That's why Lance had waited out here on purpose tonight. Even if she hadn't come out, he'd planned on knocking. After he said that, he tried to catch even the slightest trace of hesitation or any hint of emotion on her delicate face. Just anything, really, that might convince him to stay despite everything. But nope, still a letdown. Anna squinted, gave him a calm smile, and replied sincerely, "Well, I wish you both the best then." That was not what he was hoping for. "Thank you very much." Realizing that no matter how long they dragged this night out, it was just going nowhere, Lance took a deep breath and decided to go all in. Confessing your feelings isn't easy for anyone, let alone for someone like Lance who's clearly a rookie at this whole love confession thing. He pressed his lips together, mentally hyped himself up, and finally pulled out a decent smile. "Anna, there's something I've been wanting to tell you. Actually, from the first time I met you, I felt this weird sense of familiarity. The more time I spent with you today, the more I felt like you're someone really special, someone who deserves to be cherished." Lance had a nice voice, especially when he softened it like that. Anna looked up at him quietly, her big, clear eyes fixed on him with full attention. Her calmness gave Lance a boost. The more he talked, the more confident and intense he became. "Anna, all I want to ask is, would you be willing to give me a chance? You know, I've heard almost the exact same thing before from someone else." "Wait, what?" The smile froze on Lance's face as shock replaced any trace of hope. That really wasn't the response he pictured in his head. Was it your ex who said it? Even though it was awkward as hell, Lance still asked. Anna shook her head. Nope, not my ex. Lance's heart lifted a little. So then, it was my husband. Life really knows how to mess with you. Lance could physically feel his soul leaving his body. In just a few seconds, his emotions had been dragged through a mental roller coaster of hope and despair. You ever tasted true defeat? Yeah, welcome to the club. After saying that, Anna squinted again, yawned delicately, then gave his shoulder a friendly pat. Buddy, I'm tired. Going to bed. You enjoy your moonlight moment. Mission Love Confession failed with style, but Anna felt relaxed now that the admirer had been properly turned down. Humming to herself, she hopped off toward her room. Honestly, that was probably the gentlest way she could have handled it. Teenage crushes, fast to come, fast to go. He'd be heartbroken for what, a couple of days max? Maybe get drunk once and bounce back. If Lance thought she was just making excuses to turn him down, well, that's on him. She was telling the truth. Can't blame her if he didn't buy it. Not sure who leaked the story, but by the next morning, everybody seemed to know about Lance's failed confession. At breakfast, the vibe was low-key awkward. Nobody said much, and the whole heading back this afternoon excitement was totally gone. I mean, rejection stories aren't exactly anyone's favorite newsflash. Despite the curious glances thrown her way, Anna looked totally unbothered, casually hanging near the big pot and watching the lady boss cook soup. The only one who seemed truly thrilled about the whole thing was Tina. Are you seriously thinking of messing with her again? If you are, say the word. I'll totally back you up. Chewing her food and eyeing Anna, Tina's friend clearly figured she was plotting something. I'm not planning anything. Not interested, Tina replied, completely chill. Tina let out a sarcastic laugh and leaned over to whisper to her friend. Now I get it. I was seriously wasting my time competing with her. Sure, she's pretty, but so what? Seeing her as a rival was just embarrassing. Oh? The girl next to her raised an eyebrow, a little surprised by Tina's sudden change of tune. After all, she used to hate Anna. Tina smirked, lowering her voice as if sharing some juicy gossip. Anna doesn't come from anything. She'll probably be stuck in this little town her whole life and end up marrying some random farmer. While we're college girls with futures. We'll be walking down the aisle in designer dresses, with guys like Lance by our side and everyone watching us with envy. That's the real difference, a whole world apart. As the thought sunk in, Tina felt a surge of superiority. She glanced toward the girl still crouched by the stove and couldn't help feeling a bit smug. There was maybe a sliver of pity, but honestly, it was mostly just gloating. Tina, you nailed it. That's the truth. Suddenly, a deep humming sound burst from above, catching everyone off guard. Heads turned instinctively toward the sky. 3 sleek military green helicopters swooped in like eagles, spiraling overhead. The lead chopper was noticeably larger than the other 2, its massive rotor blades slicing the air with a thunderous roar that made the ground seem to vibrate. Wow, a freaking helicopter! Holy crap, is that a Boeing 864 Apache? This is insane! One of the local guys, clearly into military stuff, recognized it immediately. Nobody in the town had ever seen anything like this before. Within seconds, people poured into the street, the noise outside growing louder by the second. What's going on? The lady cooking soup looked up from her pot in confusion, trying to peer out through the doorway. Anna, keep an eye on the stove for me, will you? I gotta check this out. An old man with a cane hobbled into the room, panting. You better hurry. The chopper's landing right in that empty lot by your house. Anna was still focused on her soup, absent-mindedly stirring while humming to herself. She cheerfully waved a hand, not really processing what was going on, her eyes still fixed on the bubbling pot. The open field in front of the farmhouse, usually just a patch of unused land, had never been this lively. Half the town had shown up, jostling to get a closer look at the enormous machines in the sky. Right then, Anna's soup was finally ready. She ladled it into a bowl, only to walk outside and discover the courtyard completely empty. Everyone had swarmed outside. Utterly clueless, she cradled the steaming bowl and squeezed through the crowd like a curious kitten, sticking her head between people. Being petite with a naturally sweet face helped. Even those who felt annoyed by her pushing forward couldn't actually scold her once she flashed a smile. If she could rewind time, Anna would have stayed put and minded her pot of soup. No questions asked. But life doesn't give out shortcuts. She followed everyone's gaze, and the second she looked up, her smile froze halfway. Up in the helicopter, Julian sat coolly, leaning slightly to the side with his usual composed air. His face, striking as ever, was unchanged, icy and detached, gazing down at the crowd like a king surveying his land. And when that piercing gaze locked onto her, Anna felt it stick like a magnet, rooted right to her core. It was freezing, bone-chilling cold. Anna shivered violently, only snapping out of it when she spotted that tall figure threading his way down the ladder with steady strides. In a panic, she pinched her thigh hard. The jolt of pain had her sucking in a breath. This was no dream. It was real. She'd run all the way to this remote mountain village, but Julian still found her. If now's not the time to run, then when? She didn't even glance at the soup in hand. With a clatter, the bowl hit the ground as she pushed through the crowd and bolted toward the courtyard. Her forehead broke into a nervous sweat, and she looked every bit like a frightened, desperate rabbit. "You really think you can run again?" Anna moved fast, but Julian was even faster. Seeing her make a break for it, he scoffed and jumped off the last rung, striding after her like he owned the place. She had a head start and was already quite far, but when she glanced back, the gap between them was closing fast, terrifyingly fast. The more frantic her escape, the more Julian looked cold and calm, totally unbothered. "What are you doing chasing after a young girl like that? That's not right." The pressure Julian gave off was so intense, nobody dared get in his way. Just as Anna was about to be caught, the boss lady suddenly threw her arms out to block him. He merely gave her a look, just a look, and her legs went weak from nerves. Still, she turned her head and yelled at Anna, who had frozen mid-run. "Go, girl! Get back to your room, quick!" Anna hadn't expected backup in such a moment. Her eyes welled up with thanks as she darted toward her room without a second thought. Just a few more steps, she could make it. "She's my legal wife. I'm just here to get back the woman who ran away from home." The boss lady was stunned. She looked at this tall, handsome man and blurted out, "But she told us her husband was dead." Sam showed up just in time to hear that and nearly choked on air. "Wait, Anna said Julian was dead? That's ice cold." Julian's already dark expression turned stormy. He strode over to her room door, just as Anna stepped in and reached to shut it. Then she saw him, and she froze. Her whole body trembled, heart, liver, guts, everything. Julian looked downright terrifying, and she didn't even want to imagine what would happen if he got in. Desperate, she threw her weight against the door to keep it shut. But Julian's hand was already wedged in the crack, and that panicked move of hers, it slammed the door on his fingers. The guesthouse door was full wooden with green paint. In her panic, Anna had used all her strength. She didn't even think, just acted. His fingers, slender, clearly defined joints, were caught between the door and the frame. They were turning alarmingly pale, and drops of red oozed out along the edge, gruesome to see. Anna's eyes went wide in shock. She hadn't meant to hurt him. She really hadn't. But Julian didn't even flinch. His face didn't twitch, not even a crease in his brow. Instead, he clenched his hand, forced the door open with a snap, and stepped inside, shutting the rest of the world out behind him. Bam! "You think she'll be okay in there?" The boss lady clutched her chest, voice shaking. Sam didn't look much better. Probably? Maybe? Hopefully. Yeah, even he didn't buy that. Judging by Julian's vibe, things were about to get ugly. Guess all he could do now was pray for Anna. "You. What are you doing? I didn't mean to slam the door on your hand." Anna couldn't stop shaking. The second she saw him bust in, she backed away like a scared bunny, stumbling over her words in a panic. Julian's left hand was still bleeding, but his eyes were locked on Anna, who was trembling in a corner like a leaf in the wind. His face was tight with anger. Without a word, he walked over and grabbed her by the arm. Anna's feet left the ground as he lifted her clean off like she weighed nothing, dangling awkwardly until he suddenly tossed her onto the bed. "Ah! Ugh!" This wasn't the soft, plushy bed back at the Blake estate. Just some thin quilt spread over hard wooden boards. The impact nearly knocked her senseless. With a groan, she curled up like a shrimp, wincing from the pain. Seeing him coming closer, she forced herself to act calm, putting on a pitiful act. "Julian, babe, come on. I was wrong, okay?" He stood over her, glaring down with icy eyes. His voice was colder than a freezer. "What exactly did you do wrong?" What did she do wrong? Meeting him, marrying him, those were her biggest mistakes. But of course she couldn't say that out loud. Eyes darting around, she tried to play it down. "I shouldn't have kept dodging you. I lost it and slammed your hand by accident, honest." He didn't say anything, just stared. The silence stretched. Just when Anna thought maybe the storm had passed, he suddenly leaned over her, eyes dark like the deep sea and just as dangerous. His hand clamped down on her wrists, and with the other, he reached toward her skirt. "Looks like you only learn when I get rough." His breath was hot, his anger practically crackling in the air between them. Anna suddenly felt a chill on her legs. Realizing what he was planning, she panicked and started flailing. "Help! Someone help! Domestic abuse! Smack! Smack!" His hand came down fast and loud right on her backside. Oh my God, he actually spanked her, on her butt. "You jerk! Grown-ups talk it out, not smack each other." Furious and humiliated, she kicked at him as hard as she could. Her face was burning with embarrassment and fury, tears brimming in her watery eyes. Smack, smack. No words this time. Just another round. She gasped sharply, pain flaring where she'd been struck. She didn't need a mirror to know it was red. "All right, fine. You want to fight? You've got one." Anna went full drama queen at this point, yelling at the top of her lungs. Rich CEO's true colors exposed. This classy man's nothing but a wife-beating scumbag. If he wanted dignity, she'd drag it all into the mud. She just didn't believe he could keep it together with people listening. But to her shock, Julian didn't flinch. It was like none of her screaming even registered. He coolly held her down over his lap and didn't let up. His spanks were sharp and bitter. "Running away from home?" he hissed. "Claiming your husband's dead?" Anna bit down on her bottom lip to keep from crying out, sniffing as tears rolled silently down. Yep, she'd really dug herself into a hole this time. And now planning to cheat. You've really outdone yourself, Anna. The way his voice trembled in anger, had he been less in control, he might not have stopped at a spanking. Suddenly chaos broke out outside. "Back off! She's getting abused in there! Anna, hang on! I'm coming." That was Lance. If things weren't bad enough before, they definitely were now. This guy's seriously brainless. If Anna were out there right now, she'd probably throw a full set of Street Fighter moves at Lance. Maybe start with a deadly claw, follow up with a mantis kick. But staring at that cold, brooding face above her, she figured Lance might not survive it either way. "So that's the guy you cheated with?" Julian curved his lips into a mocking smirk, his tone light, but his right hand clenched into a fist on the mattress, the sound of bone joints cracking sharp in the air. Anna shrank back a little, shaking her head like crazy. No, you got it wrong. That's Kuhua's crush. Totally not me." Kuhua from next door was already over 40, hadn't been quite right in the head since she was a kid, and never got married. Her biggest pastime was checking out men on the street. No joke. From wrinkly old grandpas to toddlers just learning to walk, they all got called boyfriend at some point. She was basically the neighborhood boss. Even puppies gave her house a wide berth. Anna knew full well she was being shameless saying that, but hey, dignity's nice and all, but staying alive was kind of more important. Julian's eyes were dark as night. He lowered his head and silenced her rambling mouth. This kiss wasn't like the usual gentle pecks. It was fierce, intense, unrelenting. He bit into her soft lips, demanding and unapologetic, like he was conquering her fear and stealing every bit of sweetness. There wasn't even a crack left for her to escape. Anna was inexperienced as it was. After all the times they kissed, she still couldn't handle it. Her brain completely short-circuited, and she felt like she was floating in the clouds, light-headed and shaky. So she gave in, silently, matched his rhythm, let herself sink deeper under his control. For a moment there, she honestly thought she might suffocate and drop dead. "Anna." His voice came with soft kisses falling on her forehead, her cheek trailing down little by little. He gentled his touch, like he was holding the most precious thing in the world close. Anna's lashes fluttered, eyes unfocused, and saw her own dazed face reflected in those dangerously pretty eyes. Next second, her brows scrunched up from the pain and she hissed sharply, cursing under her breath. Seriously? Out of nowhere like that? That was low. She was falling apart by now, probably from the message she left before, who knew. But Mr. Julian here was clearly on another level today. Full energy overload, as if the man had to debate the concept of size in the most physical way imaginable. Fine, you win. You're big. You're right. Eventually, the room quieted down again. Julian looked at the sleeping girl in his arms, her cheeks still streaked with tears, face all pitiful even in her sleep. He pulled her a little closer, expression unreadable. His gaze had a rare touch of softness, fingers brushing her swollen lips, tracing slowly downward. Only this kind of skin-to-skin closeness made it all feel real to him. He'd finally found her. She was finally back. And that was enough. He stared at her peaceful, exhausted face and quietly closed his eyes, still holding her waist like he'd never let go. Everything going on in that room wasn't exactly subtle, and with those paper-thin walls no soundproofing to speak of, everyone outside got the whole show in high definition. All faces outside were beet red. Even Sam looked like he didn't know where to look. He cleared his throat, straightening up, and motioned to the crowd awkwardly. "All right, everybody. Time to move along. Nothing to see here." Ever since Anna left, Julian hadn't really gotten a proper night's sleep. It was always a couple of days up straight, either buried in paperwork or out with the guys hunting down leads. Sam was sure that when they finally found her, Julian would lose his temper. But nope. Even after burning the candle at both ends, the man somehow still had the energy for that. Just hearing Anna cry out like that last night, it said enough. The man was on another level. Seriously, Julian was in a league of his own. Sam had looked up to Julian for years. It wasn't just loyalty, it was more like blind faith. If Julian suddenly told him to torch a building or take someone out, Sam would probably just assume the guy deserved it and follow through without blinking. There were always some people who couldn't help but eavesdrop, but when you're surrounded by a bunch of camo-wearing special ops guys, even the nosiest folks knew when to back off. "Lance, let's get going." "The bus is here," one of the classmates said, giving him a pat on the shoulder. There was no hiding the sympathy in their eyes when they looked at him. Lance just stood there, eyes locked on that shut door, heart sinking. He could still hear Anna brushing him off last night, and honestly, he'd thought she was just making excuses. She looked like she was barely in her 20s. How could she possibly be married already? He'd gone back that night completely thrown. Hurt, humiliated, and pissed off, felt like she'd led him on. But today, the man she called her husband actually showed up. And the moment Lance laid eyes on Julian, he knew. There was no contest. There was no competing with someone like that. Maybe Anna really was better off with a guy like him. "All right, let's go," he said finally, shutting his eyes hard, forcing the thought out of his head. Then he turned and strode toward the farmhouse gate, where the bus was waiting. Tina glanced at the bus, then her gaze shifted to the 3 helicopters parked out in the open field. The comparison was brutal. In that moment, even someone as impressive as Lance seemed to pale in comparison. "Can't believe Anna has a husband like that," murmured Tina's friend, looping her arm through Tina's. The tone was catty, laced with jealousy. But that offhand comment hit Tina like a slap in the face, dragging her back to how she'd mocked Anna earlier that morning. Her cheeks flushed, stinging with shame. She pulled her arm away sharply. Could you just give it a rest? Whatever she wants to do, it's got nothing to do with me," she snapped. Anna woke up feeling like she was still dreaming. Same bed, same room, every little thing was just as she remembered. Somehow, she was back, like nothing had changed. But her aching body said otherwise. The past few days in the little town, very real. She hadn't even made it halfway through her escape before Julian had dragged her back. Yeah, what a tragic plot twist. Deep down, she always knew getting away from Julian wasn't going to be easy. She didn't have high hopes. Still, she didn't expect to be caught so fast. "You're awake?" That overly familiar voice drifted out from the bathroom, and when Anna turned to look, she got hit with a scene straight out of a steamy drama. Julian walked out with just a towel hanging low on his hips, clinging to all the right places. His muscles were defined and firm. Water droplets glistened on his broad shoulders, trailing down that tight waistline, disappearing below the towel. Anna had to silently chant her calming mantra 5 full times just to barely steady her nerves. No matter how she tried to deny it, Julian really was ridiculously good-looking. That face of his had definitely played a part in her falling for him. She opened her mouth, only to realize her voice had gone so hoarse it barely came out. Even talking burned. "Slow down. Have some water first." Julian poured a glass and held it out to her. Anna didn't take it. Her eyes stayed on him, full of caution. She wasn't naive enough to think Julian would be that easy to deal with. After yesterday's blow-up, there was no way he'd just let her off the hook like that. "There's no poison in the water. Drink it, and we'll finally talk about what we skipped last night." Anna blinked and, not one to fear a little danger, shot back. "You mean the who's on top debate?" Oh boy. She'd poked the bear. Julian's face went cold instantly, and the next second, he leaned over her on the bed, trapping her under him. He gripped her chin and stared quietly down at her. Anna gave a nervous little laugh and shrank under the blanket. "Kidding, I was totally joking." "Talk." "Well, I kinda went on a chicken binge in that little town. Ate like over 10 of them, I swear. They were super juicy, made some bomb chicken soup. Oh, and I may have snagged a few farm-fresh eggs from the landlady and totally used them as midnight snacks when the hunger hit." Anna had this one survival skill. She could twist the topic like a pro. Unless you really meant business, she'd find a way to dodge, joke, lie, anything to deflect. Right now, she was word-vomiting whatever came to mind, hoping to mentally tire Julian out. As she went on about chickens and eggs with sparkling eyes and an almost drooling face, Julian was picturing something else entirely. Without saying a word, he lowered his gaze, eyeing her from head to toe. Her waist looked slimmer, her face smaller, and even those once chubby cheeks had sunken in. It had only been a couple weeks at most, but she'd clearly dropped a lot of weight. All the effort he'd put in feeding her back at the Blake residence? Gone. Back then, he'd made sure she had the best food every single day. And now, just talking about a few chickens and some eggs made her look like she'd just described a royal feast. "The landlady wasn't mean to you or anything?" His sudden question yanked her out of her foodie nostalgia. She was confused for a second, but answered honestly, she was actually really nice. During her stay in that quiet town, the lady had treated her like her own daughter. Even now, thinking about leaving without a word made Anna feel kinda guilty. "I'll send her a thank you gift," Julian said. Like he could read minds, he dropped that line during Anna's brief pause of guilt. "No need for all that," she muttered. And just like that, Julian let go of her chin and walked out the room. "Wait, what?" Anna was still bracing for more questions or lectures. She didn't expect Julian to just up and leave without another word. Lying back on the bed, Anna stared at the ceiling, replaying everything she'd said, trying to figure out which line had pressed one of Julian's buttons. Julian had only been gone a few minutes before he came back again. Anna immediately caught sight of him. Not only had he changed into comfy clothes, but he was also holding a tube of white ointment in his hand. He walked straight over and went to pull the blanket off her. Anna, completely naked underneath, naturally wouldn't just let him uncover her that easily. She glared at him with wide, alert eyes, clearly ready for a tug of war. Julian paused, squinting coldly at the stubborn girl under the covers, but the smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth gave him away. "Didn't expect you'd be the type to want to keep the marks." Anna instantly calmed down, though her eyes were still wary. She tried to negotiate. "Can I at least put on my pajamas first?" Julian's response was to lift the blanket and settle her down flat. "It's not like I haven't seen the whole package. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Anna gave up fighting and just played dead. This was already her third time using that ointment. It smelled faintly of mint and felt cool against the skin, so calming it almost lulled her to sleep. Julian had known he'd been rough the night before, but even he was shaken when he saw the purplish bruises all over her pale skin. The contrast was harsh, and no matter how prepared he was, the sight still made him pause. Anna felt him hesitate. Any other girl might have cried right then and there, but instead, she grinned at him and said, "I've always bruised easily. When I was little, No one wanted to play with me because they thought they'd get blamed for hurting me. Honestly, the bruises didn't even hurt that much, just the other spot did. And thinking back, she'd really gone all out too. Julian's shoulders and back were full of marks, and he'd even bled from his fingers. All things considered, it seemed like he'd gotten the worse end of the deal. Julian didn't respond to her words. He just kept treating her bruises in silence. Just as Anna was about to drift off, his voice came quietly. "Even if life outside's this rough, you'd still rather stay away from me?" That question hit her like a bucket of ice water, waking her up instantly. Between Julian's arms and a creaky little wooden bed in some small town, the choice should have been obvious. But when his warmth wasn't truly hers, when he was just giving someone else's tenderness to her, then yeah, she'd rather sleep on that old wooden board. At least then she'd be at peace, not feeling all this pain and sadness. She slowly rolled over to face him, the usual lazy grin gone, her expression turned serious, eyes staring at him hard, the sunlight reflecting in her dark pupils. "Julian, did lying to me all that time really feel fun to you?" Back in that little town, while chasing chickens around, Anna had daydreamed again and again about saying this with a cool, distant tone, watching him freeze in surprise. She'd imagined feeling proud of herself for that comeback. But now that the words were out, all she felt was pain. Why did it hurt this much? Since she'd already taken the plunge, there was no point pretending anymore. Anna wasn't going to run or hide. She took a deep breath, tilted her head slightly, and looked straight at him. "I've seen the safe. I know I shouldn't have snooped. So yeah, I'm sorry in advance." They were standing close. Close enough that she clearly caught that flicker in Julian's eyes when her words sank in. His pupils tightened. At least he wasn't made of stone. That reaction alone gave her a weird sense of satisfaction. Anna never saw herself as some noble soul. She had fallen for someone, really fallen, and ended up just being used. Who could take that lying down? Even if she was just a stand-in, she still had pride. If she was miserable, why should he get to be happy? Fine then. Let's make this painful for both of us. Seeing that hint of emotion in Julian's eyes boosted her confidence a little. Her lips curled into a tiny, smug smile. She kept her tone calm, almost casual. "I used to think Ethan was behind my family's bankruptcy, but looks like I blamed the wrong guy. And you know what, Julian? I don't even blame you. Can you believe that?" Seriously, she didn't blame him? Yeah, right. Truth was, she wanted nothing more than to rip him apart. And oddly enough, she realized she wasn't half bad at faking it. If this whole thing fell apart, maybe acting was her fallback plan. She might actually kill it in showbiz. Anna's head felt like static, but her voice stayed sharp and steady. After all, even the chickens in the yard had heard her rant a dozen times by now. She had her script down. "I mean, it's not like you did anything major, right? Just pulled a few strings to hand my dad a project. Could have gone great for him. But no, it's totally on my dad for cutting corners and using crap materials. Instead of making money, he wiped out the whole company." That soft smile never left her face. She looked like she was just chatting with a friend, but the sarcasm behind her eyes was impossible to miss. Not that she was trying to hide it. She was riding the high now, speaking faster, with that gleam in her eyes. Her glossy red lips were moving non-stop, every word poking like a needle. "Who would have thought? Our Julian, such a devoted man. Even for a mere stand-in like me, you went all in. Bravo." Julian opened his mouth, and then closed it. So he wasn't denying it. That said it all. Anna felt her chest tighten. She thought she'd built up enough armor for this, but dragging herself through the wounds again. God, it still hurt like hell. Her eyes stung. "Pull it together, Anna. Don't be that weak." She bit her lip hard enough to taste blood, keeping the tears from spilling. She sniffled and then held up 3 fingers, her eyes locked onto his with fake sincerity. "Mr. Blake, I'll play by the book from now on. Stick to the agreement. No more foolish moves. Let's just get through this peacefully. And when you finally find that special someone, let's get the divorce signed nice and quick, yeah?" Then, just to push the envelope a bit more, she added, "Want a pinky swear on it?" Julian did reach out his hand, but not for a pinky promise. The energy in that motion? Definitely not peace-signing vibes. It felt more like the calm before the storm. The world's so lovely, and you're out here being all cranky? Not cool. Anna flinched, pulling her neck in like a turtle, eyes clamped shut. In that moment, she had a rather sad realization. Hurting each other wasn't just about words anymore. Fists apparently counted too. Maybe she should bring up a little peace treaty with Julian. How about real men talk things out? No fists involved? Bang! The loud crash echoed by her ears. Anna held her breath for 3 whole seconds. Then with a dramatic "awoo," she cracked open her eyes and started patting herself down. Head still there? Neck? Check. Chest. Wait, her chest! Anna panicked. She could live with losing just about anything, but that was sacred. She burst into tears right on the spot, grabbing Julian's sleeve with both hands, wiping her tears and snot all over him like he was a human tissue. Voice cracking, she wailed, "You big jerk, give me back my boobs. I can't believe you crushed them flat." She sobbed into his shirt without any shame until a random thought hit her. She blinked and said, "Wait a sec. Didn't I never really have boobs to begin with? Talk about a tragic tale." But then where did that bang come from? Turning her head slowly, she spotted Julian's hand, the one right by her head, bleeding through the bandage. That was the hand she'd slammed in a door back in that small town. He'd wrapped it up after that, but apparently punching the bed now had ripped it open again. The blood gushed out, soaking through the clean gauze. The coppery smell practically filled the air. That hand was clenched tight, veins popping with the kind of fury he was clearly keeping in check. Then Anna felt her chin get grabbed hard, forcing her to look straight into the man's eyes, cold as ice. "Divorce?" Julian sneered, his handsome face downright murderous. It was honestly terrifying. Anna's heartbeat was like a bass drum in her chest, boom, boom, boom. Normally she'd totally chicken out by now, but not today. Today, resolve took the wheel. She gritted her teeth and shot him a fierce glare, those wide eyes full of fight. Her voice went up a notch. "Why are you still keeping me around, huh? Waiting till you find the girl you actually like just so I can watch you two play happy families? What am I, your emotional stunt double? Unless, of course, you're offering double the payout, then maybe we can talk." Okay, maybe that last part was kind of shameless, but hey, money talks. I've said it before. Julian pressed harder, leaning in to kiss her. The way his lips touched hers was oddly gentle, nothing like the force in his grip. Once we got married, divorce stopped being an option. Psycho. Anna's lips curled in a silent snarl as she bit down hard. She didn't hold back either. It was like she was trying to take a chunk of him with her. That bitter tang of blood spread between them fast. But no matter how fiercely she fought, that slow kiss just kept going, tender, careful, like her tantrum didn't exist at all. Finally, Julian let go, swiping the blood from his mouth like it was no big deal. Then he stood up, tall and proud, staring down at her. "You're not leaving me. Ever." And just like that, he walked out, posture straight as a ruler. Chich! Anna rolled her eyes so hard it was a miracle they stayed in her head. Scowling, she mentally stabbed him with a tiny imaginary needle about 1,000 times. 2 seconds later, she yelled at his retreating back, "Hey, hot stuff! I'm starving. Mind ordering some food on your way out?" Anna never imagined she'd end up being locked up like this. That day, she thought they were about to have one of their classic verbal spats. She'd even prepped a whole series of savage comebacks over the past 10 days, ready to go. But Julian didn't take the bait at all. Instead of giving her the fight she wanted, he just shut her down. Completely. She was left sitting there, full of comebacks with nowhere to go, totally thrown off. And things only went downhill from there. She thought Julian saying, "You're never leaving," was just another one of his sarcastic remarks. Nope, he meant every word. Now here she was, a living, breathing person, actually locked in a room. Seriously? What was this, the Dark Ages? It's the 21st century, for crying out loud. How could someone be treated like this now? At the very least, she figured she should have a computer, and internet access. Was that too much to ask? Anna made up her mind. If she couldn't leave, she'd at least upgrade her living situation. Megan. The second Megan opened the door holding a tray of food, she was met with Anna's big, pleading eyes. Anna sat on the bed, calling out softly like a poor little kitten. That look instantly put Megan on high alert. There's no such thing as a free lunch. That old saying came to mind. Still, her face stayed calm as ever. She placed the tray neatly on the coffee table and lowered her eyes, speaking politely. "Do you need something, Mrs. Blake?" Anna didn't let Megan's cool attitude get to her. Barefoot and eager, she scooted over with a bright smile. "Megan, can I run something by you?" Seeing Megan finally look up, Anna lowered her voice like she was sharing some big secret. "Could you just let me out for a bit? I've been stuck in this room so long, I think I'm about to grow moss." She held up one hand like taking an oath. "I swear I won't run off. Your job's totally safe." Megan, yeah, Anna knew her past escape attempts didn't exactly help her credibility, and the way Megan was staring at her now made her a little self-conscious. She flushed, scratched the back of her head awkwardly, and tried to laugh it off. "Okay, those were kind of accidents. All right, plan B then," she sighed when she realized the outdoor dream was dead. "Let's both be reasonable. I'll stop asking to go outside, and you just get me a computer, hook it up to the internet, win-win." But knowing how stubborn Megan was, Anna wasn't sure asking nicely would do the trick, so she bit the bullet, quite literally, and yanked off her diamond ring. Desperate times. "You see this ring?" she said, holding it up where the sunlight made it sparkle like crazy. "It's the real deal. Julian's a CEO. No way he gave me a fake one, right? That diamond shined like it had a spotlight on it. Crazy gorgeous." She finally got why rich people were so into these things. Shame it had to go. Anna shot the ring a look full of heartbreak, then turned to Megan with her most persuasive tone. "Megan, help me get a laptop. Hook up the Wi-Fi. This ring's yours. Just a little thank you for all your hard work." She honestly didn't think Megan would flat out say no. Even though she'd never seen a rock like this in real life, just by looking at the size of that diamond, Anna knew it was worth a fortune, probably enough to never worry about bills again. Most people wouldn't be able to resist that kind of temptation. So when Megan turned her down flat without even blinking, Anna was seriously stunned. "Come on, Miss Moore, you're not even going to consider it? It's a total win-win deal. No tricks, straight profit. I swear, even a crazy person wouldn't say no to this. This chance won't come twice. Just a computer and an internet cable, that's all I'm asking. Take the ring, go home happy." Anna had a whole rhythm going as she talked, even getting all animated at the good parts, like some late-night infomercial host. Her mouth just wouldn't quit. But Megan stayed calm and collected, like a rock. She gave Anna a steady look, her eyes sharp. "Ma'am, please just put the ring away. And I'd suggest not bringing this up to anyone else. If Mr. Blake finds out, it might not end too well." Megan had always known Anna was bold, but she hadn't expected her to be gutsy enough to bribe her with a wedding ring. Good thing Anna had tried it on her, because if she'd tempted one of the other staff, they might not have been able to resist. What Megan said was both a warning and a bit of sincere advice. Anna awkwardly slipped the ring back on, then tilted her head with a nosy grin. "Hey, Miss Moore, your salary must be pretty sweet, huh? Any other rich houses nearby hiring a housekeeper?" If she wasn't even tempted by diamond rings, the pay had to be no joke. Anna was already secretly making post-divorce plans. Megan just sighed internally. She really was too old to keep up with Anna's train of thought. Skipping over the nosy question, she leaned forward a bit. "If you really want to go out or need something, maybe try asking Mr. Blake directly. We're just the staff. We don't make the rules." "Heh, maybe another time." Anna suddenly deflated like a popped balloon, totally crushed. If talking to Julian actually worked, she would have done it a long time ago. Problem was, she'd already tried everything. Cute whining, full-on tantrums, even throwing sass, and nothing ever worked. What was weird, though, was that ever since she'd thrown that snarky jab at him last time, he hadn't really punished her beyond locking her in here. Actually, she was still living in the lap of luxury. There was always great food, a cozy place to sleep, and when he wasn't dragging her off to bed for serious conversations, he'd just sit silently beside her and watch her for hours on end. Seriously, what was he even looking at? Anna huffed in her head, annoyed, then did a double take. Wait, no. She totally was worth staring at. Anyway, she was starting to realize something wasn't quite right. Julian had been acting off lately, like something was on his mind. "If you don't need anything else, ma'am, I'll head out," Megan said politely. Anna's eyes darted around before she called out, Wait up, Miss Moore. Quick question. Something wrong with Julian's company or something? Megan obviously didn't expect that one, but after thinking a moment, replied, I don't handle company matters, so I can't say for sure. But as far as I know, there are no problems. Not the company, then? Anna frowned and murmured under her breath. So maybe he's got another woman, or maybe a guy? Megan always kept her cool, professionally put together. But now, just this once, her face had obviously cracked. She stared at Anna for a long moment, lips pressed so tightly they lost all color. Then, with no words left in her, she threw out a generic "excuse me" and made a beeline for the door. Her steps weren't even steady. Housekeeper Moore, why the rush? I'm not going to bite you or anything. Anna blinked innocently and gave her cheek a tap. Was she that scary looking? She had no clue how much lasting trauma her random bombshell had just left on Megan's mental state. And frankly, she didn't care to overthink it either. Cheerfully, she picked up her chopsticks and dove into lunch. Braised pork knuckles, sweet and sour carp, steamed eggs, seaweed, and egg soup. The chef in the Blake house used to work in a top-tier hotel, easily turning basic home dishes into five-star meals. Everything on the table looked mouth-watering. Anna poked around her rice a few times and suddenly came up with a brilliant, or maybe reckless, plan. Okay, fine. You want to keep me locked in like this? If I can't beat you down, then I'll just eat your house into bankruptcy. Big dreams, harsh reality. She didn't manage to bankrupt Julian, but she did manage to eat herself into a food coma. Rubbing her bloated stomach, which felt like she was 5 months pregnant with a whole rice baby, Anna let out a string of burps, tilted her head in a poetic 45-degree angle, and looked dramatically heartbroken. Never again. Binge eating is not the vibe. The room was huge, probably bigger than a whole apartment for most people. But no matter how big, pacing in circles still made her feel cooped up. She wandered around barefoot for a few rounds, trying to digest, and ended up by the window. The sun was pouring in, so she used her hands to prop herself up and climbed onto the windowsill. Now, before anyone asked, why not pull another great escape like last time? Well, she was on the freaking 6th floor. 6. She squinted down, only to feel the world spin. If she even tried slinking down, she'd literally become a physics experiment on free fall. Yup, lesson learned the hard way. Julian really upped his game this time, totally miscalculated. At the entrance of the Blake estate, a sleek Lincoln rolled to a stop. Out stepped Julian himself, currently the main recipient of Anna's endless inner rants. Mr. Blake, welcome back, Megan greeted him with a warm smile. Julian had just wrapped up a tough business meeting and looked a little drained. He gave a small nod, rubbed his temple, and didn't waste time. How's my wife? She's doing fine. I just dropped off her lunch. She even asked for 3-cup chicken, actually. Megan hesitated for a second, unsure if she should spill, but ended up saying it anyway. And just now, she tried to bribe me. Let me guess, wanted a computer and Wi-Fi access? Julian didn't even bat an eye, cutting straight to the point. Wait, how did you know? Tom, who just walked over, chimed in, wide-eyed. That's just how she is. I'd be surprised if she didn't try something. Without realizing it, Julian's face subtly softened. The corners of his lips curved up with a barely-there smile. It's fine. As long as she's not doing anything too out there, just let her fool around. Megan had known Julian spoiled Anna, but this level of indulgence, with literally zero boundaries, still made her feel slightly stunned. Megan had worked for Julian for years, but she couldn't recall ever seeing him look at anyone with such softness in his eyes. Maybe Anna really was the one person who could keep him in check. Still, Megan couldn't help but worry. Hopefully, Anna wouldn't end up breaking his heart. Frowning at the thought, Megan kept close behind Julian and reported, Sophia has been hanging around the villa again these past few days. Keeps saying she wants to see Anna. Dealing with Sophia was a headache. Since she was Anna's good friend, they couldn't just shove her out the door. And if Sam ever found out someone from the Blake household had been rough with Sophia, things would blow up instantly. But Julian was still clearly angry about Anna's escape attempt. Megan didn't know what exactly happened that day inside the room, only that Julian ordered Anna to be confined, and whatever he said went. At this point, everyone in the house knew Anna wasn't allowed to see Sophia. Julian's expression stayed cool and unreadable. He didn't seem to care about Megan's concerns. Just ignore her, he said calmly. Sophia's tried pulling his wife away more times than he could count. Even with Julian's strong will, the idea made his chest tighten just a little. Tom was standing nearby, and though no one said it outright, he could swear he picked up a faint whiff of jealousy in the air. He must be imagining things. Just then a burst of noise came from the direction of the garden. Footsteps, loud shrieks, people yelling all at once. It was like a full-on market scene, something that would never have happened under normally quiet Julian's roof. Megan noticed instantly that Julian's face tensed up. He didn't say anything, but his slightly furrowed brows said it all. "What's going on over there?" Julian stopped walking, turning toward the commotion. "No idea. Maybe one of the new hires doesn't know the rules. I'll go take care of it," Megan said quickly. As someone who prided herself on keeping everything running smoothly, seeing this kind of slip-up drove her nuts. She took a step toward the noise, but Julian moved at the same time, eyes dark and steady. The ruckus came from the garden behind the house, close to the wing where Anna was kept. The thought hit Julian hard. Ever since that day, he hadn't been this rattled. "Ma'am, please don't do anything rash. This floor is way too high. If you jump, it's all over." "Someone call Mr. Blake and Ms. Moore, quick. Move it. Whatever it is, we can talk it out. No issue is worth throwing your life away." A crowd of staff had gathered below, all with panic written all over their faces. They stared up at the sixth-floor window where a girl in a red dress sat on the sill, offering every form of heartfelt persuasion they could think of. Meanwhile, Anna was completely overwhelmed. She had literally just finished lunch and thought it'd be nice to chill on the windowsill, bask in the sun, and enjoy a little breeze, help her food settle a bit. She never imagined it'd spiral into this kind of full-blown drama. The first maid who spotted her had screamed her lungs out. Anna tried to explain, really, she did, but the more she talked, the worse it got. No one believed her. More and more people showed up, all acting like she was seconds away from jumping. But seriously, she wasn't trying to kill herself. Not even close. Don't freak out. I'm just trying to soak up some sun." Anna's voice had barely left her mouth before it got drowned out by the noisy commotion downstairs. "All right, forget it. She might as well get back inside peacefully. Problem solved, right?" She scooted back slowly, just about ready to climb down when someone shouted from below, "Mr. Blake! Mr. Blake's back!" Julian? That name snapped her to attention. For a second, she even forgot she was supposed to get down. Her big round eyes blinked, then she leaned over to get a better look. Sure enough, the tall, well-built man was striding toward the building. Still in his usual dark suit, he looked even more serious than usual. Sharp-featured, a bit too cold maybe, yet his looks still hit like a truck. He had this glowing aura about him, like he owned the damn place. Anna had a thing for good looks. Julian was textbook eye candy. She couldn't help but let out a playful whistle and waved her chubby little hand to say hi. But before the greeting could fully leave her lips, a cold voice whacked it right back down. "What the hell are you doing up there? Got a death wish?" His glare was ice cold, voice dry as a bone. Her mood instantly took a nosedive. She'd been chilling in a pretty decent mood, actually. But now, who wouldn't be pissed getting snapped at like that for no reason? That fire inside her flared up fast. She stopped moving, folded her arms, and looked down at him with a smug little grin. "Yup, you caught me. Life sucks anyway. Thought I might as well end it." Usually it was him who looked down at her, but finally, it was her turn. She was loving every second of it. Perched up high with the breeze tugging at her red dress, she looked like a flame flickering against the blue sky. Her bare feet swung gently under her, carefree and light. She looked like a streak of sunset, beautiful and fragile, like she could vanish with one strong gust. Julian's breath hitched. It'd been over 20 years, but this scene, it brought things back. His hands clenched into fists. For once, his sharp eyes clouded slightly. "Get down," he said, voice firm. "No way." Anna was stubborn to the core. The more people pushed her, the more she pushed back. Her pretty face now full of defiance, she copied his tone and shot back. "You get down!" From 6 stories apart, the two locked eyes. The air between them felt heavy and still. "Ma'am, seriously, this isn't the time to mess around." Tom stepped in, trying to ease the tension with an awkward laugh. "Anna," Julian said again, this time more forceful, "get down." Most people squinted under the sunlight, but not Julian. His gaze pierced straight through, fixed on her, and now he was using her full name, which meant he was really not playing. "Why should I do what you say? Who do you think you are? You gonna control even when I want to die?" Under his pressure, something inside Anna twisted, frustration mixed with hurt. She'd just spoken her mind, nothing more. Yet he locked her up without a word, as if she wasn't even owed an explanation. And now, ordering her around again like she was a child? Seriously, who gave him the right? Anna spoke without thinking, running high on anger. "Why should I?" Julian's face darkened instantly, his voice cold as ice when he shot the question back. Even the air seemed to freeze. Anna flinched. Some instincts are hardwired. Whenever Julian got angry, she'd get scared, like muscle memory. Even from this distance, knowing full well he couldn't touch her, Anna still swallowed hard and shrank back a little. But whatever, she was already in the thick of it. Barefoot didn't fear stepping on glass. She gritted her teeth, leaned out a little more, and shouted, "Move it, will you? Just a heads up, if anyone gets hit, I'm not taking the blame." Honestly, she just wanted to startle Julian a bit. She wasn't trying to win anything except a shred of pride. But the moment she leaned out, a tiny rock slipped down, and she watched, wide-eyed, as it plummeted from the 6th floor. Sitting up there, she couldn't even hear it hit the ground. Panic hit her, hard. Her body wobbled with fear, causing her to inch out even more without meaning to. The way she was sitting now was straight-up dangerous. Half her butt was literally off the ledge. One wrong move and it was game over. Only now did Anna realize this wasn't some melodramatic joke. This was legit a matter of life and death. Crap. Logically, this was the moment she should have scrambled back inside. Wet noodle logic. She was so terrified her body had gone limp. No strength left to move. That little rock landed right at Julian's feet. He looked up and saw her swaying in the wind, his heart stopping cold. His face turned ghostly pale, pupils contracting sharply. Without a second thought, he bolted inside. "Mr. Blake," Tom shouted, trying to stop him. Back in college, Tom had taken a psych class or two. He knew you were supposed to take it slow with someone on the brink, not stress them out more. But Julian was fast, way too fast. In a flash, he disappeared from view. Tom sighed and ran up after him, while Megan was frantically calling the cops and getting the maids to bring out cushions or blankets. Anything to soften a fall, just in case. The scene spiraled into chaos. Anna clenched the window frame so tight her fingers were turning white, but she couldn't summon any strength. She could literally feel herself sliding, bit by bit, as if gravity was baiting her. Is this how it ends? Regret hit like a truck. If she had a do-over, she'd never have planted herself on the windowsill to catch some sunshine. She definitely wouldn't have leaned out just to tick off Julian. Life was too damn precious. Don't mess around with death, because death doesn't mess around. Bang! Just as she was spiraling down a mental rabbit hole, trying to imagine how ugly the scene would look if she fell, brains everywhere, the door was kicked open. Whipping her head around, she saw Julian, panting, standing there like a storm just rolled in. His eyes locked onto her, pitch black with visible bloodshot lines. Without saying a word, he rushed over in 3 big strides. Before Anna could even react, he grabbed her like a kitten by the scruff and yanked her back in,